Chapter 53:25. He immediately called T6, who was the first to get out of the car. "It's me. Location confirmed. Assemble immediately." Succinctly, T6 ended the call and immediately rushed to the assembly point based on the location. Yi Qian then informed Case 7 and hid in the dark to wait for his comrades to arrive. The factory was probably an abandoned one. It was very quiet all around, so quiet that it made them feel a little nervous. Inside the car, Mr. Wu looked around closely like a trapped beast. He wanted to struggle to escape but was unable to do so, and kept sinking. His heavy breathing could be heard from inside the car, indicating that he had lost control of his emotions again. No, he had to calm down. He had to calm himself down. It was so quiet that it seemed like there was nothing alive around. Even the few figures running over were as silent as ghosts. Will saw a black figure running in front of the car and let out a long sigh. They were indeed as good as the investigation said. Then they should be able to get the people out successfully. God bless, they would definitely succeed. After the comrades who got out of the car halfway gathered again, Xia Jinyuan gestured for them to stay away from the car. T6 looked at the quiet car and let out a deep breath. He said as if relieved of a burden, "It's been so stifling. We can finally get to work." Before he could finish speaking, the sound of a car engine could be heard in the silent night. The 8 of them looked cold and gloomy as they looked at the car in unison. Will, who was holding his cell phone, said as he got out of the car, "Yes, that's right. Keep driving straight until you reach the destroyed steel factory. I'll wait for you here." Someone else was coming. Yi Qian's face darkened. What was Will trying to do? Or did he actually not trust them, so he kept changing his mind? A pickup truck soon appeared in front of them. The lights in the car were turned off and a young man jumped out of the car. It was probably a young man because his steps were very brisk. Will pointed at the young man. "This is my bodyguard, Noah. He's very familiar with this place. It'll save you a lot of time." Noah looked at the illegal mercenaries hired by his boss and took the initiative to greet them. "Hey, mercenaries, how are you? I'm Noah, the boss's bodyguard. I'm very happy to be working with you this time. Before we work together, can you tell me what you're best at?" "Well, I used to be a soldier too. After I retired, I've been protecting my boss. Now that we're working together, I think we should get to know each other better." Z7 was the first to respond. "Communication, breakthrough, medic." K7's calm voice followed closely behind Z7. "Dynamiter." A cold voice came from G3's mouth. Xia Jinyuan pointed at himself and said, "Unhappily, I'm their leader. I'm a soldier who crawled out of hundreds of people on the battlefield of the Khan. This is my girlfriend. She likes to kill people. It sounds very powerful." Noah shrugged and said to Will respectfully, "Boss, the people you found should be able to save your friend. Bring them in." Noah's arrival calmed Will down a lot. Even his tone, when speaking to Xia Jinyuan, became gentler. "I'm sorry. I'll only be at ease if he goes in with you. It's all thanks to Noah that I found out that my friend might be hiding here. He was the one who told me. That's why you guys are here. Noah will help you enter the complicated factory. Trust me, with his help, you'll be able to save my friend faster." Chapter 53:26. Noah did have traces of being a soldier, especially his lower jaw, which had been shaved off by a stray bullet. It was obvious that he had been injured by a bullet. He had a pair of blue eyes with a hint of brown. When he spoke, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were very polite as he looked at the other party. You could feel the respect in his eyes, and inadvertently, you could also feel the probing. Yi Qian, who was standing next to him, played with the dagger in his hand and allowed Noah to secretly size him up. Her comrades had all disguised themselves before they set off. For example, her skin was wheat black, and she wore a hood over her head. The wide hood of the hood almost covered her eyes. Noah had to put in some effort to see what she looked like. Plus, they were all standing in the dark. Who could see who clearly? Noah really wanted to see what these illegal mercenaries looked like. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see through the darkness. Mr. Will, who was waiting next to them, started to get impatient. He glared at the mercenaries he hired and said in a much fiercer tone, "You can follow Noah now? Quick, don't waste my time." Xia Jinyuan ignored Will and asked Noah abruptly, "You borrowed the car, right? Where did you hide it?" "You have good eyesight." "Of course, I borrowed the car. You might not know where I hid it even if I told you," Noah answered casually. Then he raised his eyebrows. "Why? Do you have any questions?" Xia Jinyuan laughed. His low voice was filled with danger. "It's best if you borrow the car. Otherwise, trouble will easily come looking for you. I think we're on the same page." Noah laughed as well. His laughter was very clean, like a carefree big boy. "I like to work with smart people. My boss also likes to work with smart people. Come on, mercenary. I wish us a happy cooperation." Noah reached out his hand and shook Xia Jinyuan's hand. At that moment, his clean laughter became louder. Yiqian snorted. "Looks like there's really no one around. You don't even need to hide your laughter." Noah stopped laughing. "Your reminder is timely. I'm so happy to see you that I forgot where I was. You can arrange it yourselves. I just want to see my friends as soon as possible." After Boss will finish speaking, he turned around and went back to the car. Noah shrugged his shoulders and said to Xia Jinyuan and the others helplessly, "Although our boss is very generous, his temper is really bad. If one day I am fired by him, buddy, can I join your mercenary group?" "No." Xia Jinyuan refused. He looked down on him and spoke in a disdainful tone. Noah had a good temper and did not collapse from anger. He replied regretfully, "That's a pity." Glancing at him, Xia Jinyuan didn't want to talk any more nonsense. If he probed too much, he should show that he was very impatient. He said, "Since everyone is here, tell us about the situation of the factory. We'll take Mr. Will's commission. We'll do our best for him. And you, Mr. Will's bodyguard, stop trying to test me." In the darkness, Noah heard the sound of the gun's safety being pulled. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy was indeed the same as the investigation. He was very arrogant and insolent. Noah squinted and laughed again. He was not bothered by Xia Jinyuan's impatience. Okay, we'll get to work right away. Don't you need some good stuff before you start, like guns, grenades, etc.? Do you need them? You must need them. I don't see any lethal weapons on you." Chapter 53:27. As soon as Noah finished speaking, he heard the sound of countless bullets being loaded. He laughed out loud. Xia Jinyuan pressed one hand on the map and asked him with hostility, "Bodyguard, what are you laughing at?" "Ha ha ha. Sorry, I can't help but want to laugh." Noah ignored the other party's anger and let himself laugh until he calmed down. "You're going in with only a few guns. Have you ever thought about how many guns they have? Do you think you can beat them in a shootout? Did this group of mercenaries think too simply of Cyril?" After he finished laughing, Xia Jinyuan laughed. "Bodyguard, don't you know that the 8 of us like to snatch other people's weapons?" "Oh, sorry, I don't think your boss would tell a bodyguard everything." He really didn't tell him that. Noah's clean smile instantly turned cold. It seemed that Mr. Will hadn't become completely honest. A grenade was suddenly thrown out and landed right next to Noah's feet. He was squatting down with a low-light flashlight, and his first reaction when a grenade was thrown at him was to run away. Noah narrowed his eyes and did the same. However, when he saw the safety pin on the grenade, Noah picked it up and looked at it. So it's a lethal weapon. It seems that I was too worried. But there's one thing you must need. Wait for me for 3 minutes. After that, Noah ran to the car he drove over. Soon, he came back with 2 hotel bags and unzipped them to reveal the equipment inside. We need a communication device that can keep in touch at all times. The main computer is connected to the boss's business car. This was to tell Xia Jinyuan that we would be able to hear their conversation after they entered work. Wireless communication was indeed a good thing. The 8 of them matched up one by one and adjusted the channel. Noah stopped talking nonsense and finally got to the topic. Now, let's get down to business. The factory is indeed very complicated, but Cyril's people didn't guard the entire factory. His people only guarded one place, and we only need to go to one place. Mr. Will has just given you the factory blueprint. Take a good look, mercenaries. You will definitely need it. From the outside, this looks like an abandoned steel factory, but inside, there's a huge underground drug production center. The underground warehouse has been modified, so we can't enter directly from the entrance. We have to crawl through the sewer. The environment of the sewer is a bit bad. For example, there might be rats and the like. I hope you can stay calm when you step on them and don't scream. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble after entering from here. Noah's finger traced the floor plan of the factory and said calmly, "There's a 50-meter long walkway, guarded by Cyril's men on both sides. Usually, there are about 10 of them. After passing through the walkway, we'll enter the underground factory. We need to take care of the people here before we can enter the underground factory and find the boss's friend. I need to remind you that the entire underground factory is equipped with surveillance cameras, and the control room is 50 meters away from us. As for which room is the control room, I'm sorry, but I don't have the exact information. To be able to obtain the factory blueprint, know the secret route to enter the underground factory, and even find the inside of the underground factory. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Xia Jinyuan took a deep look at Noah. This bodyguard was not simple. Chapter 53:28. After listening to Noah's detailed description, Xia Jinyuan looked at the map of the factory. After looking at it quietly for a few minutes, he began to make arrangements in a low voice. His arrangement was very rough, but it was very fitting for a mercenary. For money, his methods were cruel, bloody, and he didn't think about others. Noah listened quietly, and the suspicion in his heart disappeared a little. These 8 guys shouldn't be a big problem. It was true that Will wanted to find someone to rescue the mother and daughter. The Chinese side might not know what happened, so they didn't take any action. Thinking of this, Noah's expression relaxed a lot. In the car, Mr. Will's tense heart also relaxed a lot. It sounded like these guys were quite reliable. Solve the surveillance room as soon as possible. Kay, you guard this place. After we kill our way in, you'll be the only one here. I don't want to see anyone else other than you. In front of Noah, Xia Jinyuan erased the numbers behind the code names of all his comrades. K was K7. K7 nodded. He would guard this place, and no one would be able to get past him. Z, take care of Cyril's surveillance and communication facilities. B, protect Z. Z was C7, and B was Baiha. T and V, you 2 scout ahead together. Kill everyone you can. G, you help clean up the back. I don't need to see anyone alive who can go out and report. The 3 nodded, indicating that they understood. As for Yi Qian, she and Xia Jinyuan cooperated and followed Noah closely. She and I will enter the underground factory. After we find them, T, V, G, You guys create a big mess and clean up the surroundings. After we rescue them, Z and B are responsible for providing support. Send them to Mr. Will as soon as possible. We'll clean up the place. I believe Mr. Will be happy to see us turn this place into a sea of fire. His arrangement made Noah's smile grow deeper. A very smart mercenary. This guy must have been a commander in the past, and a very bloody one who liked to destroy things. Will, who was hiding outside, began to wait for a long time. He prayed that God would bless him and that he would be able to successfully rescue them tonight. He hoped that he could send his friend out of Melbourne and that his friend's family could meet soon. Will drew a cross on his chest and held it with both hands, bowing his head in prayer. Yi Qian and the rest followed Noah into the sewer pipe. The 9 of them crawled forward on all fours. The environment was as bad as Noah had said. Fortunately, this was an abandoned sewer pipe, and there was no accumulated sewage. The mouse scurried over the back of his hand, squeaking all the way to an unknown place. No one panicked. They quickly crawled through the complicated sewer pipes. After about 15 minutes, Noah, who was leading the way, whispered, "We're here. Be careful." Exiting the sewer meant entering the heavily guarded underground drug manufacturing factory, which meant that all of them had entered the danger zone. Xia Jinyuan, who came out first, grabbed Yi Qian's hand so that she could stand up with the strength of his arm. His palm was itchy, and he quickly wrote a few words in his palm. Noah might not be Will's bodyguard. Yi Qian quickly finished writing. There was coldness in the depths of her clear black eyes. The 2 of them don't seem to have an employer-employee relationship. Will couldn't control Noah's arrangement at all, but he listened to Noah's arrangement. Xia Jinyuan wrote in Yi Qian's palm, "Find them first. We'll discuss it when we get back." They all felt that something was wrong with Will, and they also saw that there was something wrong with Noah. The relationship between the 2 was complicated and confusing. Will was the key person who could rescue the scientist's wife and child. The Chinese side had to act cautiously and could only rely on Will. Chapter 53:29. Knowing that something was amiss, they had no choice but to proceed. They had to take one step at a time and deal with every move that came their way. After entering the 50-meter corridor, they first encountered the first surveillance camera. Noah, who had hidden well, pointed at it. "There are a total of 3 cameras from here. We can only pass through the 50-meter corridor if we destroy them." Z7 glanced at the camera above and said, "It's not difficult. Leave it to me." After saying that, he stared at the camera closely. As the camera turned, he whispered to the white crane beside him, "Get ready." The white crane nodded and moved in front of Z7. When it heard Z7's command, the white crane immediately rolled under the first camera and stuck close to the wall. Noah was speechless. Did that guy use the blind spot of the camera to pass through? Fortunately, these guys were mercenaries and not sent by the Chinese. Z7 was in charge of communication and could use all kinds of communication equipment. He only needed to observe the rotation of the camera, and he could calculate the angle, time, and blind spot. Then Z7 rolled over and dodged the surveillance cameras. The 2 of them quickly sneaked into the surveillance room and took care of Cyril's surveillance personnel at lightning speed. "Done." Z7's smug voice came from the headset, looking at the useless camera. Noah was confident that they would be able to rescue Cyril tonight. Then, Noah was even more convinced of the mercenaries' strength. They moved like ghosts and cooperated well. Before he could react, there were 4 corpses in front of him. He also understood why they said they were used to snatching other people's weapons. Before they even entered the room, they already had 4 AKs in their hands. Noah's expression turned serious. It was already the middle of the night, and the patrolling personnel were gradually showing signs of fatigue. Two of them even hugged their guns and slept by the corridor. Noah saw that the mercenaries were as easy as killing rabbits. He went around them gently. The two of them grabbed each other's heads and twisted them. With two cracking sounds, the heads of the two unlucky people who were sleeping were twisted at strange angles. "Do you need it?" Yi Qian picked up the AK that had been in the hands of the dead target and provocatively handed it to Noah. "We will pick up a lot. Do you need it?" Noah narrowed his eyes and smiled. He replied gracefully, "Thank you, but I don't think I need it now." "Huh," Yi Qian sneered. She needed it. The white crane covered Z7 until Z7 had shut down all the surveillance cameras in the factory and installed new ones. From the surveillance screen, Z7 could see that there were no problems with the surveillance cameras. After he was done, Z7 heaved a sigh of relief. He guarded the door of the surveillance room, and behind the door were 3 bodies with their necks broken. "I'll cut a small window to tell them where there are people and where there aren't." Z7 moved his arms, and his fingers quickly tapped on the computer in the control room. The picture on the monitor screen did not move, but through the small window he cut out, he could see the situation of the entire factory. The two of them were wearing the clothes taken off by the surveillance personnel. If there were people passing by outside, it would be difficult to tell that something was amiss. The door of the control room opened. Xia Jinyuan and the others carried in the 6 corpses that they had taken care of. After cleaning up the outside, they quickly left. With Z7's help, Xia Jinyuan and the others dealt with the targets very smoothly. It was so smooth that Noah almost suspected that this was not Cyril's drug manufacturing factory. All the guards were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow. They were massacred by the 8 mercenaries, and no one noticed. Chapter 53:30. No, it wasn't that Cyril's guards were weak. It was just that the mercenaries were too powerful. No wonder they were the most expensive mercenary group in the entire illegal mercenary group. The 8 of them flattened all of Cyril's guards. Even Noah, who was a soldier, was shocked by this. He thought that they would need his help, but it turned out that he was only responsible for leading the way. Z7 was also looking for a place where the scientist's wife and child might be locked up. He pulled up all the surveillance cameras in the underground factory and saw that the production of the drug was in full swing. There were raw materials, semi-finished products, and finished products. Avoid the production room on the left. Go through the corridor. Z7, who had a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, ordered Xia Jinyuan and the others, who were all wearing the uniform of the patrol personnel, to avoid dangerous areas with many people. Noah said, "If we avoid them, we won't be able to find the person we're looking for." He looked at the mercenary leader, who had given him a huge surprise. "The person we're looking for is in here. There's no safer place than the production room. We need to go in." The atmosphere was a little tense. Xia Jinyuan looked at Noah like a ferocious beast that would pounce on him at any time. "Are you kidding me?" "I'm serious," Noah replied. Will's displeased voice came from the headset. "Don't you need the expensive commission? A bunch of greedy people. If it weren't for the fact that it's difficult to rescue the person, would I need to risk my life to hire mercenaries to save the person? If you accept my price, then you have to accept the risk behind the price. Isn't that right?" Xia Jinyuan calmed down for a few seconds and said fiercely, "Get to work." Will and Noah breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried that these fugitives would give up. Fortunately, the temptation of money was great. They didn't give up. Xia Jinyuan glanced at Noah discreetly and then raised his hand to signal his comrades to enter the production room. There were also gunmen guarding the production room. They habitually raised their AKs and looked very intimidating. The busy workers didn't look at them. They were already used to it. As long as they did their jobs, there wouldn't be any problems. Z7 and Baihe held their breaths. K7, who was guarding the sewer pipe, rubbed the gun in his hand. He was ready to fight at any time. T6 and V8 carried their AKs into the production room first. When they entered, several pairs of eyes looked at them. Outside, 2 armed guards passed by the surveillance room. Perhaps they had sensed that something was amiss. They stopped at the door of the surveillance room. The white crane that noticed them coughed softly and gave Z7 a subtle look. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. They didn't look behind the door. They were looking at Z7, who was sitting in front of the monitor and speaking in Melibon. Z7 didn't move. Baihe didn't move either. There was a snoring sound, and the 2 guards laughed. It turned out that they were lazy and had fallen asleep. Just as they were about to wake them up, they suddenly moved. A cold light flashed in front of their eyes. The 2 guards who were in the middle of pushing suddenly froze. They staggered backward and covered their throats with their hands. Their mouths opened and closed a few times. Blood spurted out from their necks. Their trachea and aorta were instantly cut off. They fell to the ground and died. Chapter 53:31. Baihe cleaned up the scene, pulled up their overalls, and pressed them down on their necks. The spurting blood slowly seeped into the clothes so that it would not stain the ground immediately. Inside the workshop, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian walked along the wall one after the other. They looked like ordinary patrolling guards and did not seem to have any problems. Not all the guards knew them, and there was no movement outside. The patrolling guards guarding the workshop took a few glances and did not pay much attention to them. Noah felt that his back was drenched in sweat. 2 patrolling officers walked along the corridor of the production workshop. Just as they were about to bump into him at the corner of the wall, Noah gulped. His sweat gathered into a line and dripped down his chin, one drop after another. "Hey!" Someone spoke to Noah. Noah, who was tense all over, stopped and whispered to the mercenary who was walking with him. "G3, walk forward. Do you see the steel door? Think of a way to get in. I'll hold them back." G3 nodded and walked towards the steel door that was so bright that it could reflect one's figure. Noah could speak Melibon's language, so he stopped to talk to the patrolling guard who greeted him. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan turned around and walked into the workshop. They hid among the busy workers. With the workers' cover, it was safer. Yi Qian turned off his communicator and secretly took off his earpiece. He whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "We were too impatient this time. We didn't know what was going on before we followed. There's also something wrong with Will. We don't know if Will be waiting for us outside if something happens later." In the past, our identities were different, so we needed to be careful. Now, we are a group of lawless outlaws. We have money to do things, and we have no money to leave. This is what mercenaries are like. We need to do things that are in line with our identity as mercenaries. Think about it carefully. Think about it again and again. That was what we did in the past. What we are doing now is what we should be doing now. You understand? Xia Jinyuan smiled and raised his AK to block the guard's gaze. After passing through the narrow corridor, they saw the steel door that Noah had mentioned. G3 walked past the steel door and turned to face Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. Were there really people behind the steel door that they needed to save? Stay calm. There are 11 guards in total. Think of a way to lure them out, G3 whispered as he passed by. Xia Jinyuan nodded slightly and walked past Yi Qian and the other 2. Outside, Z7, who had received the letter, looked at the alarm and smiled. "Leave it to me, comrades." A few seconds later, the sound of an alarm came from outside. The sharp sound made the 11 guards in the workshop rush out with their guns drawn. The alarm came from the area they were in charge of the workshop. The guard who was talking to Noah changed his expression and shouted, "Guard them!" He asked Noah to stay behind and rushed out with his gun. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian quickened their pace and rushed to the locked steel door. They took out their guns with silencers. Yi Qian hit the center of the steel door's keyhole twice. Just as Yi Qian and the others were about to break through the door, a few guards who rushed out returned. Noah panicked and suddenly fired at the door. The guard who had taken care of the alarm fell to the ground before he could react. G3 no longer had the intention to kill Noah. He cursed loudly, F***CK. Then he raised his AK and fired at the guards who had come over after hearing the commotion. When the gunshots rang out, the workers in the workshop were so scared that they covered their heads and squatted down one by one. They were very scared, but they seemed to be used to this kind of gunfire. Surprisingly, no one screamed. Chapter 53:32. Xia Jinyuan's gaze swept across the room. He picked up his pistol and shot at a worker who was trying to sneak under the lathe of the production workshop. The worker was trying to report to the outside. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the worker who was trying to report fell to the ground. Noah shouted in Melibon's language, "Everyone, stay put. Don't move. We'll leave soon. We won't hurt you." He then shouted at Yi Qian, who was still shooting at the steel door's lock, "Damn it! Hurry up! Hurry up!" After he finished shouting, he fired wildly at the outside. The guards who came to help fell to the ground one by one. In the car, Will, who had heard the gunshots, could no longer sit still. His forehead was sweating profusely. He took out his handkerchief and wiped his sweat with trembling hands. He kept muttering, "God bless, God bless." Z7, who had seen everything through the surveillance camera, pointed at Noah, who was firing wildly, and cursed, "Bastard! Bastard! Damned thing! He ruined our plan. Mr. Will, your stupid bodyguard has done a very stupid thing." After he finished cursing, he turned to Bai-He and said, "Quick, go and support them. I'll stay here and tell you where to go." The situation was very dangerous. Bai-He nodded, opened the door of the surveillance room, and rushed to the production workshop. Noah had indeed ruined all their plans. Even if there was going to be a fight, it should have started after they found the culprit, not before they found the culprit. The 8 bullets in the pistol were all used up. The steel door's lock was finally broken by Yi Qian. He raised his leg and kicked the steel door hard. Clang! The steel door was kicked open. Yi Qian quickly dodged to the side in case there was an ambush behind the door. "I'll guard it. You go in and look for him." Xia Jinyuan stared at the whole scene. He fired from the AK in his hand all the way to the middle of the aisle. He shouted fiercely, "Get up! Get up! Everyone squat down in the corner! Quick!" He was speaking in English, which was not Melibon. Noah, who was shooting, repeated his words and roared. With Xia Jinyuan shooting, the crouching workers all trembled and leaned against the corner of the wall with their hands covering their heads. There were at least 30 guards outside who had come to provide support. The white cranes that had rushed overshot all the way from the back, and the guards who were not on guard against their backs fell like grass that had been cut down. Noah didn't have time to look back to see if the steel door was broken. He was sweating and shouting, "Damn it, we have to hurry up. Cyril has 3 poison production chains here, and there are over 100 guards standing guard here. Hurry! Quick, find him." Inside the steel door. "I'm sure the person we're looking for is inside the steel door." Xia Jinyuan, who was in control of the factory, did not miss a single word that Noah said. He kept every word in mind and was waiting to settle accounts with him when he got out. Damn it! Encountering an impatient bastard. He could lose his life at any time. Yi Qian had already rushed into the steel door. The steel door was filled with finished products. There were all kinds of colorful pills and white powder. The finished products on the world's poison list could be seen here. Yi Qian, who had been undercover in Myanmar, recognized these finished products. He could identify them with just a glance. Now was not the time to care about the harmful things. She had to find someone. Yi Qian searched the warehouses one by one. Seeing that no one was guarding them, he decided to take the risk and shouted, "Alice Chung! Alice Chung! Oh, oh, help, help, help!" A weak voice came from the warehouse on the left. Yi Qian rushed there almost instantly. The voice was too weak. Yi Qian searched through 2 smaller warehouses before he heard the weak voice coming from a warehouse filled with junk. Chapter 53:33. Turning on the flashlight in her hand, Yi Qian called out in a low voice, "Alice Chung, you're Alice Chung, aren't you?" Yes, I'm. Help, help." At the end of the pile of junk, Yi Qian saw a woman with her hands and feet tied up. She looked pale. Yi Qian immediately recognized Alice Chung from the photo. That's right, she was Alice Chung. "Find Alice Chung, find Alice Chung." As Yi Qian notified the people outside, he quickly bent down and used a dagger to cut the ropes around Alice Cheng's hands and feet. He said, "Mr. Will asked us to come and save you. He's waiting for you outside." "Will? Is that Will?" Alice Chung didn't even have the strength to speak. She was so hungry and thirsty that she couldn't find the strength to speak. "Water, give me water. Give me water." Yi Qian didn't have any water. Picking up Alice Chung, who didn't expect to walk, Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had been tricked by Noah, at least he had found the scientist's wife. No, what about the child? Where did the child go? "Alice Chung, where's your child? Where did he go?" I don't know. I don't know." At the mention of her child, Alice Chung burst into tears. She was so weak that she cried as if she was about to stop breathing. Yi Qian's heart sank as he hugged her tightly. He whispered, "We'll find your child. Now we need to get out." Inside the car, Will heard that Alice Chung had been found. He was so happy that he covered his face with his hands and started crying. She was saved. She was saved. She was finally saved. God bless her. God bless her. Coming out of the steel door, Siap Jinyuan shouted, "Retreat!" Together with G3, he covered Yi Qian as they rushed out of the workshop. With the white cranes shooting from behind, the guards who were attacked from both front and back had no place to hide. They were killed by the AK bullets. Noah brought up the rear and kept urging the people in front to hurry up. Z7 was ready and waiting for their comrades to come out. They moved quickly. Including Cyril, the 4 production lines were not in the same place. Instead, they were in the basement of a few other abandoned factories. The gunshots in the basement could not be heard, and the guards in the other 3 production lines would not be able to detect and provide support. "Quick, quick, quick!" Noah urged. He knew how powerful Cyril was and how many people he had here. Therefore, he was more nervous than anyone else. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. They needed to evacuate immediately, so they did not clean up the scene. In the production workshop, after seeing them leave, someone quickly got up and rushed to a certain place. He raised his hand and pressed a red alarm. This was an alarm connected to the other 3 production lines. As long as it was pressed, the other 3 production lines would immediately know that something was wrong. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the quiet, abandoned factory. Z7, who was guarding the surveillance room, saw a group of people armed with AK rifles rushing towards them. He pressed down on the microphone beside his mouth and said, "We've been discovered. Retreat. Retreat." These were all Cyril's subordinates, other than leaving some people to guard the production lines. The rest of them surrounded the middle of the factory. Z7, who was constantly watching the surveillance screen, kept telling his comrades about the situation outside. When his comrades appeared in front of him, he raised his gun and destroyed all the surveillance equipment. The first thing he did was to hug Alice Chung with Yi Qian. "K, get ready to provide support." "No problem," K7 replied. He had been guarding the sewer and waiting for his comrades to arrive. Chapter 53-34. The retreat was much faster than the arrival. There were no obstacles in front of them to clear, so K7 arrived to help his comrades. Noah was the first to crawl into the sewer pipe and quickly crawled out. "Quick, quick. I have to be quick. I have to be quick." He definitely couldn't allow himself to be captured by Cyril. This vicious bastard had many ways to torture his captives. Because the chief of a police station in Melbourne ruined his business once, Cyril led his men to break into the chief's house and killed the chief's entire family. In the end, he cut the chief's flesh bit by bit until he breathed his last. He said that the destroyed drugs were his flesh, so he had to let the chief have a taste of his own medicine. The sewer pipe was the entrance that Noah found. Even Cyril himself didn't know. When Cyril's men rushed to the underground factory, Yi Qian had already crawled out of the pipe and carried Alice Chung out. Mr. Wolf finally saw his good friend, and he called out to his friend in a sobbing voice, "Alice, my friend, I've finally rescued you. God bless me, God bless me." "Mr. Will, Alice needs water," Yi Qian reminded him. He and K7 walked quickly to the car, with Alice Chung in their arms. This wasn't a good place to talk. There was still danger. They had to leave immediately. The car started. Noah, Will, Alice Chung, V8, and T6 sat in the car. Noah drove them out of the abandoned factory. Yi Qian turned off the communication device and said, "We should be with them." V8 and T6 know that Will and Noah are suspicious. Xia Jinyuan flicked Yi Qian's forehead. V8 is a scout. He's more suitable to keep an eye on them. This was Xia Jinyuan's arrangement. He still didn't know what Will and Noah were up to, so he didn't dare to let Yi Qian stay with them. Outside, female captives always had a worse fate than male captives. The first G3 to rush out had already driven the car Noah borrowed over. The car didn't stop, but it slowed down. Everyone quickly got into the car one after another, and the underground factory that they had destroyed was filled with the stench of blood and gore. Cyril received a phone call and was informed that his factory had been destroyed. At the time, he had pulled out his gun and shot 2 ignorant women who had clung on to him. Cyril only felt slightly better after knowing that the drugs were not damaged and only a few dozen people had died. Moreover, the woman who had been locked up in front of him had disappeared. If it was someone who killed him, he could still tolerate it. But if it was someone who ruined his life, he would definitely not tolerate it. He ordered his subordinates to search the area and then arranged to find out who dared to cause trouble in his territory. At this time, the Special Forces soldiers who had been fighting intensely for almost an hour had already left the abandoned factory. After the G3 drove some distance away, everyone in the car finally relaxed a little. Finally, there's an end to this mission. Z7 exhaled and said to Yi Qian, who was sitting beside him. Yi Qian's bright eyes looked at the road in front of him. He shook his head and muttered, "It's still too early to say that. Only when the scientist, his lover, and child are safely brought back to the motherland can we say that we have completed our mission." Z7 smiled and glanced at Yi Qian. "Do you have to be so serious? At least we've safely rescued Alice Chung. The next step is to be careful on the way back. There won't be any big trouble." Chapter 53-35. There won't be a big mess. Yi Qian gently stroked the rifle in his hand, frowning and not saying anything. She didn't know what the relationship between Will and Noah was, and she didn't know who Noah was. Because she didn't know, she felt a little uneasy. Xia Jinyuan knew her uneasiness very well. From Alice Cheng's disappearance to her falling into the hands of a drug dealer, and then Noah, who used to be a soldier, suddenly appearing and testing them several times. His doubts were no less than Yi Qian's. Why did Alice Cheng appear in Melbourne? Why did she fall into the hands of a drug dealer? Why did the drug dealer kidnap Alice Cheng? There was no connection between the two at all. Noah, who used to be a soldier, suddenly appeared and could make decisions for Will. What was the reason behind this? Yi Qian only wanted to know Noah's identity, but Xia Jinyuan was standing on top of the whole thing, looking down at the whole incident and the various relationships between the two. If he sent the rescued Alice Cheng into Noah's hands, would something happen to her? If nothing happened, then the idea that he had vaguely guessed in his heart would not be valid. If something did happen, then the idea in his heart could be further expanded and deepened. The car was someone else's car, so he couldn't ask questions in the car. He could only wait until they returned to the hotel. After resting for a while, Xia Jinyuan said to Bai He, who was sitting next to him, "Contact the car in front and tell him that we're behind him. Ask him to slow down and wait for us to meet up." After a pause, he continued, "G, drive faster and catch up with K as soon as possible." The night sky was dotted with stars, and only the rumbling of the motor could be heard as the night passed. V8, who was contacted by his comrade in the car behind, smiled easily and said, "Mr. Will said that we've already left and there won't be any more problems. Now we'll go to the hospital first and settle the commission." "Ha ha ha, I'll use this commission to drink the best wine here and find the most beautiful Melbourne girl." V8 laughed loudly. He hadn't received the money yet, but he was already thinking about how to squander it. Xia Jinyuan laughed. "Of course, you can play here for a long time. By the way, lower your voice. Don't forget that there's a lady in your car. Is that lady all right? Does she need your and T's care?" V8's eyes moved slightly as he laughed and replied, No, there's no need for us to take care of him at all. Mr. Will is a very attentive gentleman, and there's also his bodyguard, Noah, with them around T, and I don't need to do anything. Gentlemen, don't forget that Mr. Will is our employer. Please treat your employer seriously, okay? Oh, okay. Thanks for the reminder." T6 replied and turned to look at Will behind him. He waved and said with a smile, "Hey, Mr. Will, do you need our help?" The commission remains the same. Noah listened to the mercenaries' conversation. Smiling, he looked out of the window. Alice Cheng had come out, but the one to take the bait hadn't appeared yet. He took out his phone to check the time, before immediately putting it back into his pocket. Will, who was taking care of Alice Cheng, saw the phone light flash in the car. His hand trembled violently. Was there a need to continue? Alice Cheng was already in this state. Why couldn't they let her go? Why couldn't they let a woman go? Will, who was sitting in the back, showed a pained expression. Chapter 53:36. The car sped all the way from the southern district through the city to the northern district. When they passed by an empty street, a loud bang suddenly rang out in front of them. Immediately after, Yi Qian saw flames rising into the sky not too far away. An ominous feeling rose in Yi Qian's heart. "G3, quick! It's our car, quick!" The car sped up and arrived at the explosion site. Before G3 could stop the car, their comrades had already jumped out of the car. When he saw the scene in front of him, Xia Jinyuan's face turned cold. The car that had been set ablaze was driven by the V8, other than a motionless person lying not too far away. Everyone else had disappeared. Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice, "Qing Yao, go and see who's lying on the ground. He searched the surroundings. G3, come with me to check the situation of the car. The few of them split up. Yi Qian ran towards the person lying on the ground. It was the T6 combatant. The person lying on the ground was the T6 combatant. He squatted down and bent over without moving the T6 combatant or shouting. The first thing he did was to carefully check if the T6 combatant had any serious injuries. He quickly started searching the surroundings. Xia Jinyuan and G3 walked around the burning car. All the doors were open. There was no broken glass on the ground, and there was no damage to the car. This meant that everyone in the car had gotten out, and no one was left in the car. After checking, the two of them looked at each other. Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice, "Take a look at the scene again. I'll go and check on the T6 combatant." They nodded. Xia Jinyuan ran over to Yi Qian. "How's the situation?" Yi Qian stood up and pointed at a black car part next to him. The back of his head is bleeding, and there's hair on the part of the car. He was hit by the car part and was knocked unconscious by the shockwave from the explosion. In other words, this unlucky guy was hit by the car part while he was running and then knocked unconscious by the shockwave. When Xia Jinyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. "Let's go to the hospital first." G3, who had checked the surroundings of the vehicle and confirmed that there was no one in the vehicle, ran over. When he saw that the person lying on the ground was a T6, his expression darkened. "How is it?" "He's alive, but the back of his head was injured." "He fainted." Yi Qian's cold voice floated out. "Captain Xia, Noah and Will are in big trouble." "I know." Xia Jinyuan bent down. G3 also quickly bent down to help the unconscious T6 combatants up. "Let's go to the nearest hospital. The problem inside isn't as simple as just the two of them." Yi Qian's eyes turned cold. The white crane, who had found V8's mark nearby, returned. V8 has his eyes on him. There's no problem on his side. After learning that the V8 had left a safety mark, Yi Qian felt much more at ease. With Baihe driving, they sped all the way to the hospital. After they arrived at the hospital, they sent the unconscious T6 into the operating room with the help of the nurses. Outside, Z7 sat on a chair and gritted his teeth. F***CK. Don't let me see the two of them again. If I see them again, I'll skin them alive. At this moment, Yi Qian was calm. Xia Jinyuan sat down and said to Yi Qian, "Tell me what you think." Yi Qian thought for a moment and said slowly, "Our operation has been targeted since the beginning. Otherwise, V8 and the others wouldn't have been ambushed as soon as we rescued Alice Chung. Will and Noah can't get away with it. But I'm more inclined to believe that it has something to do with Noah. Will is Alice Cheng's friend. Alice Cheng's body is so weak that Will wouldn't risk his friend's health. So, it can only be Noah. The ambush on V8 is Noah's force. It doesn't have much to do with Cyril's side." Chapter 53:37. G3 and Z7 agreed that ambush V8 might be Noah's force. However, they needed to know Noah's identity first. Only by knowing Noah's identity and investigating him could they confirm it. G3 pondered for a while and asked Xia Jinyuan, "You should be familiar with Melbourne's environment and forces. Other than Cyril's group, who else would want to kidnap Alice Chung?" Before Xia Jinyuan could reply, Z7 said, "According to the information, Alice Chung doesn't have a job. She's always at home taking care of her child. She's just an ordinary housewife. Which organization would want to kidnap her?" Yes, K7, who had been on guard since the incident, said, "Her husband isn't ordinary." K7, who had cleared up the fog, received the heated gazes of his comrades. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes and smiled with interest. "What else?" He felt that K7 must have thought of the same thing as him. K7 glanced at Xia Jinyuan. Facing the heated gazes of his comrades, he lowered his gaze unnaturally. Her husband? That would explain. Her husband, a scientist, would explain why someone would want to kidnap a housewife who didn't have a job and only stayed at home taking care of her child. When the fog in front of Yi Jian was cleared by K7, another thought flashed across Yi Jian's mind. Noah was a Caucasian, and he admitted that he was a soldier. Wait. An extremely bold but logical idea formed in his mind. Yi Jian looked up and stared at Xia Jinyuan without blinking. He slowly spoke out his thoughts. I have an idea. It might be bold, but I think it's highly possible. V8 glanced at Yi Jian. Was he about to have a new idea? He was still in a state of confusion. K7 felt that with Yi Jian's intelligence, he wouldn't need to do anything else. He stood there quietly and continued to maintain his favorite silence. G3 exclaimed softly, "What bold idea! Let's hear it. You've always been more meticulous than us. Perhaps your assumption isn't an assumption, but rather it has always been this way." Xia Jinyuan smiled and looked at her, encouraging her to speak her mind. With K7's hint, with his little fox's intelligence, she must have thought of the key. However, because she was always cautious, she wouldn't say things that she hadn't confirmed yet. That was why she said that the key she thought of was hypothetical. Although she had changed a lot, the caution in her nature had not changed. It was good, but also not good. The good thing was that it would make others feel comfortable listening to her. They would think that she was a girl who was easy to get along with and knew how to take care of others. The bad thing was that if she needed to do something on her own in the future, her cautiousness would easily be seen as too soft by people who were not familiar with her personality, and they would question her arrangements. He would have to have a chat with her later. He needed to know when he could speak cautiously and when he needed to be bold. Since they were in the hospital and she was about to get to the point, Yi Jian lowered her voice even more. She spoke slowly, so that even K7, who was standing, could hear every word she said clearly. Noah is a soldier. This soldier is staying by Will's side as a bodyguard. Will is wary of him, so Noah can make decisions for Will. We all know that soldiers are not allowed to go out for no reason. It's the same in every country. For example, if we stay by someone's side, it will be with a mission. So, can we assume that a certain country sent Noah to get close to Will? Chapter 53:38. Other than Xia Jinyuan, the other three comrades were shocked by Yi Qian's bold idea. The silent K7 looked at Yi Qian for a while before slowly retracting his gaze. When he said that Alice Cheng's husband wasn't ordinary, he was only referring to what G3 said. He didn't think of Noah's identity as a soldier and the country behind his identity. G3 slapped his thigh. Even though he suppressed his voice, he couldn't hide the surprise on his face. Yes. Qing Yao's idea is very valid. The key point is that, as a soldier, Noah was sent by a certain country to get close to Will. It's completely valid. V8 thought to himself, it seems that my IQ is indeed low. I really didn't think of anything when I used force to make up for it. Yi Qian wasn't done yet. Seeing that his comrades agreed, especially when he saw the smile in his man's eyes, Yi Qian was very happy. Then, why did Noah come into contact with Will? I'll simplify the reason. There are three possibilities as to why Alice Chung entered Morganla. First, Alice Chung escaped with her child, contacted Will, and entered Morganla with Will's help. However, before the two of them met, Alice Chung and her child were captured by Cyril for some reason. Second, Alice Chung and her child were deliberately released by a certain country that put them under house arrest. Then, they secretly sent Noah and the other soldiers to follow them. They wanted to see who would be helpful to Alice Chung, so that a certain country could immediately control these people who helped Alice Chung. Third, a certain country deliberately released Alice Chung and her child and sent Noah and the others to follow them all the way to see if any country would rescue Alice Chung and her child for the sake of a scientist who was under house arrest. This would allow them to confirm if our country knew that they were holding a scientist who wanted to return to China to work for them. However, because Cyril captured Alice Chung and her child, a certain country couldn't use Alice Chung and her child to confirm if our country knew about it. Therefore, they needed to rescue Alice Chung. No one had any intentions of attacking Yi Qian because Yi Qian's ideas were completely solid and there were no flaws that could not be found. When Yi Qian saw the expressions on his comrades' faces become more and more serious because of what he said, he knew that his comrades had accepted his idea. So, he voiced out another idea in his mind. And I personally lean towards the third point. Therefore, it can explain how no one knows about Cyril's underground factory, and how he was able to find the underground pipeline that even Cyril didn't know about. Furthermore, he knew about the entire underground factory's internal structure, including the exact location where Alice Chung was imprisoned. This is because there's more than one soldier like Noah operating in the dark. In that case, that would explain the V8 and the others' vehicles. No one in the vehicles left. I think the T6 should have been able to leave as well, but he was unlucky. He was knocked unconscious by the shock wave, and the back of his head was injured by the parts. These are some of my personal thoughts, and they are also my personal thoughts. Take a look and see if these are possible. I'm leaning towards your third point. G3 spoke and looked at Xia Jinyuan. Q King, you should have some thoughts as well. Let's hear them together. If your thoughts are similar to Qing Yao's, then the possibility is at least 50%. Xia Jinyuan's virgin heart was very pleased. He gazed deeply at Yi Qian and nodded. It's not similar, it's exactly the same. I had my suspicions about Noah's identity. It was when he revealed that he was once a soldier that he kept probing us. His goal was to know if we were real mercenaries or if we were soldiers sent by the Chinese to rescue Alice Chung and her child. Chapter 53:39. Although the two of them had the same idea, the way they thought about the problem was completely different. Yi Qian thought that there was something wrong with the person through the incident, while Xia Jinyuan, as the commander, looked for flaws in the conversation and found the crux of the problem by suspecting others. The former was a steady move, while the latter knew in advance and paid attention to it. The latter was more of a leader. Everyone listened very carefully, and Xia Jinyuan said very clearly, the power behind him is the country that put scientists under house arrest. He followed Alice Chung all the way to Melbourne, and as Qing Yao said, he wanted to know if the Chinese side had taken any action. Alice Chung was suddenly kidnapped by Cyril, and Noah lost the bargaining chip to test the Chinese side. They needed to rescue Alice Chung. As a soldier, Noah couldn't show up, so he let Will find more powerful mercenaries to rescue Alice Chung and the child. I'm afraid it was Noah who told Will to hire mercenaries to rescue Alice Chung. Noah's identity is a soldier, and he was the one who told Will that Alice Chung and the child were kidnapped by Cyril. This shows why Will listened to Noah's arrangement. As soon as he finished speaking, before his comrades could express their opinions, Xia Jinyuan's phone in his pocket vibrated. The buzzing sound made Yi Qian and the others look at Xia Jinyuan's thigh. There weren't many people who knew his phone number. Could it be Will? V8 said tentatively, if Noah is really a soldier of that country, he would have to leave someone to inform us. It could be Will. Xia Jinyuan immediately took out his phone. Yi Qian, who was sitting next to him, leaned over and recognized the number as Will. Will, Yi Qian said softly. Xia Jinyuan pressed the answer button and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Will, are you trying to deny our commission by suddenly disappearing? I'm telling you, we're very, very angry right now. Q. Alice Chung has been kidnapped by a group of damned bastards again. Q. I urgently need your help again. In order to show my sincerity, when we meet, I will immediately give you the first payment. Believe me, I never thought of denying your commission. I swear to God, I never thought of it." Xia Jinyuan sneered. "She's just a woman. I really can't understand why so many people would want to kidnap her. Also, Mr. Will, she's just your friend, not your woman. Why do you have to pay such an expensive commission again and again? You're a liar. You and Noah worked together to deceive us, just to deny our commission. Let me tell you, we won't be fooled again. Also, hand over my brother right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep from tonight onwards." Wu was shocked by Xia Jinyuan. He looked at Noah, who was sitting in front of him, for help. What should he do? The other party wasn't fooled at all. Noah thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Ask him where he is now and send the money over immediately." Will, who had received the instruction, gulped and expressed his sincerity in an even more panicky tone. "Q, calm down. Please calm down. I'm really not lying to you. I really need your help now. Where are you now? I'll send the money over immediately. I'll send the money over immediately." Other than heavy breathing, there was no other sound on the phone. Just when Will thought that Xia Jinyuan would refuse, he suddenly heard the other party say angrily, "Okay, I'll give you one last chance. Send the money to the hospital. Now, immediately, send it to me immediately." Chapter 5340. In the hospital, Noah was a little surprised. How could there be someone in the hospital? He motioned for Will to ask who was in the hospital. With a sneer, Xia Jinyuan told Will and asked, "Mr. Will, Alice Chung was kidnapped again. Besides Cyril, is there any other enemy? Or should I say that Alice Cheng's kidnapper is your enemy? I know that there are many organizations in Melbourne, and there are even other organizations. Did you do something stupid to be targeted by these organizations? Also, who is Alice Chung? Is her identity special? Someone knew that the news of her coming to Melbourne was leaked, so someone kidnapped her through some gangs in Melbourne. If she's really important, then it's possible that she's a mafia organization in Melbourne or even an organization from another country is involved. You don't have to answer me all the time. You just need to answer me. Is Alice Chung an ordinary woman or not?" Will was sweating profusely from Xia Jinyuan's questions. Alice Chung was an ordinary housewife, but her husband was not ordinary at all. Then, how should he say it? If he could, he really wanted to tell the mercenaries who had the ability to rescue Alice Chung that she was now in Noah's hands, and ask him to help rescue her and bring her to the safest place. The safest place was the homeland that her husband wanted to return to, but he couldn't say it. No. Alice Chung is very ordinary. I'm now suspecting that it's my enemy who kidnapped her. Is your brother okay now? When we got out of the car, he was not injured. I really don't know how he got hurt. I'll come to the hospital right now. Please wait for me." Xia Jinyuan replied with an okay, and emphasized that he needed to bring all the commissions. "I'll wait for your money at the hospital. As for why my friend got hurt, we can only ask him when he wakes up and see if he can provide any clues. You bring the money right now. If you arrive early, we may be able to discuss who kidnapped your friend." Okay, I'll come over right now. Take good care of your brothers." After that, Will hurriedly hung up the phone and looked at Noah. "I've done as you asked. Please take good care of my friend." The angry Will stood up, picked up a small black suitcase beside the electric cabinet, and strode away. He really didn't want to see Noah for even a second. Looking at Will's disappearing figure, Noah fell into deep thought. He needed to think carefully about whether he left any flaws for the mercenaries. This group of mercenaries was not simple. He had to be careful and vigilant. Will push the door open and left. A tall white man walked over and saluted before asking, "Colonel, should we send someone to keep an eye on him?" "No, no need. He will come back on his own." Noah frowned and thought for a while. He then ordered, "Catch up with Will and ask him to find a way to lure those mercenaries to our hotel." As long as the mercenaries were in his sight, he would be more at ease. Will wanted to punch Noah in the face. An hour later, Will, who was holding back his anger, arrived at the hospital. He handed the small black suitcase with all the commissions to Xia Jinyuan, indicating that he really had no intention of denying it. Chapter 53:41. Will handed the small black briefcase containing the commission to Xia Jinyuan. The two of them talked back and forth in the hospital. He also told Xia Jinyuan that in order to better express his sincerity, he had already booked a hotel for them. They were all presidential suites, and he hoped that they would stay there. He was so sincere that he even prepared a hotel. Xia Jinyuan, who quickly exchanged glances with G3, pretended to consider it and didn't agree immediately. When Will saw this, he thought of Noah's instructions. He cursed Noah in his heart. Damned thing. His face revealed an unbearable sadness. "I really don't have any other ideas. I can only rely on you guys to help me save Alice Chung." "Didn't you ask me who Alice Chung was on the phone just now?" "I'm sorry. Q, I lied to you just now." "God bless me. Luckily, only one of you is injured." "God bless me. God bless me." After that, Will closed his eyes and drew a cross in front of his chest. In front of God, Will was very pious. However, the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade obtained two pieces of information from his words. First, Will and the others didn't discover V8 and thought that V8 was with them. Second, Will wanted to tell them Alice Cheng's true identity. They didn't discover V8, which meant that V8 was temporarily safe. Another question arose. Who told Will to tell them Alice Cheng's true identity? Noah was the most likely. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade looked slightly gloomy. Yi Qian received a secret look from G3. She rushed out from the side like a lioness. Without a word, she punched Will in the stomach and shouted angrily, "You damned liar! How dare you lie to us?" She wanted to continue punching Will, but Xia Jinyuan hugged her waist. Yi Qian raised her legs and kicked Will, who was bent over from her punch. He was in so much pain that he couldn't straighten his chest for a long time. "Calm down, baby, calm down." Xia Jinyuan, who was laughing in his heart, hugged Yi Jian's slender waist and lifted her up. He held her tightly in his arms and said, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. Although Mr. Will deceived us, we have to forgive him for the sake of money. All right, baby, you can calm down now. For the sake of money, you need to calm down." In the hospital, Yi Qian used her words and actions to vividly portray the violent temperament of a female assassin who liked to kill people whenever she disagreed with them. It was as if it was real. Will, who was in so much pain that he suspected that he had internal bleeding from the punch, hated Noah to the point that he wanted to ask the mercenary in front of him to help him deal with him. Damn it, if it wasn't for him, Alice Chung would have been rescued and sent to a safe place. Yi Qian did not calm down so easily. He shouted again, "T hasn't come out of the operating theater yet. He hasn't come out of the operating theater yet. He should have told us that Alice Chung wasn't simple. We would have taken precautions and wouldn't have let T be in danger." He didn't mention V8. Will, Noah, and the others didn't know that V8 was holed up in the hotel and was watching Noah. Seeing Yi Qian's violent temper, Will, who was helped up by G3, decided to stay away from him. Leaning against the wall of the hospital, he held onto the soft handrail installed on the wall for patients to walk around. Will looked at Yi Qian, who was still jumping around and flailing his arms. He was in a sorry state. "I'm sorry. I've realized my mistake. Alice Chung is really just an ordinary housewife. It's just that her husband isn't ordinary. I'm now suspecting that she was kidnapped again because of her husband." Chapter 5342. Just as the Snowfield Brigade's Special Forces had guessed, if it weren't for Noah's instructions, Will wouldn't have revealed Alice Cheng's identity. After he finished speaking, a doctor wearing a white coat and a mask walked over from the corridor around the corner of the hospital. He was tall and walked at a fast pace. As he walked, he flipped through the documents in his hand. His gaze seemed to inadvertently glance at Xia Jinyuan and the others before he lowered his head and flipped through the documents. Xia Jinyuan and the others didn't seem to notice the doctor. It was normal for doctors to come and go in the hospital. However, just as the doctor was about to pass by them, Xia Jinyuan, who was still hugging Yi Qian tightly, nodded and promised Will, "Okay, since Mr. Will is so sincere, we will stay in the hotel you arranged." After he finished speaking, he quickly kissed Yi Qian. "Baby, the presidential suite. Are you satisfied?" Witnessing their captain's show of affection again, his comrades secretly clenched their fists. Kiss, 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 kiss again. He really kisses whenever he finds an opportunity. Yi Qian elbowed Xia Jinyuan in the chest and stared coldly at Will. "If you dare to lie to us again, I will definitely kill you. Let go. Don't kiss me again. Go and kiss your favorite money." Her tone was fierce, and this was directed at Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan laughed. His chest hurt a little because of her elbows. When he was hurt, his comrades were happy. "Well done, Qing Yao." In the hotel, Noah sat on the balcony, opened a bottle of red wine, and drank by himself. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. From the time he received the phone call to the time he boarded the plane into Melbourne, he saw Cyril kidnap the surveillance target with his own eyes, and then he checked into the hotel to monitor Will and collect information on Melbourne. Then, when the other brothers entered Melbourne to look for Cyril's whereabouts, he suggested to Will that if he wanted to successfully rescue Alice Chung, he could try to contact some mercenaries. Of course, this was not his idea alone. He only told Will with the approval of his superiors. When they entered Melbourne, they needed to hide their identities well to avoid fighting with the powerful drug dealers in Melbourne. Cyril's influence was huge, so the best way to successfully rescue Alice Chung was to find mercenaries to rescue her. He waited for the mercenaries to enter Melbourne illegally through special means, then used the illegal entry to make the mercenaries obediently listen to the arrangements, and then entered Cyril's underground drug manufacturing factory to carry out the rescue. He felt that every step he took was very cautious and careful, but why did he feel that something was not quite right? Which part of the process went wrong? Why did he have a strong feeling that the people they wanted to lure out had already arrived? But what about the people from a certain country? Why couldn't he find them? Not even a trace of them. China, which was still developing, needed talents too much. They would not give up the opportunity to let talents return to China to work for them. They would definitely take action. But why wasn't there any movement? Or were they already here and they did not notice? There was a knock on the door, and then someone swiped the card and came in. Seeing Noah sitting on the balcony, the person walked straight to the balcony and raised his hand to salute. "Colonel, it has been arranged, but she has been clamoring to see her child. Tell her that the child is in a very safe place. After our matter is over, she will see her child. If she continues to make noise, tell her that the child will be in danger." "Yes, Colonel." The man who came in retreated and told Alice Chung, who had settled down, exactly what Noah said. Chapter 53:43. The hotel Noah and the others were staying in was a joint venture hotel. According to the domestic star rating, it was a 5-star hotel. However, Noah did not choose to stay in the presidential suite. Instead, he chose a room with only one room and a small balcony. The room was small, so he could hear any movement immediately. The room was large, like a presidential suite. It was difficult to find any movement outside. Noah naturally had his own plans for Xia Jinyuan and the others to stay in the presidential suite of the hotel. The sound of the door being locked came from the closed room. Noah lowered his head and held a crystal glass. His wrist moved slightly, and the bright red wine in the glass swirled along the wall of the glass. Are they really here? Or is it that they don't know? He said to himself as he drank half a glass of red wine in one gulp. There was a cold and hard color in his green and brown eyes. He didn't believe that he couldn't find those guys from the poor country. According to the plan, they wanted to use Alice Chung to warn a certain country that they were the world's largest country. They had better be obedient at all times and let them know the strength of the world's largest country. From then on, they would bow their heads. In the future, as long as they encountered something related to the interests of their country, even if it involved the interests of a certain country, they would have to obediently make way for the world's largest country. If a certain country was disobedient, their country would suppress and curb it in all aspects. A country that they had never taken seriously or even looked down on actually began to kidnap people. It was simply a joke. However, they had waited for so long. Alice Chung had been in Melbourne for so long. She had even been kidnapped. Why hadn't the people of that country done anything? The kidnapper of Alice Chung was Cyril, who even dared to silence the police chief in Melbourne. Why did he kidnap Alice Chung? What was their purpose? A series of questions kept hovering in Noah's mind. Many questions were like an invisible net thrown on him, making him a little breathless. He had a headache and needed a good rest. Noah, who had no clue at all, got up from the lounge chair on the balcony. When he returned to the room, he looked at the comfortable big bed. No, he was not sleepy. He should go out and let his brain relax. Noah left the room and went to a bar in Melbourne to relax. In the hospital, Yi Qian looked at the man beside her, who had always appeared calm and strong, but at this moment the expression on his face was becoming more and more serious. She silently reached out her hand and firmly grasped the man's slender fingers, as if to tell him that no matter when or where, she would be by his side, silently supporting him and assisting him. Her tenderness pulled Xia Jinyuan out of his thoughts. He tilted his head and looked at the girl who had been silently by his side no matter what crisis he faced. Seeing the tenderness in her eyes, he suddenly smiled. He reached out his slender fingers and quietly stroked Yi Qian's soft hair. It wasn't long, but it was so soft that it made his tense heart relax. When he was with her, no matter what kind of emergency he encountered, no matter what kind of dangerous situation he was in, she could always bring him peace. Nothing. I'm just thinking about where we can find a breakthrough later. His low voice came slowly and gently. Xia Jinyuan leaned over and gently kissed Yi Qian's forehead. Are you sleepy? Do you want to sleep in my arms? Chapter 53:44. A few hours had passed, and it would be dawn soon. Yi Qian shook his head gently to show that he was not sleepy. He did not say anything, but he tightened his grip on Xia Jinyuan's hand. If you don't want to sleep, then. Xia Jinyuan patted his shoulder and said in a soft voice, Come, lean on my shoulder for a while. T6 should be out soon. On the surface, T6 only had an injury on the back of his head, but after examination, it was found that the powerful airflow caused 2 of his ribs to break. There was also a nail-like steel bar on the left side of his waist. The reason why he did not bleed at that time was because the steel bar was wrapped in elastic flesh, so only a small amount of blood seeped out. The two hidden injuries required more time to be treated. Fortunately, there was no problem with his skull. The doctor said that he might have a slight concussion, but he would only know when he woke up. After nearly 2 hours of treatment, T6 was finally pushed out of the operating room. Although he was still unconscious, the moment he was pushed out, everyone waiting at the door let out a long sigh of relief. As long as T6 was still alive, they would get their revenge sooner or later. After getting a detailed understanding of T6's situation from the doctor, Xia Jinyuan turned to Yi Qian, Z7, and G3 and said, "T will probably need some time to wake up. Yi Qian and I will stay here to take care of him. G, you, and Z go to the hotel. We'll booked for us. Remember what I said before. Keep an eye on the people in the hotel. Maybe we can find something from them. For example, finding out Noah's identity." Z7 looked at his comrade, who was lying motionless on the hospital bed, and nodded. "Okay, remember to inform us when he wakes up. G, and I will keep an eye on the hotel. We'll leave first, be careful." In the randomly selected room, they were still very cautious and did not reveal their real code names. K7 did not join in the conversation. He stood by the bed and picked up the medical record holder to check the T6 surgery progress and the drugs T6 was currently using. G3 patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder and then looked at K7, who had not moved yet. "K, let's go back to the hotel and rest first. We'll come back later." K7 put down the medical records and nodded slightly when he passed by Xia Jinyuan before leaving the ward. They thought that the fight last night was just an appetizer. The real action was yet to come. They needed to recuperate enough to deal with the increasingly complicated situation. "You can rest for a while now. I'll look after T." After his comrades left, Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's hand and sat down on the only sofa in the ward. For safety reasons, the T6 ward was a single room. Yi Qian shook her head as she sat down. Although she hadn't slept the entire night, she didn't look tired at all. "I don't want to sleep. You should rest for a while. I'll keep an eye on him. Let's go together then." Xia Jinyuan, who was also not sleepy, put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and let her rest her head on his shoulder. His lips seemed to be moving slightly. "We have to think of a way to inform the embassy. The comrades who are rescuing the scientists have to be more careful. They're waiting for our country to rescue them." Yi Qian closed her eyes and raised her hand to cover her mouth as she yawned. "We're all being watched. G3, and the others are definitely no exception. The only one who can inform the embassy is V8. Send a letter to V8 and ask him to inform the embassy." She put down her hand and finished her sentence. At the moment, V8 was indeed the only one suitable to inform the embassy. The less they acted, the safer it would be. Time passed quietly just like that, but for those who were waiting, it felt like an eternity. The two of them leaned on each other and waited quietly for T6 to wake up. Chapter 53-45. Both of them did not look too good. Each of them looked more solemn than the other, especially when they were not speaking. It was so solemn that even the air around them seemed tense. If they raised their hands and flicked them lightly, the air would shatter into pieces and fall to the ground. The T6 combatant, who was covered with a white blanket, lay motionless on the bed. If one did not look closely, they would almost think that he was not even breathing. Looking at the T6 combatant like this, another image kept flashing through Xia Jinyuan's mind. One winter, his comrade was also lying motionless on the bed, like he was asleep. Xia Jinyuan looked at him from afar and did not even have the courage to take a step forward. During that winter, he had lost his comrade, the J5 forever. Time could not be turned back, and life could not be extended. His comrade had fallen on the battlefield and would never return. The pain of having his liver and intestines torn apart was nothing compared to this. It was the same hospital bed and the same white blanket. How could it be so similar? Even when he recalled it a little, the pain still felt like his flesh was being cut. Xia Jinyuan hugged Yi Qian, who was resting on his shoulder, tightly and quietly clenched his other hand. When he thought of the J5, Yi Qian also thought of the J5. When he thought of that scene that made him feel like the world was falling apart, the pain in his heart continued. The word sacrifice was heavy, but behind it was the sorrow of his comrade. The comrade who had once fought side by side with him, talked and laughed with him, endured hardships with him, and enjoyed blessings with him, had fallen. From then on, he could no longer hear the other's voice. The pain of losing someone forever was something that those who had never experienced would not be able to understand. At that moment, she picked up the cold J5 at the airport. He was lying motionless, his body cold and without any warmth. His life had come to an abrupt end in his prime. When she draped the bright red national flag over the J5's body, tears streamed down her face like a broken dam. If only the J5 was as lucky as her to be reborn. How great would that be? How great would that be? The corners of Yi Qian's eyes were moist. He raised his hand and wiped away the tears that had unknowingly flowed out. Looking at the motionless T6 combatant lying on the bed, Yi Qian smiled with tears in his eyes. His smile was like a peach blossom in full bloom in spring, so bright that it was intoxicating. That's good. That's really good. She was waiting for T6 to wake up. She was waiting for T6 to continue fighting side by side with her after he woke up. They would continue to share blessings and misfortunes together. Her action of wiping away her tears made Xia Jinyuan look over. Seeing that her eyes were red, Xia Jinyuan pulled her into his embrace and asked, "Why are you crying?" He asked gently, "I remember some things from the past." Yi Qian replied with a smile, "I couldn't help but cry. Then I thought of some happy things and couldn't help but smile." Sometimes, the two of them didn't need to explain too much and could understand each other's thoughts. Yi Qian only needed to mention Xia Jinyuan a little to know what she was thinking. "We'll be fine. We'll be fine." He tilted his head and kissed her hair. He didn't say anything else. They would be fine, but who knew what would happen? Sometimes, just because you say you want to be good, it doesn't mean that you can really be good. In modern warfare, there was the possibility of sacrifice on the battlefield at any moment. They, who had always lived in a hail of bullets, wanted to be fine, but in reality, they were all prepared to sacrifice themselves at any time. As a platoon commander, he was the same. It was the same for Yi Qian. They would all work hard and be fine. If they really had to sacrifice themselves, it would be worth it to have such a group of brothers. Chapter 53-46. The T6 combatant woke up an hour and a half after leaving the operating theater. At that time, the two people sitting on the sofa leaned against each other. Even though they were communicating in secret, their gazes never left the T6 combatant. If the T6 made a small movement, even a slight movement of his fingers or a fluttering of his eyelashes, the two of them would immediately notice it. Moreover, the T6 combatant who had just woken up from the anesthetic made a sound from his throat. Although it was just a few grunts, it was enough for the two people who had been staring at him to hear it. They both got up at the same time and rushed forward at the same time. Xia Jinyuan stared intently at the T6 combatant's face and did not say anything either. He was waiting for his comrade to open his eyes on his own. Yi Qian even held her breath. Perhaps because the T6 combatant was about to wake up, she relaxed and whispered Do you think he'll lose his memory? There's a possibility that he'll lose his memory if he hits his head. Don't think he won't recognize us when he opens his eyes. Xia Jinyuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. No, that's only possible if he's seriously injured. He only got hit once and didn't even hurt his skull, so he won't lose his memory. That might not be the case. If he's unlucky enough to get hit in the back of the head by the front fender, he might also lose his memory. Yi Qian muttered softly as she waited for the T6 combatant to wake up. He might also hit his nerves and not be able to speak properly in the future. Xia Jinyuan was speechless. This time, he really did not know what to say. After a few seconds, Xia Jinyuan said to Yi Qian, "How much do you want him to lose his memory and not be able to speak? You're thinking too much." It seemed like she was thinking too much. Yi Qian smiled and said, "It's mainly because the process of waiting for him to wake up is too unbearable. It's inevitable that I'm thinking too much." "Then I'll confirm it for you later," Xia Jinyuan answered with a headache. It was not good for his girl to think too much. Yi Qian was afraid that he would really confirm it, so she quickly shook her head. "No, there's no need. It's better to confirm it. Speaking of which, I'm also a little worried." "Then I'll ask him later." Yi Qian answered carefully. Xia Jinyuan nodded solemnly. He had to ask. The T6 combatant groaned again, but still did not open his eyes. Xia Jinyuan could not wait any longer and immediately pinched the T6 combatant's philtrum. "Bro, it's about time you woke up. Don't fucking pretend to be a ghost and scare me to death. My family's baby said that you might lose your memory after hitting the back of your head. Open your F***king eyes and see if you can recognize who I am." His actions were very violent and his tone was very rough. The worry in his voice was also very sincere. Only Xia Jinyuan could do something as awesome as pinching the victim's philtrum when he was still recovering. Yi Qian couldn't bear to look at her. "Stop pinching her. You're going to add to her injuries. The skin is thick, but not that tender. If he doesn't wake up, we need to borrow some external force." Xia Jinyuan pinched the T6 combatant again. Then the T6 combatant, who had finally won against the anesthetic, opened his eyes with difficulty. Before he fully regained consciousness, Xia Jinyuan immediately pulled his hand back and gently held the T6 combatant's hand. He said softly, "I'm your boss. Are you all right? Can you hear me now? You didn't lose your memory, right?" Her voice was so soft that Yi Qian got goosebumps all over his body when he heard it. In order to cover up his act of pinching the T6 combatant's philtrum, Captain Xia even used the spring breeze drizzle technique. How evil! The T6 combatant opened his eyes with difficulty and blinked again. He looked at Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, who were standing next to him. After a while, he said, "Damn, am I in the hospital?" After saying that, he felt dizzy and even felt like vomiting. He blurted out, "I'm not pregnant, am I? Tell me if you recognize us first." Xia Jinyuan asked. In order to reassure his girlfriend, he should first confirm if the T6 combatant had lost his memory. Chapter 5347. The T6 combatant, who was resisting the urge to vomit, looked at Xia Jinyuan as though he was looking at an idiot. "I was the one who hit my head, not you." Asking him if he knew the two of them? He must be out of his mind. He didn't lose his memory. Xia Jinyuan turned his head to tell Yi Qian. Then he asked, "It's fine now that you're awake. Can you speak normally now?" "Sorry, bro. I'm not cursing you to have amnesia and not be able to speak, but my girlfriend is just too worried about you." The veins on the T6 combatant's forehead bulged a few times. He gritted his teeth and slowly squeezed out a hoarse voice from his throat. "I'm fine. I can speak, and I didn't lose my memory. I just feel like vomiting. I think I'm pregnant with a fat boy. Damn. How much did he have to fucking hope that he would lose his memory and voice? Xia Jinyuan turned his head to look at Yi Qian again. Are you relieved now? You still think you're pregnant with a fat boy? Yi Qian, who was nodding like a chick pecking at rice, quickly replied, I'm relieved, I'm relieved. This confirmation. She could already see the ferocity in the T6 combatant's eyes. He felt like vomiting, dizzy, and had a mild concussion. The T6 combatant wanted his comrade, who was abnormally concerned about him, to get out of his sight. Should I get up and smash my head or something? Are all of you expecting me to lose my memory and voice? I'm concerned about you. Don't look like you're enduring humiliation. Xia Jinyuan glanced at him and gestured for Yi Qian to take a look at the door with his eyes. Since they had all come to the hospital to keep an eye on him, there had to be someone walking around outside while they were talking. Yi Qian nodded and pretended to be so agitated by the T6 combatant's awakening that he couldn't help crying as he ran to the door of the ward and stood there. The moment the door opened, a figure walked away about a meter away. Calculating the speed at which Yi Qian rushed from the bedside to the door of the ward, and then opened the door to leave, the figure should have only walked about a meter away. Someone had been keeping an eye on him from outside. Yi Qian, who was covering her face and pretending to cry, sneered. Then she did something befitting of her current status. She raised her leg and kicked the soft armrest on the wall as if she was venting her anger. If you want to damage the public facilities of the hospital, then pay for it. We'll send over a box of commission. It was enough to compensate. As he was leaving, he heard the dong-dong sounds behind him. He turned his head to take a look and finally frowned. If she didn't enter the ward, he wouldn't have a chance to get close to her. In the ward, Xia Jinyuan asked in a low voice, how much do you remember about the attack? Did you see who attacked you? The T6 combatant's throat was so itchy that he had a headache. Bro, can you get me a glass of water first? I've choked on smoke before, and talking to you now is as painful as being cut by a knife. Xia Jinyuan looked at him expressionlessly and got up to pour a glass of water. The T6 combatant couldn't get up, and the hospital was very humane. They added a straw to the patient's glass of water, and he drank more than half of the water through the straw. The T6 combatant, whose throat was in pain, moistened his throat and answered in a tight voice, I have a deep impression of it, but everything happened too suddenly. When V and B were talking, we slowed down the car. But just as we were about to turn a corner, Alice Chung said she wanted to get out of the car and needed to deal with a personal matter. V parked the car and saw Will and Noah get out of the car. He and I realized that something was wrong and quickly got out of the car. A woman wanted to get out of the car to deal with a personal matter, and two men got out of the car at the same time. Was this normal? It was too abnormal. At that time, the T6 and V8 combatants in the car immediately took a look and got out of the car together. Chapter 5348. The T6 combatant, who had an injury to the back of his head and broken ribs, slept on a special hollow pillow in the middle. He suppressed the urge to vomit as he recounted how they were attacked. Outside, Yi Qian was still venting his emotions, so the people who were secretly watching them did not have a chance to get close. The T6 combatant, who had just woken up, did not look weak from his injuries. His handsome face was full of the tenacity of a soldier. He spoke very slowly and calmly, so that he could conserve his energy better. V8 used the excuse that he also needed to relieve himself as an excuse to get out of the car and speed up. Noah and the others got out of the car on my side. I wanted to keep an eye on them to see if they were up to any tricks, so I got out a little slower. As soon as I got out of the car, I heard a very familiar voice. I didn't think much of it and just ran. I looked ahead, and saw that the shell had locked onto the car. The left front wheel of the car was hit by the shell, and then the car flipped over. I was F**king unlucky and got hit in the back of my head. I was just half a beat slower and fainted from the shock wave. In a blur, I saw a few men in black carrying Alice Chung away. In other words, the car had stopped because Alice Chung had mentioned that she needed to relieve herself. A woman who had just escaped death should be filled with fear. Even if she needed to relieve herself, she should only want to escape as soon as possible and not ask to get out of the car. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened as he thought about it. Did you find anything else? Nothing else. The T6 combatant thought for a while and felt that he should not have missed any other clues, but he was not too sure. My mind is still a little muddled. Let me think about it again. Xia Jinyuan looked at the cup next to him, then picked up the straw and put it to the T6 combatant's mouth. Drink some water. After taking a few sips of water, the T6 combatant closed his eyes and recalled the situation at the time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said in a slightly hurried voice, "Alice Chung." I heard Alice Cheng's voice at the time. Noah answered her, but I couldn't hear what exactly he said. From her tone, I could tell that Alice Chung was very angry at the time, but the T6 combatant stopped talking again. His brain was injured, and he had a slight concussion. Recalling the situation at the time made him want to vomit even more. Xia Jinyuan could tell that he was in pain and immediately massaged his temples. But she's not afraid. This place is very strange. After the T6 combatant finished talking about the most important thread, he felt like he had just walked out of the water. His forehead was covered in sweat. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his dark eyes. This was getting interesting. Alice Chung, who should be running for her life in fear, suggested getting out of the car. Then, the car was attacked. She wasn't afraid, but angry at Noah. Then, could it be that Alice Chung actually knew Noah? While Xia Jinyuan was thinking, Yi Qian finally stopped being schizophrenic and called G3, who had already returned to the hotel. G3 had been waiting for news of T6's awakening. When he saw Yi Qian's call, he immediately picked it up. "He's awake. Is everything all right?" "Yes, he just woke up. His condition is very good. Other than a slight concussion, there aren't many problems. You don't have to worry," Yi Qian answered with a smile. His voice was so loud that the people hiding in the dark could hear him. "Have you guys arrived at the hotel? Don't forget to reserve a room for us." After saying that loudly, he turned around and lowered his voice. "Be careful. There are people watching the hospital." G3 heaved a sigh of relief and said in a light tone, "We can finally sleep. Tell T that we're worried about him. Give us half of his commission." Chapter 5349. G3, who was speaking briskly, was also being watched by the hotel staff. From the moment the three of them entered the hotel, their every move was in plain sight, even when they were in the room. Z7 sent a text message to tease them about whether they had installed surveillance cameras in the shower and planned to monitor them from all angles. Well, that was really possible. G3 replied, "We're all the same." Yi Qian, who was in the hospital, immediately understood what he meant. "If you're not afraid that he'll come after you, you can tell him what you think." Yi Qian laughed. The eavesdropper dialed a set of numbers to report the situation in the hospital to Noah. In the ward, Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "It seems that our general direction is not wrong, and our breakthrough point is not wrong either. The only thing we missed is a very important person." He spoke in a low voice, and when he finished speaking, there was a sharp glint in his seemingly leisurely voice. He had thought of every detail except for one person, because this person was a victim and also an important person they needed to rescue. Why would they suspect her? Ms. Alice Chung, What role did you play in this entire incident? Rest well. It'll take at least 3 days for a concussion to get better. I'll give you a week off. We have time, so don't worry. Take it slow. Xia Jinyuan tucked T6 in and quickly told him about his and Yi Qian's conjecture. The hotel might be our breakthrough point. As for you, focus on recuperating. After you're discharged from the hospital in a few days, you'll only be active in the hotel. Keep a close eye on the hotel, but be careful not to alert the enemy. Outside, Yi Qian, who was on the phone, looked at the man who was still talking and continued to stay outside without any intention of going in. Knowing that Yi Qian was watching outside, Xia Jinyuan, who was very relieved, was still talking. When T6 heard that he would only be active in the hotel, he anxiously wanted to say something. Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "You have to find the person who injured you. As for me, I suggest that you don't have to think about anything else for now. Rest well and try to recover and get discharged as soon as possible. It's better to take revenge on your own. It'll feel better. We need to keep a close eye on the hotel. We just happen to lack someone who can't leave the hotel at any time. Your injury is quite timely. I'll leave the hotel matters to you, and the outside matters to me. We'll fight side by side. No one can do without the other." Hearing this, the T6 combatant nodded. He had overexerted himself earlier and felt a little dizzy. The T6 combatant slowly closed his eyes. The moment he did so, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Meanwhile, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian also rested together. They had not slept the entire night, so now that T6 had woken up, the two of them could relax and sleep for the night. At night, the two of them still did not return to the hotel. With G3 and the others keeping an eye on the hotel and V8 hiding in the shadows, they did not need to rush back to the hotel. As such, they decided to spend a quiet night in the hospital with T6. Early in the morning, the hospital was quiet. When the first ray of light pierced through the morning fog, Xia Jinyuan and the others welcomed a warm morning. Will arrived at the hospital early in the morning. He first greeted T6 apologetically and took good care of him. When T6 heard his endless chatter, he wanted to chase him away. Yi Qian said impatiently, "Hey, can you stop talking? He needs to rest." Seeing that she was about to flare up again, Xia Jinyuan stepped forward in time to pull Will out of the ward. Chapter 5350. Standing at the end of the aisle, Xia Jinyuan took out a cigarette and handed it to Will. He lit the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep breath, and asked with a cold face, 48 hours have passed. Is there any news about what happened last night? What about Cyril? Is there any movement from him?" After taking the cigarette, Will took out his lighter and lit it up. He took a deep puff and slowly exhaled the smoke. "We haven't received any news about the attack last night. I went to the site of the incident yesterday to take a look. The destroyed vehicles have been cleared, and even the road has been rolled over. Cyril is very active. We raided his underground factory and rescued Alice Chung, but there was no movement. The destruction of his drug factory was even reported in the local Times. It can be said that all the drug dealers in Melbourne know that Cyril's drug factory was destroyed by a group of people. I heard that Cyril rushed to the underground factory last night. He was so angry that he killed all the men who were in charge of guarding the factory last night. It is said that he mobilized more than 50 people from other places. He said that even if he had to turn Melbourne upside down, he would find the people who destroyed his underground factory last night and hang them all for everyone to see. Our time is very tight, and it is also very dangerous. Cyril is a very ruthless bastard. He said that he would find us, and he will continue to investigate. But you haven't found Alice Chung yet. You still need to stay here. For your safety, I think you need to find my friend immediately and rescue her before you can leave Melbourne." Will's words had his own meaning, and also Noah's meaning. The eavesdropper saw that Will had been obedient and sent a text message to Noah. Xia Jinyuan did not express his opinion on the spot. Will, who was afraid that they would not work, was so nervous that he took a deep breath. "Q, you can't go back on your words. You are mercenaries, and the work you do is equally dangerous. I gave a high enough commission because I believe in your abilities. Now, if you don't act now, once Cyril finds any clues, it will be very disadvantageous for you." Xia Jinyuan still did not say anything. He looked at the people coming and going in the corridor of the hospital and smoked quietly. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. When the last bit of light from the cigarette was gone, Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "Mr. Will, you're right. We've been doing the most dangerous work. I can promise you that I will go and rescue your friend," but greed appeared in his eyes. "Our commission will be increased by half. I think we will work harder to rescue your friend." "Okay, no problem. Money is not a problem." Will was afraid that he would go back on his word, so he immediately nodded and said, "I can pay you half of the commission right away. Wait for me. I'll withdraw the money right now." After saying that, he quickly turned around and left. Money, money, what these mercenaries needed was money. He would give it to them. As long as he, Alice Chung, and his wife, daughter, and son were all fine, he would agree to all the conditions of these mercenaries. Standing in the same place and looking at Will's back, Xia Jinyuan put out the cigarette in his hand and walked back to the ward. Since they were so anxious, he naturally had to cooperate. Will, who was leaving in front, was suddenly pulled by the arm and pulled into a ward at lightning speed. Chapter 53-51. Will, who was suddenly pulled, struggled subconsciously. Suddenly, he thought of something. He raised his hand to struggle, but he put it down helplessly, allowing himself to be pulled into the ward. The person who pulled Will into the ward was a man in a hospital gown and a disposable mask. After pulling Will in, he pulled down the mask that covered his real face. His deep eyes, which were unique to Westerners, stared at Will sharply. "How did he answer you?" "They will rescue my friend. Now, I need to go to the bank to withdraw half of the commission to them." Will was very cold. "They are a group of guys who will do anything for money. I just said that I will support half of the commission immediately and ask them to wait for me in the hospital. I have already lied to them. Are you sure you want to continue wasting my time? If they go back on their words, please communicate with them yourself." Alice Chung was in the hands of these guys, and these guys still needed Alice Chung to lure out the person they wanted to lure out. He believed that his friend would be fine for the time being. He who had been angry and unable to ensure his advantage in the negotiation could finally vent his dissatisfaction. Will crossed his arms and looked at the Western man who stayed in the hospital to monitor the mercenaries with a cold expression that said, "I don't care." The man did not expect Will, who had been unable to raise his head in front of them, to suddenly talk back. He was a little unaccustomed to it and was stunned. He rebuked in a cold tone, "Mr. Will, please watch your tone. Nothing good will come out of angering us. Also, think about your friend, Alice Chung. She's your childhood playmate. She even secretly used all of her family's savings to help you tide over your difficulties. She helped you so generously. Do you want her to die for you?" Upon hearing Alice Cheng's name, Will's face contorted as though someone had grabbed his life. "Is that so? Isn't this the time when you need Alice Chung the most? You need to use her to lure out the person you want to lure out. If Alice Chung dies, your plan will fail. Ha ha ha. Can you report back when you go back? Can you report back?" His eyes became extremely ferocious. He really had enough. Enough. Ever since these damned bastards showed up, his life had been terrible. His wife, daughter, and son were all monitored. Even if his son said something to his classmates in school, they would know. His company was invaded by these damn guys. His personal life was completely controlled by them. Now, damn it. Right now, he was like an invisible person who had no privacy in front of these bastards. There was no privacy at all. His best friend, Alice Chung, was captured and used by them. Damned bastards. When will these damned bastards get the hell out of here? Why did they use Alice Chung? What kind of people were they? Why did they want to capture Alice Chung? Is it because of Alice Cheng's husband? Who are they trying to force to meet them through Alice Chung? These people had suddenly appeared in his life, and now they were everywhere. They were like dust in the air. He knew they existed, but there was no way to chase them away. He could only watch as they continued to invade his life. Perhaps Will's words had touched the man's nerve. The man, who had a murderous look in his eyes, suddenly reached out and grabbed Will's neck. His expression was particularly fierce. Watch your mouth. There are some things you shouldn't say, because saying them will take your life. Chapter 53-52. Will, who was strangled, was surprisingly calm. He was used to this kind of threat. What had he not experienced in Melbourne? Someone pointed a gun at his head, chased him with a gun, and even locked him up with only a sip of water to drink every day. He had experienced everything. It was all thanks to this group of people. Will, who was very calm, looked coldly at the people who had threatened him again. He was sure that these bastards would not kill him now. Will's gaze made the Western man, who was pretending to be a patient, furious. He tightened his grip on Will's neck until Will's eyeballs began to roll back. Seeing Will begin to struggle, the man's face showed some satisfaction. Remember, don't provoke us. Don't say anything in front of those mercenaries, or else. Will, who was struggling, grabbed the man's hands tightly. Will's voice was squeezed out of his throat with difficulty. Now, other than threatening me, what else can you do? What do you want? What do you want? The Western man loosened his grip, and his neck was freed. Will, who was coughing and breathing heavily, heard him say coldly, "You can only live if you cooperate with us. Only by cooperating with us can you live. Your wife, daughter, and son can live. You know what? Yesterday, the new dance teacher in the school praised your daughter. Mr. Will, your daughter was praised. You should be happy." Will, whose eyes became even angrier, was so angry that his body trembled. He felt as if he was standing in the cold wind of Siberia, wearing thin clothes. His whole body was cold. Sorry for the delay. Okay, you can go to the bank now to withdraw money to satisfy the mercenaries. Seeing Will's whole body saying, "I'm scared," the Western man was finally satisfied. He took the initiative to open the door of the ward. "Please, Mr. Will." Will, who was in a daze, did not know how to leave the ward. He only knew that this group of people was so powerful that they even planted a teacher in his daughter's school. Who were they? Who were they? What did they want? What did they want? From the moment these people appeared, Will had been wondering who they were and what they were here for. Were they here for Alice Cheng's husband? Alice Chung had brought her child to Melbourne for a trip and was kidnapped. He had been trying to contact Alice Cheng's husband, but unfortunately, he couldn't reach him because Alice Cheng's husband had a very special job. Even as his wife, she couldn't contact him. Then, as a friend, he couldn't contact him. With Alice Chung kidnapped, he had no way of contacting her husband. As a friend, he had to think of a solution himself. His hired bodyguard, Noah, suggested that he could contact mercenaries. Everything changed from here. Noah was no longer his bodyguard. His life was no longer peaceful. Everything was a mess. It was so messy that even their daughter, who was in school, was not safe. Even the teachers who took care of their daughter were planted by them. Will, who was sitting in the car, covered his face with his hands as tears of pain and helplessness flowed out. Right now, Other than relying on the mercenaries he had hired, he really felt that he had no one to rely on if these damned bastards continued to threaten him. Chapter 53:53. Will, who was covering his face and crying, had a twisted expression on his face. His eyes were filled with crazy hatred. He would definitely hire powerful mercenaries to kill these guys. He would definitely do it. He would definitely do it. The black car drove out of the hospital and headed straight for the bank. The driver secretly glanced at his boss sitting in the back through the rearview mirror and immediately gripped the steering wheel even tighter. His boss seemed to be crying. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Yi Qian was sitting at the door of the ward playing a single-player game that he had gotten from God knows where. He would swear from time to time, and the sound of the fighting game gave the Western man, who was disguised as a patient, a headache. Why did this woman like to play games? Why was she sitting at the door of the ward playing games? The Western man took out a small black metal object from his pocket. His expression became very serious. The listening device had been in his hands all this time, but he had not found a chance to put it in the ward until now. He had to put it in the ward as soon as possible. Listening to the sound of the game outside, the Western man sat back down on the bed and began to think of a solution. The ward door opened, and a doctor in a white coat came in. The door closed again, silencing all sounds. Yi Qian, who was playing games outside, glanced in front of him before looking away indifferently. He continued his job of distracting others and standing guard in another way. Over the past few days, she had completely split herself apart from her previous self and remade herself into a brand new self. When she got crazy, even Captain Xia secretly said that he did not recognize her anymore. She did not want this to happen either, but who asked him to arrange such a character setting for her? However, it was only because of such a character setting that it was convenient for her to act. Captain Xia's strategic arrangements had never been a problem. In the ward, Xia Jinyuan was talking to the T6 combatant, whose condition had improved greatly. He said in a deep voice, "The situation outside is quite unfavorable for us. I'm worried that Cyril will follow the incident of you being attacked yesterday and come to the hospital. So, if there's nothing serious, we'll be discharged tomorrow. After that, we'll go to the infirmary to get some medical supplies and go back to the hotel to meet up with G, Z, and K. They were all Special Forces soldiers who fought on the front lines. As long as they did not die, all injuries were minor. As long as they could still move, they would move." Hearing that, the T6 combatant with a cold expression raised his right hand and nimbly pulled out the needle that was injecting fluid into his body. He slowly sat up. "I know my own body's condition the best. This injury is nothing. Even if you didn't mention it, I was planning to leave the hospital today. There was no reason for him to stay in the hospital and enjoy himself while his comrades were fighting in the front lines. Kay is still in the hotel, right? He's a talent in this field, so he can get the necessary drugs. I'm going to handle the withdrawal procedures now. I've been wanting to be discharged for a long time. Lying down and not working is too depraved. It doesn't suit me at all." He moved quickly and pulled out the needle even faster. Xia Jinyuan, who planned to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, stared at the drip and then looked up at the drip bottle. "Can't you finish the drip before pulling it out?" The T6 combatant, who was holding the needle and pressing on the back of his hand, looked up. On the hook of the foredrip, there were 2 brand new bottles of foredrip waiting to be fed. Xia Jinyuan patted the T6 combatant on the shoulder and shook his head wordlessly, indicating that he had nothing to say at this moment. The T6 combatant was speechless. "Damn. It seems like I've been treated as an idiot by my captain again." He was just trying to show his determination and was a little impulsive. "Lie down. I'll get the nurse over." Seeing that the T6 combatant was still in a daze, Xia Jinyuan reached out and gently pushed his chest. The T6 combatant obediently lay back down. Chapter 53-54. Yi Qian was still playing games outside. When Xia Jinyuan opened the door, he happened to hear his girlfriend, who had always been civilized, curse in Chinese. Xia Jinyuan was speechless. Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who had opened the door halfway, paused. He wiped his face before opening the door fully and walking out. For the sake of the mission, in order to guard against the whistle in the hospital, and in order to make her character and personality more distinct, his girl had really put in a lot of effort. She had acted so well that he believed her. Very good, very good. Yi Qian looked up at the man who came out and stood up. You're done. He pulled out the 4-drip. I'll go get the nurse. You go in and check on that idiot. Xia Jinyuan leaned over and kissed Yi Qian naturally. We'll be discharged in the afternoon, and we still have to put on a show. After the kiss, they finished talking. Yi Qian tiptoed and kissed him on the chin. How can this be fast? Why don't you stay for a few more days? The situation outside has changed, so we have to be on guard. When we get to the hotel, Noah's men will be there. If we run into Cyril's men, we'll still have help. If we run into Cyril's men in the hospital, it'll be just the 3 of us. It'll be a loss. Knowing that Cyril was looking for them everywhere, Xia Jinyuan thought of using Noah to protect himself. The hotel was such a good place. It would be a waste not to stay there. Yi Qian's face darkened slightly. Okay, I got it. Go, do your work. The 2 of them kissed at the door of the ward. After kissing, one of them went to find the nurse while the other went into the ward. The T6 combatant, who was lying on the bed, was expressionless as he watched the entire process. He was a man with a wife. Flirting in front of him would not agitate him at all. Damn, he missed his wife. Yi Qian knew what the T6 combatant was thinking when he saw the expressionless face of the T6 combatant. He coughed awkwardly and told himself that they were really kissing just to talk. Yi Qian, who was thin-skinned, finally felt that his face was no longer burning. He sat by the bed and said softly, "Are you sure you're okay? This is not the time to be impulsive and stubborn." The T6 combatant, who was still expressionless, replied, "I'm lying here sleeping while watching the 2 of you flirt with each other every day. If I don't get discharged soon, I'll have a heart attack. Come, I'll prove to you that I can be discharged from the hospital. Don't help me up." After that, the T6 combatant propped himself up with both hands. Although his movements were a little slow, they were still very smooth. Yi Qian calmed down a little. The biggest problem was that the T6 combatant's ribs were fractured. As for the injury on the back of his head, it was not a big problem. The wound was not wrapped with a bandage and was covered with square gauze and tape. From the front, it was impossible to tell that the back of his head was injured. The T6 combatant, whose feet were on the ground, did not stand up immediately. Instead, he took a breather and got up again. Having not gotten out of bed for 2 days, the T6 combatant was so excited that he almost staggered and fell. Yi Qian, who was quick to react, felt her heart skip a beat. She quickly supported him. Fortunately, she was prepared. Otherwise, his ribs would have been damaged again if he fell. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. You can't even stand, yet you want to force yourself out of the hospital? Yi Qian pretended to be angry. Do you want to fall again? Do you want to turn a minor injury into a serious injury? The T6 combatant was so agitated that he wanted to cry even more. I'm definitely not forcing myself. I'm just too excited. Really, I'm not lying to you. Come on, let go of me. I'll show you how to walk. Yi Qian was skeptical, but when she thought of the situation outside, she slowly let go of him. Stand properly. I'll let go now. If you can walk, then walk. If you can't, don't force yourself. She reminded him again and again, and was prepared to help him up at any time. Chapter 53-55. The T6 combatant's injuries were all on his upper body, so he would be fine as long as he walked slowly. He also knew his own condition. He could definitely walk, but he should not walk too fast. After taking a few steps slowly, he walked around the ward again. Not bad. His steps were steady, his complexion was normal, and his breathing was stable. Everything showed that he could indeed get out of bed and walk. He could be discharged. To them, as long as they could walk, they would meet the criteria to be discharged. Being injured and lying in the hospital only eating and sleeping was too extravagant for them. As long as they could stand up and walk, there would be no problems at all. Outside the ward, a patient wearing a mask walked past. He seemed to have inadvertently turned his head to look inside the ward. Holding the listening device in his palm, he walked past the ward again. Yi Qian, who had been keeping an eye out of the corner of his eye, had a cold look in his eyes. After walking around, the T6 combatant did not put on a brave front. He sat back down on the bed and said solemnly to Yi Qian, who was worried about him, "We're all brothers who have gone through life and death together. The situation is complicated now, and I don't want to drag you guys down with me because of my injuries. I don't want to drag you guys down with me either." Yi Qian did not say anything else. If she were the one who was injured, she would have made the same choice as the T6 combatant. I understand. Have a good rest." He helped the T6 combatant back to the ward and looked at the foredrip that was still not finished. He could not help but chuckle. He's still as impulsive as before. He didn't even check to see if the foredrip was finished before pulling it out. He helped K7 slowly sit down on the bed. "The flies outside are quite annoying. I might as well open the door and let him see as much as he wants." He had already said what he needed to say, and the plan, so he could see whatever he wanted. The T6 combatant was someone who liked to watch a show. When he heard that, he said happily, "Why don't we play a trick on him?" "No," Yi Qian refused with a smile. "Don't complicate things." After that, he opened the door to the ward openly. Before he could return to the bedside, he heard his man talking loudly as he walked over. He knew he was deliberately talking to the guy who was still walking around in the corridor. "When you guys are discharged in the afternoon, wait for us at the hotel obediently." "That's right. I've had enough of the hospital. When we get to the hotel, we can even drink together." When Whistle, who was walking around, heard this, he loosened his hands in his pockets. "Leave the hospital and go to the hotel?" With a flash of joy on his face, he lowered his head and coughed lightly. Holding the handrail on the wall, he walked step by step past Xia Jinyuan. These people had had enough of the hospital, and he had had enough of the hospital, too. The T6 combatant looked at Xia Jinyuan, who came in, and then looked at the big guy he was pushing. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. "Wheelchair!" He pushed a wheelchair in. Yi Qian turned his head away to prevent the T6 combatant from seeing the uncontrollable smile on his face. Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "I don't think you'll reject good stuff. Of course, you can't refuse because it's not borrowed. I just bought it from the hospital." The nurse who came in with him was a local Melabon girl. She had dark brown hair and well-defined facial features. She was quite pretty. The corner of the T6 combatant's mouth twitched as he glared at Xia Jinyuan. The next second, he whistled at the nurse. "Hey, beautiful, we meet again." The beautiful nurse raised her eyebrows. "Yes, we meet again. But I don't think I'll see you again soon. Hurry up and leave the hospital." She was just short of telling him to get out of the hospital. The T6 combatant pretended to sigh. "Sigh, I didn't expect to be discharged so soon either." "Beautiful. Let's exchange numbers so we can keep in touch." Chapter 53-56. The way the T6 combatant spoke was exactly like how street hooligans would flirt with innocent girls. Be it his gaze, tone, or behavior, there were no flaws at all. Due to the unique nature of their missions, the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade had to know how to role-play, and role-play was a kind of disguise for them. In this mission, the T6 combatant was a playful guy who liked to flirt with women and was generous with them. This was his weakness, a weakness that would make people look down on him from the bottom of their hearts and make them let down their guard. It could be said that the roles played by each member of the Snowfield Brigade this time had different weaknesses. It was these weaknesses that made it easy for them to disguise themselves and fool the people who were secretly watching them to protect themselves. The open ward door exposed the T6 combatants flirting with the nurse. A look of disgust flashed across the eyes of the patients who were walking around outside the ward. They walked along the wall and returned to their own rooms. The beautiful nurse, who was flirted with by the T6 every time she changed his dressing, kept a smile on her face. She only gave him a few more injections when she gave him another injection. Before she left with the medicine tray, she said an English word to the T6 combatant. The Chinese translation was "get lost." Yi Qian laughed mercilessly, while Xia Jinyuan instigated. "Go on, bro, show her what you've got. If you can't win her over with your charm, you can win her over with money." Mr. Will is very sincere. He even paid half of the commission for the next mission in advance. "Bro, you have a lot of money to spend now." The laughter in the hospital bed got even louder. Meanwhile, the Western man in the ward next door told Noah the latest news he had just heard. When Noah heard this, he couldn't help but smile confidently, as if everything was under their control. It would be more convenient for them to monitor their every move if they returned to the hotel. In the afternoon, Case 7 rushed to the hospital. On the surface, he said he was there to pick up T6 and discharge him, but in reality, he passed all the necessities prescribed by the hospital. Considering that T6 wouldn't be so obedient and the situation didn't allow him to stay put, K7 spent a small sum of money to secretly ask the doctor for help and prescribed some anti-inflammatory and hemostatic drugs. Xia Jinyuan pushed the wheelchair to the side of the bed. T6 gritted his teeth and sat in the wheelchair with his hands and feet, trembling. After a while, K7 came in with bags of medicine. Before he reached the bed, Xia Jinyuan waved his hand and said, "The procedures are done. Take the medicine and leave the hospital." The T6 combatant, who had been hospitalized for 2 days and 1 night, was discharged from the hospital in a wheelchair under the setting sun. Later, after returning from his mission, he bragged to his comrades, "The most awesome thing I've ever done in my life was getting Q King to push my wheelchair." This bragging continued until he retired from the military for many, many years. He pointed to Xia Jinyuan, who was already a lieutenant general at that time and appeared on the national military news channel from time to time, and said to his son, "Did you see that Lieutenant General Xia? He once pushed my wheelchair for me." Of course, the son believed his father because he had seen a photo of his father and Lieutenant General Xia when he was a soldier. More importantly, he even shook hands with Lieutenant General Xia some time ago when he was in the military and asked how his father, who always kept flowers and grass at home, was doing recently. He also asked him to remember to bring his father to Beijing to look for him when he was free. At this time, he still did not realize that Xia Jinyuan pushing his wheelchair would become the most impressive thing that T6 could boast about in the future. At this moment, T6 was sitting in a wheelchair with disdain. "Motherfucker, I'm like a cripple now. The first thing I'm going to do when I get back is smash it." He gritted his teeth and said all the way to the car. Chapter 53-57. Behind him, Yi Qian was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. T6 felt that being in a wheelchair was a stain in his life. That was because almost all of his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade had been hospitalized before, but none of them had been discharged from the hospital in a wheelchair like T6. That was why T6 hated him to the core. Hold it in, comrade. When it came to enduring humiliation, you had to hold it in. You couldn't let all your efforts go to waste. Xia Jinyuan, who was pushing the wheelchair, held it in until a few of the veins on his forehead popped. When they got out of the inpatient department, there was a downward slope. T6 was still nagging about smashing the wheelchair. Xia Jinyuan, who could no longer hold it in, said with a cold expression, "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll make you slide all the way down." After that, he really let go of the wheelchair. The wheelchair really slid forward. T6 shouted, but Xia Jinyuan quickly grabbed the wheelchair's armrest. With such a threat, T6 finally stopped saying anything. Meanwhile, K7, who was holding a bottle of medicine, walked beside him and secretly kept an eye on their surroundings. After they got out of the hospital, they hailed a taxi. When Will, who had sent over half of the commission in the morning, learned that T6 would be discharged in the afternoon, he immediately expressed that he could send a car to pick T6 up. However, Xia Jinyuan refused. The group of 4 took a taxi and headed straight to the hotel. The taxi driver was a very talkative Melabonian man. When the car drove past a street office, he looked around and chatted with the passengers. "You guys are tourists, right? You'll have to be more careful from now on. We have a very powerful person here. His factory has been destroyed, and his men are everywhere now." There was even a gunfight this afternoon in the suburbs. It made us all very careful and worried that something might happen. Then the driver let out a long sigh. Drug prohibition in our country is really too difficult. They even dared to kill the police and the mayor, so our government has no way of stopping them. After saying that, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the tourist who had just gotten into the car and took out an address and said in simple English that they were going there. He shrugged and chuckled. "You guys definitely couldn't hear what I said just now. Hee, I only dare to speak in front of you guys." The corners of the T6 combatant's mouth twitched. "Sorry, brother." He could still understand. Yi Qian was silent for a while before he spoke in English. "It's the most difficult country in the world to ban drugs. It's also the country where drug traffickers kill the most people. When you walk on the street, you'll be shot in the head. When you enter the supermarket, you'll be stabbed in the chest. Some are even crueler. They'll cut off your head and wrap it in white plastic before hanging it at the door of the victim's home. Talking about drugs in Melbourne is equivalent to having a date with death. Drugs and guns were rampant in this country. Some public officials even took advantage of their position to open the door for drug dealers. They even became the drug dealers' informants. As long as the anti-drug police took any action, the drug dealers would immediately know. They would go crazy and come up with a scheme within a scheme, shooting all the police officers who came to stop the drug. The evil forces of Melbourne were so rampant that they dared to kill anyone who dared to talk about prohibition. When the car arrived at the hotel, the sun had completely lost its last rays. Dusk had just begun, and only a smoky green light shrouded the city that was about to welcome night. The hotel was very luxurious. The expensive crystal lights emitted a bright light that illuminated the entire hotel lobby. However, the hotel was not big and could not compare to the 5-star hotels in the country at all. It was divided into the lobby and clubhouse on the first 4 floors and the hotel garden behind it. The semi-arc hotel surrounded the garden, and together with the garden in front of the hotel, the entire hotel was designed with a circular layout. It was also a layout that was very convenient to be monitored. Chapter 53-58. G3, and Z7 were already waiting at the entrance of the hotel. Yi Qian, who was sitting in front, got out of the car first, followed by Xia Jinyuan, and then K7. After Xia Jinyuan got out of the car, he opened the trunk of the taxi and took out a foldable wheelchair. He pushed the wheelchair to his two comrades who were helping T6 out of the car. T6 once again endured the humiliation and got into the wheelchair. G3 and Z7, who were very respectful, burst out laughing. T6 felt that their comradeship had come to an end. This time, G3 was in charge of pushing the wheelchair. After taking over the wheelchair, he whispered something into T6's ear. T6's face contorted as he grinned widely. G3 said, "Brother, welcome back to the team." Z7, and by he reached out and shook T6's hand before patting him on the shoulder. There was no need to say anything as everything was self-evident. There was no need for too many words or actions. Often, just an action or a sentence was enough to express everything. V8 did not appear. Xia Jinyuan told, that V8 had gone outside to check on the situation. Noah only knew that one of the mercenaries had not returned. The 7 of them were clearly monitored by Noah from the moment they met to the moment they entered the hotel elevator. Then, they all entered Z7's room. Out of the 8 of them, only Z7 and T6 rooms were the safest. They were all taken care of by Z7 using his technology. Noah could see them enter the room and see exactly where they were sitting in the room. However, all the images he saw were based on Z7's existing images and processed them for Noah to see using his technology. K7 gently placed the medical supplies he brought back from the hospital on the table in the living room. He glanced in the direction where T6 was sitting and quietly walked over to his comrade's side. Noah also saw the same thing. Following that, Noah saw the 8 mercenaries decide to celebrate by drinking red wine, champagne, and whiskey. In the end, all 7 of them, including the injured T6, started drinking. All of them were swaying around and looking drunk. Noah, who had been guarding them for 2 hours, rubbed his glabella and instructed the people around him, "Keep an eye on them. Let me know when they wake up." The sight of a group of drunkards gave him a headache. The video became still. Xia Jinyuan took out a tissue and wiped the alcohol that had spilled on him. He asked his comrade who had stayed behind at the hotel, "Have there been any movements from the targets in the hotel?" Z7 spread his hands and said, "Nope. These people are very vigilant. We've been observing them for a few days." Hearing Z7's reply, Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "Let's just wait and see. The more they are, the bigger targets. Their leader, SSSS, and the otherses, and the otherses, and the otherses. Their faces gradually, and the otherses ants, and the SSS ants, and there's S's, and the Mola's evil forces are well known in the world. If the government dares to do anything to them, they'll do it on the 10th and 15th of every month. If the government dares to do anything to them, they'll do it 10 times more." T6 then told them what he had heard from the taxi driver. Cyril is also one of the most famous evil forces in Mola. With his ability, I don't doubt that he'll find out that we're behind this. It's safer for me to stay in the hospital. If I stay in the hotel, it'll be safer with Noah's men there. Z7 frowned. If Cyril really finds out that we're behind this, Noah can choose to watch from the sidelines. He won't have to do anything. Chapter 53-59. After Z7 mentioned the main point, G3, T6, K7, and by he all looked at Xia Jinyuan. They also glanced at Yi Qian. Their intuition told them that the 2 of them must have already come up with a solution to the main point raised by Z7. Q King was in control of the overall battle strategy, while Qing Yao was meticulous. She could think of details that Q King might not have thought of. The two of them worked together seamlessly, and the battle deployment they came up with didn't even need to be supplemented by other comrades. They knew each other too well. Xia Jinyuan smiled and looked at Yi Qian, indicating for her to speak. Yi Qian smiled. So, we still need to let Cyril know that we're in contact with Will and Noah's existence. As for how to let Cyril know about Noah's existence, we can borrow Will's hand. She slowly explained the plan that she and Xia Jinyuan had discussed. We realized that Will doesn't trust Noah. He even hates him. We can use this to pull Will to our side, and then work together with Will. Of course, before we work with him, we have to let him know that we're fighting with Noah's people. Otherwise, how can we make Will believe that we'll help him get rid of Noah? Also, we need to rescue Alice Chung, who might be in Noah's hands. I believe that Will be very happy to see us get rid of Noah. After the plan was revealed, her comrades nodded. That's right, they could definitely sow discord. Which faction does Noah represent? T6 asked. He had missed some of the discussions while he was unconscious, and he had a slight concussion. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian also didn't tell him the points that his comrades in the operating room had guessed. This included which faction Noah represented. Noah is a soldier, so there's a 90% chance that he's backed by a country that imprisons scientists. Xia Jinyuan said calmly. According to the T6 combatant's voice, when he heard Alice Chung being abducted again before he fainted from his injuries, he didn't feel any fear, only anger. I suspect that Alice Chung knows Noah. In order to let the people on the surveillance camera see him drinking and getting drunk, Xia Jinyuan really did drink a few glasses of wine for himself. Now that he was a little tipsy, his jade-like face was a little flushed. He was already extremely handsome, so with the flush on his face, he was even more beautiful than a woman. The beauty was very beautiful, but her expression wasn't too good. There was a cold sharpness between her brows. Even if she knew he was handsome, she didn't dare to look at him too much. Yi Qian quietly opened the bottle of mineral water he had prepared for the hotel and drank half of it. Other people would be afraid of him because of the coldness in his eyes, but as his girlfriend, she was not afraid. Therefore, she was shocked by his good looks again. After drinking half the bottle of water, Yi Qian listened to him continue. Xia Jinyuan didn't notice Yi Qian's momentary loss of composure. He took the opportunity to tell him about his suspicions, as well as all the clues he had put together. I'm guessing that Alice Chung herself is a bait. How did she escape from the country's surveillance to Melbourne with her son? It's impossible for an individual to have such great ability. What's more, the people watching her are from the country. Why would they let her escape with her child? He had just started, but it made everyone's heart skip a beat. That's right, this was the biggest problem. She doesn't have such great ability, so there's only one guess. The country deliberately let her go and arranged for her to come to Melbourne. Deliberately let her come to Melbourne? There were some people who didn't quite understand. Yi Qian frowned slightly. Chapter 5360. Xia Jinyuan did not tell Yi Jian in advance about the clues that he had pieced together, because he was also constantly thinking and perfecting them. When he heard the taxi driver say that Melbourne was in chaos and that the evil forces were so rampant that they could go against the government, Xia Jinyuan's thoughts that had not been clear before seemed to have cleared up, and he connected all the clues that could not be connected. Melbourne is very chaotic, and there are many possibilities. However, it is not as chaotic as war-torn countries. There is a certain degree of order amidst the chaos. In addition, Alice Cheng's good friend, Will, is in Melbourne. Then, arranging for Alice Chung to come to Melbourne was the best choice. You must be wondering why Melbourne was chosen as the best choice. His comrades nodded. The T6 combatant's eyes were as bright as a child's and filled with a thirst for knowledge. On the other hand, Yi Qian was deep in thought. Why? It was mainly because of the chaos. In a country where guns are rampant and evil forces are rampant, even if there are forces from outside, they will not attract attention. For example, if Noah and the others entered Melibon and suddenly pulled out their guns one day, it would definitely not be news in Melibon. For example, after the country found out that they needed to rescue the scientist's wife and son, in order to make the scientist return wholeheartedly, they would definitely come to rescue the scientist. Then, this country would definitely not search for the scientist on a large scale and might disguise themselves to enter Melibon. Then, everyone understood what was going on. Indeed, Melibon was too suitable for shooting and snatching people. Noah's identity is basically clear, so it's convenient for Cyril to focus on Noah and make him think that Noah sent people to destroy his underground factory and that we are on Noah's side. At this moment, G3 spoke slowly with a smile. Then, why would Cyril think that we are on Noah's side? That would require Will to come forward. That's right. The corner of Xia Jinyuan's mouth curled into a faint sneer as he glanced at a hidden probe in the room. With an even colder smile, he said, "Using Alice Chung to bait us also means that the country that imprisoned the scientist isn't even sure if our country knows about this matter. Also, they are very confident in their own strength. They think that as long as they send people, and our country sends people when the two sides meet in Melibon, their country will definitely win, and our country will be defeated. If our country is defeated, their country can immediately tell the scientist that a country that is so incompetent that they can't even save his wife and son, why should they return to the country to serve? To the outside world. They can take the opportunity to threaten our country. You must know that their country has always been on guard against our country. They do not want our country to rise." At this point, the entire rout, Yi Jian, who understood everything, raised her hand. "I'm sorry, but I'd like to add 2 points to Alice Chung." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and motioned for her to continue. Alice Chung did have a lot of questions, and his little fox should have already guessed it. Why would Alice Chung listen to the country's arrangements? I suspect 2 things. Yi Qian, who had a clear mind, said calmly, first, she might have listened to the arrangements because of her child. Second, she was a spy sent by the country to the scientist because the scientist did not tell anyone that he wanted to return to the country. He only told his wife that he wanted to go on a trip. The scientist had not accompanied his family on a trip for 6 years. After the project was successful, he suddenly said that he wanted to go on a trip. His wife became suspicious and reported it to the higher-ups. That was why the scientist was imprisoned the night before he left. Chapter 53:61. Combined with what Xia Jinyuan had said, Yi Qian sorted out the suspicions he had in his heart and came up with what he had just said. T6 wiped his face and turned to look at Z7. "Bro, is there a peephole in the bathroom?" "No, no problem." Z7 thought he wanted to go to the bathroom. "You need a hand?" Z7 lifted his leg to help him up. "No, no need." T6 refused. He was just agitated and needed to wash his face to clear his mind. They both had the same brain, but why was there such a big difference? In the future, he and Xia Jiasen's children would have to spend time with Q King and Qing Niao's children. He should be able to get some intelligence from them. T6 slowly got up and walked to the bathroom to wash his face before slowly sitting back down. It was almost time for everyone to leave. Z7 sent their problems back to China via email and cleaned it up without leaving any traces. The few of them left to carry out the next step of the battle plan. China received an email from Z7. After it was deciphered, a complete email appeared on Commander-in-Chief Xia's desk. Commander-in-Chief Xia, did not only have one email in his hands. He also had another email. Both emails were personally delivered by Major General Yang 1 hour after the other. After reading it, Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled, even though he was very worried about the soldiers who were going to the two countries to entertain them. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade had never disappointed. They had outstanding abilities, outstanding intelligence, and their execution ability had surprised people time and time again. They all thought of the same problem, the same point, and even the questions they suspected were similar. They are all talents, all talents. Commander-in-Chief Xia sighed. It was the country's fortune to have them. Major General Yang had read both emails. He was proud of his soldiers. They're all a group of hot-blooded young people. Their rare tacit understanding allows them to maintain a high level of tacit understanding even when they're operating in two different countries. Now, we can basically confirm that Alice is a spy sent by the country to stay by the scientist's side. The scientist's plan to return to China failed because of his lover's snitch. However, Alice Cheng's rescue plan still needs to continue. Xia Jinyuan's team will divert some of the country's attention so that the other team can take action. Xia Jinyuan's team was only able to rescue Alice Cheng after the scientist secretly rescued her. Therefore, their team was in greater danger. Once the government found out that the scientist had been rescued, they would definitely continue to detain Alice Cheng to force the scientist to show up. In that case, Xia Jinyuan and his team would undoubtedly face many difficulties and dangers. The best solution would be to immediately rescue Alice Cheng before the scientists were discovered by the country. The connection between the two sides required the connection between the two sides. Major General Yang thought for a while and said, "It's not difficult to contact both sides. The biggest problem is when the other team can rescue the scientist." Xia Jinyuan's team has a relatively low rescue difficulty index. Their difficulty lies in prolonging the rescue time. After all, Wu was an important person who could allow Xia Jinyuan's team to continue staying in Melbourne as mercenaries. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't find it difficult. Cyril, let him out to cause trouble. He can help them to prolong the rescue time. Inform them to slowly deal with Cyril before they receive news of the other team rescuing the scientist. Chapter 5362. Commander-in-Chief Xia had always been good at taking action. He was strict in his management and resolute in handling matters. Once he made the decision, he let Major General Yang make the arrangements. "Yes, I'll inform them right away." Major General Yang, who thought it was feasible, immediately contacted the embassy. Through the embassy, he contacted Xia Jinyuan and gave him the contact information for the other team. At this time, Xia Jinyuan just came out of the shower. Yi Qian was not in the room. She went to the hotel's swimming pool and took a shower before coming out. She had no choice. Noah and the others were so crazy that they even installed surveillance cameras in her and Xia Jinyuan's presidential suite. Z7 said that their only conscience was that they could only see the top half of their bodies and not the bottom half. They could, but Yi Qian could not. When Yi Qian came out of the swimming pool, the two beds were covered with blankets. It looked like the man on top and the woman on the bottom. One on top, one on bottom, one on top, one on bottom, one on top, one on top, one on bottom, 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 one on bottom. It was so irritating that the guys watching them screamed. How would they solve the problem in the end? In fact, Xia Jinyuan did not do anything indescribable. He just hid under the blankets to exercise and told Yi Qian everything about the other team. His little fox had a very smart brain. When the two of them worked together, they were so close that they could feel the tacit understanding in the depths of their souls. Every time he saw her saying the details that he had thought of, Xia Jinyuan felt that the depths of his soul were trembling because of her. Logically speaking, the conversation should have ended in, at most, 10 minutes, but Yi Qian watched him hide under the blankets for almost an hour before coming out. Yi Qian did not know why, but as a man, Comrade Xia knew very well. Although they hid under the blankets because they had something else to do, the guys who were watching them would only think that they were doing something intimate. As a man, he could not embarrass himself because of this. After an hour, he saved his dignity as a man. The guys who were watching them waited until Xia Jinyuan came out and turned off the lights. They all felt that it was a pity and did not get too close to the screen to watch. The next day, Xia Jinyuan told his comrades about the other team's situation in the gym. With the music in the gym, they communicated in secret until Will came over. Will, who was also under surveillance, was so mentally exhausted that he looked and rubbed his temples to relieve his headache. Did your partners find any clues? A few days have passed. Xia Jinyuan cut a piece of steak and ate it slowly. After finishing a small piece, he put down his knife and looked around before whispering to Will, "Mr. Will, are you sure Cyril didn't find us? But even..." Will's knife slid to the side. The knife cut through the porcelain plate, making a sharp sound. He calmed himself down and asked, "How do you feel? What's going on? I don't understand what you're trying to say." They must have found out about Noah. God, these mercenaries are really good. They felt that someone was watching them from the moment they entered the hotel. For some reason, Will became excited. Chapter 53:63. Will was too excited. Although he hit it very well, and even his expression became more serious than before, Xia Jinyuan did not miss the light that burst out from his eyes in that instant. Xia Jinyuan, who was cutting the steak, lowered his head and carefully cut a small piece of steak for himself. Sitting opposite him, Will realized that the mercenary sitting opposite him was actually very handsome. Which country are you from?" Will couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so powerful?" Their information did not show their nationality, only their experience on the battlefield and what they had done. Will actually knew very little about mercenaries. Xia Jinyuan looked up and revealed a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. "Because we killed a lot of people, that's why we're so powerful and want to make more money." "Mr. Will, are you suspecting that we won't be able to rescue Alice Chung?" The best way to avoid the topic was naturally to change the topic to something that the other party was concerned about. Will immediately shook his head. No, I'm not. He raised his hand, put his fist against his chin, and fell into deep thought. About a few minutes later, Will said in a low voice, "Come to think of it, the hotel you're staying in can really be investigated. Maybe you've been targeted by Cyril for a long time, but you just didn't realize it. I'll ask someone to inquire about the situation of this hotel and see if we can find anything." "Okay, that's settled. We'll carry out the investigation at the same time. If there's any news, we'll call each other," Xia Jinyuan said. Will, who looked very cautious, glanced behind Xia Jinyuan. Someone's face darkened and glanced at him in the direction of the restaurant's entrance. Will, who had a gloomy look in his eyes, looked away and cut the steak on his plate. "Then I'll leave now, in case Cyril finds out that I'm with you." Xia Jinyuan nodded. "Okay, we'll contact you if we have any news, Mr. Will." There was the sound of the dining chair being gently pulled open. Will strode away, his tall figure carrying a trace of anger. Of course, this trace of anger was not because of Xia Jinyuan, but because of the white man who stood up after him. Xia Jinyuan picked up the glass full of lemonade and drank it. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the Caucasian man, who left with Will with a cold smile. Whose hands would Alice Chung be in? She's 100% in Noah's hands. The country behind Noah was now anxious to lure the Chinese people out so that they could jump into their trap. Looking at the time, Xia Jinyuan saw that there was still half an hour before the appointed meeting at the embassy. Xia Jinyuan had been exhausted recently, so he had to replenish his body. Xia Jinyuan's hand. He told her to order whatever she wanted to eat, and if she was bored. Now that they were in the support team, they needed to wait for the latest news from the other team that was going to rescue the scientists. Only then could they act. Xia Jinyuan took out his phone and sent a text message to Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who had just gotten into the car, heard the text message notification. She took out her phone and looked at it. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she replied, "Not bad. You've got 2 tails." After leaving the hotel, Yi Qian had been walking along the street. In her previous life, she would always pay attention to her surroundings so that she could escape immediately if she encountered any trouble. She was still used to it. Chapter 53-64. Xia Jinyuan laughed when he saw her message. She didn't even ask where she was. She must be outside. Otherwise, how could she shake off 2 tails? Then you've provoked them. Be careful that they don't send another 4 to you. He and Yi Qian rarely sent messages back and forth. Usually, when Yi Qian sent him a message, a long time would have passed by the time he saw it. It was normal for it to take a few days, or even a few months. When he sent a message to Yi Qian, he wouldn't immediately receive a reply from Yi Qian. Usually, it would take about a week before he received a reply from her. It couldn't be helped. The military academy had strict regulations, and students were not allowed to bring mobile phones with them. They had been in a relationship for many years. The longest time they had spent together was last year. They were both in the same unit. One trained male soldiers, while the other trained female soldiers. They could see each other every day. Even though it was only half a year, they were very satisfied. Time was too short, and it wasn't easy for them to be together. They cherished every minute and second. Yi Qian saw his message and immediately replied. She pursed her lips and smiled softly. "That's good. You'll be safe if they all turn their attention to me." During the day, the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade split up in order to let Xia Jinyuan and the people from the embassy meet each other. Xia Jinyuan laughed and replied while drinking water. "Send me the address when you see it. I'll accompany you to see the scenery of Melbourne. Although the security is chaotic, the scenery is good." He leisurely replied to the message, but the spy who was watching him couldn't continue. After sitting for another 5 minutes, he saw that the waiter had served another steak. The spy gritted his teeth and left to pay the bill expressionlessly. He finally understood why the colonel said that although this group of mercenaries looked like Chinese people, they weren't sent by China. The Chinese side is a poor and cunning country. How could they send someone with high combat power who looks stupid? Half an hour later, Xia Jinyuan received a message from the embassy. He paid the bill and left. He waited for a while at the entrance of the restaurant before getting into a taxi. The driver was none other than the staff of the embassy who had met them when they arrived in Melbourne. He was a scout. The embassy would definitely know if there was any news about Cyril, if he had any tricks up his sleeve, and if he had contacted the local police. Since Xia Jinyuan wanted to pit Cyril against Noah, he had to know Cyril's movements first. Cyril is ruthless and extremely vengeful. If you offend him, he will take revenge, and after the staff member who used to be a scout finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan immediately understood why Cyril had first suspected the Melbourne police. This month, the president of Melbourne was re-elected. The first sentence of his speech was, "I'm still alive. I can continue to stand here and fight with them." The president was referring to was evil forces like Cyril. The president said that he was still alive, and he was indeed lucky. Since the election in September, hundreds of politicians had been assassinated, including some members of the president's side. All the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives were in danger. When they went out, there was a long line of bodyguards. Even so, it wasn't 100% safe. What about now? Is Cyril still suspecting the police? Siat Jinyuan asked in a low voice. Chapter 5365. He had been working in Melbourne for 4 years, and these 4 years were the 4 years when Melbourne's rival drug gangs had experienced explosive growth. The president, who had been re-elected, had wanted to take advantage of these drug gangs to kill each other. He had mobilized the army to the border to fight against the drug gangs. In the end, not only did he not achieve the desired effect, but he had also added fuel to the fire, causing civilians to die in the conflict. They did not fight against the army of Melbourne. They used another method to fight against the army of Melbourne so that the president would retreat and not get involved in the affairs of the drug gangs. In the second half of last year, it was not known if the drug gangs had reached a consensus, but they had evolved the internal war into a battle against the government, causing the whole of Melbourne to fall into panic again. These drug dealers were ruthless. As long as they thought that the person was harmful to their interests, they would never give the person a chance to explain. They would kill the person without saying a word. The reason why the staff repeatedly reminded Xia Jinyuan and the others to pay attention to their safety was also the reason. As soon as Cyril's subordinates discovered even the slightest trace of the destruction of his underground factory, he would unleash his vengeance like a madman. He would list all suspicious targets as targets to be killed, and as long as he knew even the slightest bit of information, another bloodbath would ensue. The police could not come forward at all. In other words, they were more willing to see this kind of scene of killing each other. Using the discord between drug dealers to defeat the other side, it was undoubtedly one less cancer for the police. Of course, the police were happy to see such a situation. You have a special identity now, and you entered Melbourne through illegal means. Once you are discovered by Cyril, you will face a desperate situation where you will have no way out and no reinforcements in front of you. Even if the country that has wiped away all of your identities knows that you are in danger, they will not be able to send reinforcements. The staff who was a scout knew the identity of the young man who was talking to him. He was a special forces soldier from a special force in the country. Their identity here was equivalent to a death soldier. In the end, they could not expose their identity, even if they were once glorious. They were just illegal mercenaries who died. It was impossible for the Melbourne police to face Cyril's drug gangs for an illegal mercenary. Xia Jinyuan said coldly, "Well, we will pay attention. If you know anything about Cyril's movements, please inform us in time." In the face of such a powerful drug cartel, even the police of a country didn't dare to easily face it, let alone the 8 of them. Therefore, he planned to draw Cyril's attention to Noah. In addition, the car driven by the staff member ran over several speed bumps in succession, and his words were temporarily interrupted. It was only when the car continued to move forward steadily that he spoke again. The scientists under house arrest are researching nuclear energy. Now, it's not just our country that knows about this. At this time, several international terrorist organizations already know about this. Xia Jinyuan's eyes suddenly darkened. How did the terrorist organization find out? When did this happen? Last night, they were still in contact with each other, but they didn't inform them of such serious news. Could it be, I only found out when I came here? The news should have been spread last night or this morning. Now, not only do we need to find scientists, but more and more terrorist organizations and hostile forces will be involved in this battle. Chapter 5366. This change came too suddenly. Not only did Xia Jinyuan not expect it, even the country did not expect it. How could it have been leaked? Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. He pursed his thin lips, and his expression was as sharp as a knife. Have you found out where the news came from? We just received the news. It will take some time to find out where the news came from. Now, what we are most worried about is you, the participation of these powerful terrorist organizations and hostile forces with huge intelligence organizations and arms means that the opponents you are facing are no longer the few that you know. There may be more like poisonous snakes lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After a night of fermentation, your risk factor has skyrocketed. No one can predict what kind of danger you will encounter. What happened 2 days ago made the ambassador very worried. Fortunately, no comrade was sacrificed. As for the injured comrade, let him rest for the time being. Don't underestimate Melbourne and Cyril's drug traffickers. They are many times more powerful than the drug traffickers in the Golden Triangle. Xia Jinyuan nodded. The staff's reminder was right. They were facing more and more difficulties. They had to rescue the scientists before other forces. It was strange. The country had always liked to research all kinds of things in private. They often suspected some countries of nuclear weapons research in the international community. In fact, they had never given up on nuclear weapons research in private. They were a typical example of a tyrannical mindset. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the scientists who were researching nuclear weapons to be known to the outside world. Once the outside world knew, it was equivalent to telling the world that they were conducting nuclear research. Although the country had always been a gangster and had slapped itself in the face many times, nuclear research was something that all countries in the world would pay attention to. How could the country leak the news? Xia Jinyuan lowered his eyes slightly. We will make the appropriate arrangements on our side. Please rest assured, Ambassador, Cyril's movements are. Before he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. The driver was so cautious that he even stopped breathing and turned on the car radio. A passionate song echoed in the car. The caller was none other than Will, who had met Xia Jinyuan not long ago. Will's voice sounded urgent. I have news. A friend of mine called me and said that he has news of Alice Chung. He's waiting for me at the train station. I'm on my way there now. Come with me. There was only one train station in Melbourne, and it was not the main train station for the entire country. It was only the starting point for commuter trains to nearby areas. Xia Jinyuan knew the exact location even without Will telling him. Okay, I'll be right there. Okay, as soon as possible. Please be quick. After that, he quickly hung up the phone. After putting the phone aside, he said to Noah, who was sitting in front of him, he's on his way to the train station now. Aren't you going there? Noah was very satisfied with Will's cooperation. Seeing that Will was not angry when he looked at him with a sour face, he smiled politely and said, You only need to do your own thing. You don't need to know about our affairs. Okay, we'll send you to the train station now. Remember, Will, you and your family won't be in any danger as long as you cooperate with us. Go, good luck. Chapter 5367. The Melbourne train station was located southeast of the city center. The space inside the station had been transformed into a shopping center, and it was one of the busiest places in Melbourne. Many tourists who came to Melbourne would come to the train station to take photos as souvenirs, and it had unknowingly become a landmark. Every day, there was a sea of people there, and it was extremely crowded and chaotic. For this reason, the current government even mobilized the police to maintain order and ensure the normal operation of the train station and the safety of citizens and tourists. However, for Melbourne, where everyone carried guns, this was obviously a drop in the bucket. It was far from enough. Violent incidents emerged one after another, and bloodshed continued unabated. Seeing that the results were not great, the authorities turned a blind eye to it and let it go with the flow. Some violent incidents were also left unresolved. The tourists also knew that the train station was prosperous and dangerous, but the danger was not enough to stop them. Even though they knew there were tigers in the mountains, they still preferred the train. Yi Qian, who was strolling on the pedestrian streets of a foreign country, received a call from Xia Jinyuan. He smiled and picked up the phone. When he hung up the phone, his expression was solemn and cold without a hint of a smile. She no longer lingered on the pedestrian street. After hailing a taxi, she immediately headed towards the train station. The hotel they were staying at was not in the same direction as the train station, and the two of them were not in the same direction. However, it took about 45 minutes to get to the train station. Will arrived earlier than the two of them. Xia Jinyuan did not arrive in the usual time, so Will suddenly asked him to go to the train station. Xia Jinyuan said, "Okay," but he was alarmed. Xia Jinyuan, who was familiar with Melbourne, told Yi Qian an address close to the train station. The two of them met there first, and then went to see Will together. While he was still on the phone with Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan thought that he needed to contact V8, who had been secretly watching him, to ask him if there was anything going on. Unexpectedly, V8's call came just as he ended the call with Yi Qian. F***CK, you finally got through? As soon as the call was connected, V8's relieved voice came through. Q King, I have a situation here. Noah removed all the spies who were monitoring you and even had the surveillance cameras in all our rooms taken away. There's something wrong here. Why did he suddenly change his mind? V8's information came just in time. Noah's identity was the same as his. They both entered Melbourne for a mission. From Noah's point of view, Xia Jinyuan could only guess two things. First, Noah suspected their identities. Secondly, Noah did not suspect their identities. Before they checked into the hotel, Noah must have been suspicious of their identities, so he kept probing and sent people to monitor them, including the surveillance cameras in their rooms. At what point would he stop watching them? When they no longer suspected their identities, they would no longer monitor them. Therefore, he decided to withdraw his spies and the surveillance cameras. Why did he suddenly believe it? Something must have happened to make Noah believe that the 8 of them were indeed mercenaries and not people sent by the Chinese to rescue Alice Chung. Could it be, all of a sudden, Xia Jinyuan's expression darkened. He immediately said to the driver, "Quick, contact the ambassador and ask him to inform the country immediately that another team is in danger." V8, who was on the other end of the phone, was shocked when he heard this. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why did he suddenly say that the other team is in danger? What the F***CK is going on now? I didn't say anything just now. Chapter 5368. V8 was shocked, and so was the driver. He didn't dare to delay any further, and immediately called the ambassador. Xia Jinyuan still hadn't ended the call with V8. When the driver's phone was connected, he picked it up and told him his guess as fast as he could. The ambassador's face darkened when he received the call. Okay, I got it. Okay, got it. Okay, I'll contact China right away. You must take good care of yourselves. Don't let anything go wrong. Xia Jinyuan replied with an okay and hung up the phone. He then returned the phone to the driver. Under what circumstances would he no longer suspect their identities? They must have found out that China had sent people to rescue the scientist, so they assumed that China had not sent anyone to rescue Alice Chung. Which was more important, a nuclear scientist or an ordinary housewife? She must be a nuclear scientist. Why did the country release Alice Chung to Melbourne? Because they needed to catch the Chinese people. Now that they had confirmed that they had found traces of the Chinese people in China, they could completely give up on Alice Chung. Alice Chung was just a bait. Now that this bait was no longer needed, Noah and the others didn't need to fully monitor all the targets they suspected. As for the sudden exposure of the scientist's identity, it was also because of China's means. They had found out that China had sent people to rescue the scientist, so they had achieved their goal. In order to give China a bigger headache, they might as well make things worse. Anyway, the scientist was still in their hands. As long as the scientist was there, no matter how chaotic the outside world was, it had nothing to do with China. It was China's fault for sending people over, and China's fault for rescuing the scientist. After listening to the whole story, V8's back was covered in cold sweat. These bastards are so King ruthless. There's no other country that's better at scheming than them. Xia Jinyuan was frighteningly calm after thinking of the key points. Of course they need to plan for their own country, just like we all need to plan for our own country. Let's see who will be the winner in this round. Xia Jinyuan was not surprised by China's actions. They naturally needed to think for their own country, so there was nothing strange about their various schemes. Angry? Furious? There was no need for that. What they were doing now, wasn't it also one trap after another? Perhaps the people of that country would also scold them for being cunning. There's no one keeping an eye on the hotel now. You can come out and move around a little, but you can't show your face. Continue to keep an eye on Noah. Tell G3 and Z7 to come to the train station. You and K7 stay in the hotel, Xia Jinyuan said to V8 before ending the call. What happened next was out of Xia Jinyuan's control. The driver held the steering wheel tightly with one hand and raised his other hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. They are too cunning. If we had been a little careless, we would have been swallowed by these robbers, and not even our dregs would have been left. Xia Jinyuan, whose face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it, did not answer the staff. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the seat a few times, and he said to the staff, "Brother, go to the front and let me down. I'll take another car. I can send you there." The staff member seemed to have realized something, and he answered very seriously, "There's still some distance to the train station." Chapter 53:69. Xia Jinyuan sighed. "No, it's not suitable for you to travel with me. Don't worry, we've dealt with this kind of thing many times. There won't be any danger. Go back to work, leave the outside to us." Since Noah no longer needed to keep an eye on them, he had to think of a way to get rid of the 8 of them. How to get rid of the 8 of them? It was very simple. He could directly expose them to Cyril's men. It was the same as how they wanted to expose Noah to Cyril. Both sides had their own plans. In the end, the staff did not argue with Xia Jinyuan. He was only responsible for delivering the information and could not directly participate in the entire operation. Even if he wanted to help, he had to consider his identity. Before leaving, the staff repeatedly reminded Xia Jinyuan to pay attention to his safety and to prioritize his own life at all times. This was because he knew that it was not easy for the country to train such a group of outstanding Special Forces soldiers. They were trained to serve the country, not to be sacrificed casually. Xia Jinyuan shook hands with the staff in the car, then pushed the door open and got out. When he passed by a clothing store, he went in and bought 2 identical hats. Then he got back into the car and went to meet up with Yi Qian. Because they were in someone else's car, Xia Jinyuan did not tell Yi Qian the reason for the change in the car. He only told Yi Qian his guess when they met. Yi Qian listened for a while before he came back to his senses. He let out a long sigh and said to Xia Jinyuan, "If V8 hadn't reported to you in time today, the other group of comrades would have all been killed." The The country that put Scientology under house arrest was a well-known country of bandits. In the past few years, they had been involved in the war and were the initiators of the attack. They had a strong military force, a strong intelligence network, and a group of outstanding soldiers. These were undeniable and had to be acknowledged. After saying that, Yi Qian said in a low voice with a cold look in his eyes, "Then when Noah needs to get rid of us, he will most likely use Cyril to get rid of us. Captain Xia, I'm afraid we'll have to face Cyril's men next." Before Xia Jinyuan could say what would happen to them if news of the scientists was leaked and Nora withdrew all surveillance, Yi Qian had already thought of it in advance and immediately said it. Once again, the tacit understanding between them made Xia Jinyuan's eyes brighten, dispelling the sinister look in his eyes. "Yes, Will wants us to rush to the train station. I'm afraid that Noah wants to let Cyril know about our existence. What lies ahead is a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. Are you willing to accompany me?" He reached out to Yi Qian until Yi Qian placed his hand in his palm without hesitation. His handsome face contained a deep smile as he held his lover, who fought side by side. Yi Qian said, "There's a dragon to catch the dragon, and there's a tiger to catch the tiger. I'll accompany you all the way to the end." Because they were not only lovers, but also comrades who fought side by side. At this time, Will was already standing under the huge statue in the middle of the train station square. He first saw Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. While greeting Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, he also notified Noah, who was hiding in the shadows. Noah saw the two mercenaries walking over hand in hand. He was not handsome, but there was a regretful smile on his well-defined face. The two of them, who were wearing hats that covered half of their faces, had already seen Will. They secretly exchanged glances with G3 and Z7, who had just arrived at the train station. G3 and Z7 had already discovered Noah's tracks. Chapter 5370. Will, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. After greeting them, he did not walk directly towards them. Instead, he walked towards the train station. He walked slowly, obviously waiting for them to catch up with him. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian quickly exchanged glances and caught up with Will. Soon, they reached Will's side. Xia Jinyuan asked, "What's the situation? Where is he?" "I don't know. He's inside. We'll know when we see him," Will said as he walked. His gaze swept around quickly. Suddenly, he quickened his pace and urged the two behind him. "Walk faster. Keep walking. Quick." It seemed like he was trying to get rid of someone. Yi Qian gently held Xia Jinyuan's hand and whispered, "Is he trying to get rid of Noah's gaze?" "It's possible," Xia Jinyuan said calmly. "He wants to save Alice Chung. He won't cooperate with Noah for too long. If that's the case, it'll be convenient for us to take action." There were so many people that they bumped into each other. Xia Jinyuan, who was originally holding Yi Qian's hand, put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and said, "If it wasn't convenient for us to take action, Noah wouldn't have let Will get away so easily. Let's see what Will has in mind first." Yi Qian nodded and walked through the crowd with Xia Jinyuan's help. In the crowd, Noah looked at Will, who suddenly walked quickly and disappeared from his sight. His expression was cold at first, then he laughed softly. "Mr. Will, you're really dishonest." Noah pressed down the hidden earpiece in his ear and heard his colleague say coldly, "He's really trying to get rid of us. Fortunately, the colonel is prepared. He's very smart. We can't be fooled by his temporary appearance when we're dealing with a smart person. We need to fully understand all his motives. Only then can we truly guard against all possibilities." Noah smiled faintly and looked at the entrance of the train station with murderous intent in his dark brown eyes. Amidst the noisy crowd, Noah said something in a low voice. His low voice was completely covered by the hustle and bustle of the surroundings. No one could hear what he said. The only thing they could see was that the smile on his face was colder and more ruthless than his eyes. It was a murderous intent that made people tremble. The three of them moved forward with difficulty in the crowd. After walking like this for nearly 10 minutes, Will found his informant, a local man in ordinary clothes from Melbourne. At this moment, he was anxiously sitting in the waiting seat, looking around. Sweat flowed down his cheeks like raindrops. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan's eyes flashed with coldness. He said in a low voice, "Mr. Will, I feel that something is wrong now. Is there a problem here?" His voice was deep and ruthless, and he spoke close to Will. Will was so shocked that he suddenly lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. He glanced around and tried his best not to let the mercenary in front of him hear the panic in his voice. He swallowed his throat and replied in a low voice, "It seems that something is wrong. You guys stay here first. I'll go and take a look alone." "Then be careful," Xia Jinyuan, whose eyes were gloomy, reminded him faintly. Suddenly, he added, "Mr. Will, we are in a cooperative relationship. As long as you can pay the price, we can do anything for you. You have no problem with money, and we have no problem with anything." Hearing this, Will clenched his fists and slowly released them. "I trust you. Please trust me." Chapter 5371. Xia Jinyuan nodded and put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder. He pointed at one of the pillars that supported the main hall of the train station. There were small blurry lenses attached to it. "Okay, I hope we can continue to work together, happily. We'll wait for you here." Will nodded vigorously as he glanced at the pillar. He quickly pushed through the passing passengers and approached his informant. He looked around first. He asked in a low voice, "AI Bay, what happened to you? What happened?" AI Bay immediately burst into tears when he heard Will's question. "Mr. Will, I'm sorry." When Will saw Abe's sudden apology, his sharp eyes quickly scanned the crowded bus station. Suddenly, he saw a bald old man in the crowd running towards his direction. This person was none other than Cyril's staff officer, who hosted the auction a few days ago, the Old Fox. There were 7 to 8 armed men around him, and they surrounded him together. Will's expression changed drastically when he heard AI Bay crying even more painfully. He understood that he did not blame AI Bay. Instead, he pulled AI Bay and ran towards the pillar where Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian were. "Mr. Will, I'm sorry. Please run. Don't worry about me. Just run." AI Bay struggled. He was only a young man in his early 20s. When he saw that Will did not give up after being threatened, he was ashamed and angry. He was ashamed of his own actions. If he had been braver just now, he could have directly faced Cyril's men and sacrificed his life to protect Mr. Will. Will, who was running desperately, had to hold on to AI Bay. He did not have time to talk. When he reached the two of them, he pushed AI Bay, who was still crying, over. "Take him and run quickly. Protect him. I'll lure the old fox and his men away." After he finished speaking, he ran in the opposite direction of Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. The two of them, who suddenly had an extra person beside them, saw Will running around. AI Bay, who was pushed to the side of a stranger, wanted to scream, but Xia Jinyuan quickly covered his mouth. "Don't talk. You'll get Will killed." Her voice rushed to her throat, but she was scared back by the fierceness in the stranger's voice. Xia Jinyuan, who had carried out a mission in Melbourne, could speak the language of that country. AI Bay stopped struggling, and Xia Jinyuan let go of him. "Let's go," he whispered to Yi Qian, and the two of them moved towards the exit of the train station with Abe in tow. They hadn't walked too far when 5 or 6 armed men appeared in front of them. They didn't see the target they were looking for. They held guns and charged arrogantly into the crowd. Seeing these guys holding guns, countless passengers and tourists quickly hid in the nearby shops, not daring to confront these guys. Xia Jinyuan handed AI Bei to Yi Qian and said in a deep voice, "Take him and go in another direction. I'll deal with those people. We'll meet at the hotel." After saying that, he took out his pistol and put on a silencer. Yi Qian grabbed Xia Jinyuan's hand. He did not agree with Xia Jinyuan's plan. "There's no need for that. We can evacuate together. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Nothing can happen to Will yet. I need to help him now and gain his complete trust." He did not break free from Yi Qian's hand because he knew that his girl would give up on him. Yi Qian let go. "Okay, I'll wait for you at the hotel." Chapter 5372. As the captain, Xia Jinyuan had his own battle plans. Will was someone they needed to cooperate with. Even though Yi Qian knew that Xia Jinyuan's mission would be dangerous, as a combat personnel on a mission, she had to let him go. Outside, Noah saw people rushing out of the train station. He put his hands in his pockets and wiped the corners of his mouth with his fingers, revealing a confident smile. "See, disobedient people don't have a good ending. Mr. Will, from the moment you chose to betray us, you're destined to have a bad ending." "Colonel, they're looking for Will. Also, Cyril's men didn't find the mercenaries who went in with Will." A white man's voice came from the microphone into Noah's ears. "Do you need our help?" Noah chuckled casually. "Of course, it's dangerous to let these guys out. Since we have time now, we can definitely deal with them. Be careful. Disguise yourselves as Cyril's subordinates. Don't let him find out. These mercenaries aren't as weak as you think." Of course, compared to them, these guys were still a little weak. "Yes, Colonel. We'll definitely help Cyril." Several voices came from the headset. They were equally confident and confident. Soldiers from big countries always had a hint of arrogance that made them think they were stronger than others. In the train station, Cyril's subordinates didn't shoot directly. In such a concentrated area, no matter how bold Cyril was, he still had to be careful. If he really did that, he would have to face a lot of enemies. Noah's men entered the train station and began to look for Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian's men came out of the station with AI Bei, Shi, G3, and Z7. There were no wireless communication devices, but there was a rendezvous point. During the retreat, Yi Qian contacted Z7, who had been watching Noah. Z7, who was watching closely, saw Noah's men entering the train station. Before he could inform Xia Jinyuan and G3, Yi Qian called. The two of them quickly arranged to meet at the rendezvous point and ended the call in 3 seconds. Z7 then quickly informed Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan was still running in an S shape in the crowd. All the tourists inside were running. Cyril's men did not notice him in advance, so they did not pay attention to a running figure. Upon receiving Z7's call, Xia Jinyuan's eyes turned cold. "Noah wants to take advantage of the chaos to get rid of us and push all the blame onto Will. He wants Cyril to only focus on Will. This way, he can remove himself from the entire incident. Damn it, you single-handedly started the whole thing, and now you want to remove yourself from it completely. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Since they want to take advantage of the chaos to get rid of us, we can also take advantage of the chaos to get rid of them. I'll contact G3 and ask him to do things quickly." Xia Jinyuan was still running. He jumped down from the high platform and ran towards the front of the rows of parked locomotives. Will's running speed was unexpectedly fast. Fortunately, he caught up with him in time. Otherwise, he would have lost him in the train station. An eye for an eye, not bad. I'll keep an eye on Will. You guys take care of Noah's men. Xia Jinyuan did not mind giving Noah a hard time. Yi Qian escorted AI Bei out of the train station. Z7, who was in charge of the entire team's communications, immediately contacted G3. G3, who had been secretly following Noah's men, said coldly, "Don't worry. Even if we can't kill them both, we'll kill one of them." Chapter 5373. It was all because of their schemes. There was no need to be angry. What was needed was strength. Strength was needed to crush the other party. Strength was needed to tell the other party that the consequences of underestimating others would be miserable. Z7, who was rushing to the rendezvous point with Yi Qian, laughed. "Brother, are you going to leave the other one alive for the new year? Kill him if you can. Don't think that we're easy to bully. I'm very humble. Keep an eye on the outside. See you later." G3, who had locked onto the target, had a good opportunity to make his move. He ended the call. Z7 looked at the busy tone of the phone and said in a low voice, "Brother, you have to be careful." He put the phone in his pocket and rushed to the rendezvous point. He looked around coldly. When he saw Yi Qian, Z7 immediately went up to him. The two of them quickly brought AI Bei to a safe place. Unfortunately, neither of them spoke Mola's language, and AI Bei didn't speak English. Z7 immediately called Bai He to solve the problem. Bai He was on the way to the train station. The chaos had started. Xia Jinyuan called G3, and G3 immediately called Z7. Then Z7 called Bai He. Mobile phones were the tools they used to communicate with each other. In the train station, Xia Jinyuan, who had been chasing after Will, passed through the most crowded crowd and entered the train station. Other than the rows of train cars, it was difficult to find a single passenger. Even if there was a figure, it was the staff of the train station. Xia Jinyuan took care of one of the robbers. Before he could move, another robber came out from the side of the train with a gun. Xia Jinyuan, who was holding a pistol with a silencer, quickly fired at the robber's chest. There was a muffled sound like a bubble rising from deep water. The robber fell to the ground with a large amount of blood oozing out of his chest. He was shot in the heart and died on the spot. Xia Jinyuan didn't let the robber fall to the ground. He dragged the dead robber and pushed him under the tracks of the train car. Then he quickly approached the robber. These robbers stood alone like whistles. Then he quickly moved to the junction of the two carriages and aimed at another robber who was following the sound. When the robber got closer and closer, he aimed at his head and fired. The sound of the silencer was so soft that sometimes it couldn't be heard clearly if one didn't listen carefully. Sometimes, even if one heard it, one wouldn't think it was a gunshot. Only those who used guns often could tell. Xia Jinyuan, who had been left behind by Cyril's men, was in the dark. Xia Jinyuan as the captain. Xia Jinyuan, after he killed several robbers. Xia. The guy who came over was very cautious. He took 2 steps and stopped again. It took him 5 minutes to walk from the front of the carriage to the back. 1, 2, 3. Move. He took a big stride forward and hit the robber's chin with his elbow. Then he quickly moved to the side and gently cut the robber's neck with the knife in his left hand. The dagger, which always had the sharpest edge, turned into a cold light and brushed past the robber's neck. His speed was too fast. He cut the robber's throat and cut the artery. Blood spurted out like water from a high-pressure water gun and splashed all over Xia Jinyuan's right shoulder. Chapter 5374. The person who was stabbed fell to the ground and convulsed. He did not even have time to cover his neck. Blood spurted out of his mouth like rain as his body leaned toward the carriage. A moment later, he breathed his last. His pupils, which had not yet dilated, were full of horror. He thought he was fine, but he did not even have the chance to scream or be afraid before the grim Reaper took him away. These were all Cyril's subordinates. They looked very strong when they pointed their guns at civilians, but in the hands of the special forces, they were nothing. There were also powerful people in the Melbourne underworld. Otherwise, they would not have dared to fight with the government. But obviously, the robber that Xia Jinyuan killed was a small fry. He did not need to spend too much effort and only needed to be careful to deal with him. Just as Xia Jinyuan pushed the robber into the track, several horrifying screams came from the front. Xia Jinyuan's face suddenly darkened. He did not even bother to wipe the blood off his face and quickly looked for the source of the screams. He was a little too late. The Melbourne underworld, who dared to kill the police, picked up the guns in their hands and fired wildly at the 10 or so railway station staff. Suddenly, the whole carriage was filled with screams and blood flowed all over the floor. These were the railway station staff who were taking care of all the train cars. When they saw these armed robbers, they were so scared that they all hid in a section of the carriage that happened to be open. They did not expect that a hammer that a colleague had casually carried would accidentally fall and make a clang sound, which would kill all of them. Xia Jinyuan, who had stopped in his tracks, felt as if his heart had been hit by a boulder. The anger in his chest was rampaging, and it was heavy and painful. The people who had finished shooting got out of the carriage one by one. Xia Jinyuan glanced at them. There were a total of 3 of them. As he approached along the track, he heard the voice that he had heard at the auction a few days ago. It was full of violence. Son of A.B. *TCH, do you know what you have done? Do you know? I think you are tired of living. How dare you quibble in front of me? Don't think that just because your brother died to save Cyril, you can do whatever you want. Tell me, where did you hide them? Hand them all over. For the sake of your brother and your honesty, I will plead with Cyril to spare your life. Bastard, this is your last chance. The bald-headed man yelled angrily at Will, kicking and scolding him. To Xia Jinyuan's surprise, this guy actually knew Will. Will's brother had even saved Cyril before. Will, who was beaten until his body curled up, clenched his teeth. Even if his face was bruised and his mouth swollen, he didn't say anything. The bald man flew into a rage. You damned son of a bitch. Are you trying to betray us? Beat him until he opens his mouth. If he still doesn't open his mouth, just greet him with bullets. Hearing the sounds, Xia Jinyuan slowly retreated. Then he picked up the rifle of one of the targets that had been destroyed, took out the magazine, and looked at it. With a click, he put it back and moved forward again. Then he nimbly climbed to the top of the train carriage and slowly crept forward until he could quickly kill the targets. He raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The continuous gunshots sounded like fireworks exploding. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets swept across, and none of them missed their mark. The first to fall was not the minions, but the bald man. Xia Jinyuan had shot a hole in the back of his head. Chapter 5375. A dazzling red flower blossomed on the back of the bald man's head, and in just a few seconds, Cyril's renowned advisor had already collapsed onto the ground. Even in the moment of his death, he didn't know how he had died. The bald man fell to the ground. The bandits who were in charge of keeping an eye on the surroundings heard the gunshot and fell before they could react. 2 of the bandits reacted quickly and immediately dodged to the side to fight back. Xia Jinyuan had no intention of letting these bandits, who were only following orders and had no opinions of their own, off the hook. Will, who was curled up on the ground, did not know what had happened. When the gunshot rang out, he hugged his head and waited for a bullet to hit him. In the end, he was not shot. The bastards who had attacked him fell one by one. Finally, the surroundings were so quiet that he could hear the sound of the wind. It was so quiet that he did not dare to open his eyes. After about 2 minutes, Xia Jinyuan, who had been waiting for a long time, could not wait any longer. He walked over to Will, lowered his eyes, and coldly looked at him. "You can come out now. How long do you want to stay on the ground? Are you going to lie there until the sun sets?" When he heard Xia Jinyuan's voice, Will, who was in disbelief, let go of his hands and lay on the ground, staring blankly. In the end, it was Xia Jinyuan who reached out to pull him up. Will, who was in so much pain that he kept gasping for air, suddenly panicked and hurriedly looked around. When he saw the bald man lying in a pool of blood, Will's face turned pale. When he looked at Xia Jinyuan, even his eyes were trembling. You killed him. You killed him." He was so scared that he was stuttering. Xia Jinyuan did not seem to realize that he was scared. Instead, he deliberately misinterpreted his words and said coldly, "If it wasn't me, did you think that Jesus came to save you?" His expression was very relaxed, but Will wasn't relaxed at all. His face was as pale as a sheet of ash. You lunatic. I think Cyril is going to go completely insane now. You've destroyed all of his brain power. There's no way he's going to let you off the hook." "He won't let me go?" "Mr. Will, before he dies, will Cyril let you go?" "I don't think so." "All right, Mr. Will, I think we should cut the crap and leave quickly. I've already handed your men over to my brother. Do you need to see him?" Xia Jinyuan's cold voice rang in Will's ears again. Will, who was so scared that he didn't even have the strength to take a step forward, fell silent. He wasn't wrong. Cyril wouldn't let him go. Baldy wouldn't let him go either. Now that Baldy was dead, at least he was still alive. It was this very powerful mercenary in front of him, whom he had spent a lot of money to hire, who had saved him. "Thank you," he said in a hoarse voice. Cyril had kidnapped Alice Chum. He knew that Cyril would not let him off so easily. He had always known. It was just that he was unwilling to face it. He only wanted to escape. Now, everything was fine. Finally, there was no need to escape. It was finally time to face it. Although Will was still scared and his face was still pale, at least he could walk on his own. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "We have to find a way to get rid of all these guys. You have any good ideas?" Chapter 5376. Xia Jinyuan was the most familiar with dealing with crime scenes. While he was dealing with it, Noah outside was furious. No, he wasn't mad. He was furious. Because of his anger, his facial features were distorted, and he still had to take care of his surroundings. He also had to keep his voice down. His left hand spread, open like the claws of a dragon. He roared again and again, "Find them! Don't let any of them go! Don't let any of them go! This group of damned bastards! Kill them all!" After 2 of his soldiers entered the train station, they were killed. They were killed by their guns. They didn't even know who killed them. Was it a few mercenaries? Now, these mercenaries were nowhere to be seen. None of his soldiers were able to catch up with them. Was it them? No, impossible. Even if they were powerful, his soldiers were even more powerful. How could they be secretly killed by a few mercenaries? The rest of the soldiers who were searching nearby didn't notice them at all. Were they Cyril's subordinates? Was it this damn thing? Noah had been in Melibon for so long, and this was the first time he tasted failure. Moreover, this failure was one that he thought was impossible. 2 of his soldiers had been killed. This was undoubtedly a blow to Noah's head. He couldn't accept it for a while. His soldiers were there to deal with the dangerous mercenaries, not to be killed by others. The furious Noah didn't even think about how to pretend to be Cyril's subordinates to kill Xia Jinyuan and the others in this mess. He needed to find the real murderer who killed his soldiers. G3, who made the confident Noah angry, had already come out of the train station. Z7 received a two-word message from him: become a pair. Z7 raised his eyebrows when he saw the message. He sent a message to Yi Qian and Bai He. T6, K7, and V8, who were still in the hotel, could go back and talk about it later. The white crane had arrived. He could speak the language of Melibon. The moment he opened his mouth, AI Bay, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, rushed over and grabbed the white crane's hand excitedly, as if he had seen a long-lost relative. He spoke incoherently like a string of firecrackers. Yi Qian, who only knew two languages, had no way of understanding him. Judging from his body language, he was probably worried about Will. Although he said a lot, Bai He only translated the most important sentence to Yi Qian. He said that he needed to find a phone and asked us not to follow him. Yi Qian shook his head. Tell him that's impossible. He couldn't leave alone until Will arrived. This is for the sake of his safety. Bai He translated honestly, and AI Bei became even more agitated after hearing it. He straightened his neck until his veins could be seen bulging. No, you can't. I have to make the call. This was very important. Very, very important. You can make a call, but we need to follow you. Bai He was calm and prevented him from escaping. It was obvious that AI Bei was in a hurry to make the call. The more they restrained him, the more he would want to escape. We have a better solution. You make the call, and we'll stand nearby and stay away from you. How about that? If you accept, we'll send you there immediately. If you don't, the two of us will keep an eye on you. You won't have a chance to escape. Bai He's suggestion made AI Bei feel tempted, and he nodded in agreement. Chapter 5377. AI Bei couldn't refuse. He knew very well that he couldn't escape from the two in front of him, so he could only accept. After accepting, AI Bei said a few more words. Yi Qian, who didn't know what he said, looked at Bai He and waited for Bai He to translate. He said that he won't make the call here. He's at another place and needs to walk there in about 10 minutes. Bai He frowned slightly. That place is very safe. It was safe for AI Bei, but it might not be safe for Yi Jian and Bai He. But since he promised AI Bei, he naturally had to go there. At this time, the train station was not as lively as it was half an hour ago. The large square was empty, and no one walked by. The fleeing pedestrians all left the train station and fled to a safe place. The police, who arrived late, were fully armed and carrying shields. They ran all the way through the empty square and into the train station. The scene inside the station was completely different. During the escape, there was a stampede. Several passengers were trampled by the crowd behind them, and there were already casualties. The police began to clean up the scene. The exasperated Noah didn't stay any longer. The police were already here. Even if he wanted to find the murderer who killed his two soldiers, he had to leave at this moment. When he said retreat, his dark brown eyes were filled with unwillingness. From his long and thin profile, one could clearly see that he had been clenching his jaw and leaving with a gloomy expression. There were still many cars parked on the side of the road. Some of the cars even had their doors open. It was obvious that the car owners were in a panic. Yi Jian and Bai He led AI Bei through the streets and disappeared at the corner of the street in no time. On the other side, G3 and Z7 met up and high-fived to celebrate. Xia Jinyuan and Will cleaned up the scene and avoided Cyril's subordinates who hadn't left yet. Their journey was very smooth. On the other side, AI Bei led the way. After crossing two streets, they entered a commercial street full of local specialties. The street wasn't wide, but it was full of Melbourne's characteristics. It wasn't affected by the gunfight at the train station, and people came and went. Yi Qian even saw a street artist playing and singing. His passionate songs attracted many people, and the guitar box in front of him was filled with banknotes of different denominations. Here, there was no danger. Everything that entered one's eyes made one feel relaxed, and one couldn't help but smile. A.I. Bay, whose body had been tense all this time, finally relaxed after entering this place. A smile even appeared on his tear-stained face. Walking past two small stalls that looked like carts, he ran his fingers over the little silver bells hanging on the stalls. He suddenly asked the white crane, "Will Mr. Will be all right?" After asking, he immediately retracted his gaze from the white crane and secretly rubbed his fingers uneasily. He smiled and said, "He will be fine. We are all bodyguards that he hired to protect him. He will be fine." Hearing that Mr. Will would be fine, Abe's eyes lit up. Really? But he thought of something, and his eyes dimmed again. He and Yi Qian exchanged glances secretly. He smiled like a big brother next door and asked, "But what? You can tell us." "Cyril, he won't let Mr. Will off so easily. He still needs Mr. Will's cargo ship to deliver his goods." Abe's expression became anxious again. "You are Mr. Will's bodyguards. Will you always protect him?" Chapter 5378. Cargo ship delivery? The white crane nodded and replied solemnly, Of course, we will protect Mr. Will. Wherever Mr. Will goes, we will follow him." Cyril kidnapped Alice Chung to threaten Will into delivering goods for him. However, Will did not confess during the conversation. He even told them that he did not know Cyril at all. In fact, they knew each other, and Alice Cheng's kidnapping was entirely because of Will. Since Will did not confess, they had to be more careful of him in the future cooperation. Yi Qian pursed his lips slightly. He thought that Xia Jinyuan, who was with Will now, should have escaped. A.I. Bay's voice came into his ears. Yi Qian saw him pointing to a small and dirty accessory shop in front of them. It sold some local ethnic trinkets in Melbourne and said something to buy he. The place in front is where he called. He asked us to wait for him on the other side. He also said that he was very familiar with this place and that it was very safe. He would be fine. He translated and told Yi Qian. Yi Qian looked around and said in a low voice, "He can't be too far away. Since Cyril's people used him to lure Will to the train station, there's no guarantee that he didn't arrange for someone to watch A.I. Bay's usual activities." He nodded slightly. They could not let A.I. Bay be too far away from their line of sight. It was better to be nearby. An unfamiliar ringtone sounded. Both of them looked at A.I. Bay. A.I. Bay took out his phone and said excitedly after looking at it, "It's Mr. Will. It's Mr. Will." It was a joy that came from the bottom of his heart, as well as a deep attachment. Yi Qian's phone also rang. It was Xia Jinyuan. Hearing the familiar low voice from the phone, Yi Qian's cold expression turned into a spring breeze. "How's the situation? Is everyone safe?" she asked with a smile. "You can personally confirm whether I'm safe or not." Xia Jinyuan answered slowly with a smile on his handsome face. "We're here to look for you now. Will wants to meet A.I. Bay." "Where is it?" On the other side, Abe was dancing as he told Will where he was. After ending the call, he laughed heartily. "Hey, Mr. Will said that he's safe now. He also said that he'll come and meet me immediately. I'm so happy that Mr. Will is fine." It was indeed something to be happy about. Yi Qian saw the man who reeked of blood but was not injured walking over. She smiled until he came closer. Will walked even faster. Seeing that A.I. Bay was completely fine, he patted A.I. Bay's shoulder. "You're still alive today, so you need to thank them the most. Without them, you would have been killed by Cyril's men." The fact that A.I. Bay was fine made Will even more confident in the abilities of the mercenaries he hired. After asking AI Bei to bow and thank Yi Qian and the others, he said to Xia Jinyuan, I need to be alone with AI Bei for a while. You guys can walk around nearby. Mr. Will, you just got out of danger. Are you sure you won't be in danger again? Xia Jinyuan asked him. Cyril has his eyes on you. His men might be at the places you frequent. Will's expression changed several times at the mention of this. Feeling AI Bei quietly tugging at his sleeve, Will gritted his teeth. I won't go too far. I'll be back soon. Xia Jinyuan did not answer immediately. He stared at Will for a while, with a slightly cold gaze. Will's expression became very unnatural. Then, the corners of Xia Jinyuan's mouth curled up. Okay, we got it. Since he trusted AI Bei so much, what did it have to do with them? Chapter 53:79. To be honest, whether Will was in trouble or not had nothing to do with the 8 of them. They already knew what they needed to know. Since they insisted on talking alone despite the danger, it seemed like there was a secret more important than their lives. Looking at the two of them leaving, Xia Jinyuan said coldly, I just killed Cyril's military counselor. Next, Cyril's people will definitely look for Will. Will may cooperate with Noah again, or he may choose to cooperate with us to deal with Noah and save Alice Chum. Will is not trustworthy. Yi Qian analyzed calmly. He wavered and hid many key points. He knows Cyril, but he kept telling us that he doesn't know Cyril. Maybe even Noah was fooled. We need to doubt everything he said. I don't believe that he will choose to cooperate with us. You killed Cyril's bald man. Will may really cooperate with Noah. He may even take the initiative to tell Cyril that we killed the bald man. After saying that, Xia Jinyuan reached out and rubbed the top of his head. Don't forget, we are mercenaries hired by Will. Everything we do is related to Will. He won't turn around and surrender to Cyril. As for choosing to cooperate with Noah again, this is possible. But will Noah believe him? It's difficult. As a businessman, Will knows very well. On the contrary, he will be more satisfied and believe us. Because on the way here, Will told me that Noah has been threatening his family. He wants us to get rid of Noah so that his family will no longer be threatened by Noah. As for Cyril, he said that he is willing to cooperate and let Cyril think that the person who killed the bald man is Noah. On one side is a person who threatens the safety of his family, and on the other side is a mercenary he hired at a high price. As an expert, Will is more willing to trust the mercenaries he hired. Will led Abe through the streets. He seemed to be worried that Xia Jinyuan and the others would follow them, so he turned his head to look around vigilantly. Seeing that the mercenaries he hired were all standing there obediently, Will heaved a sigh of relief. In front of them, there was a child who was about 10 years old. He was carrying a cloth bag and holding a tree branch. He was squatting on the ground and drawing something that no one could understand. He was drawing very seriously and was completely immersed in his own world. The two of them had just passed by the child when the child, who had been scribbling on the ground, stood up. Yi Qian, who had been staring at the child, suddenly narrowed her eyes. Then she and her comrades rushed out at almost the same time. Get down! Get down! Xia Jinyuan shouted. The child took out a black object from his satchel and pointed it at Abe, who was passing by him. Will vaguely heard Xia Jinyuan's voice, but the environment was too lively, and there was also heavy metal music. He just tilted his head slightly and continued talking to Abe. Bang! There was a sound behind him. Will saw Abe, who was walking and talking to him, suddenly stop, and then his face became extremely pained. Another low bang was heard. Will suddenly realized something and subconsciously reached out to support Abe, who was falling forward. Abe! Abe! He roared. Abe, who had been shot twice in the back, fell down. Blood gushed out and instantly soaked his clothes. Chapter 5380. From the moment AI Bay was discovered to the moment he fell, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. No matter how fast Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian, and Bai He reacted, they were still separated by a street full of pedestrians. Even if they took out their guns, they couldn't stop the little boy from shooting. AI Bay, who had been shot twice, fell to the ground. Lying in a pool of blood, his body twitched and blood gushed out of his mouth. He apologized to Will until Will forgave him with red eyes and tears flowing down his face. AI Bay, who was still bleeding from the corner of his mouth, smiled. His lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something, but his voice was so weak that Will couldn't hear what he was saying even if he put his mouth to his ear. Maybe he wanted to say something important, or maybe he wanted to say something about his weariness in life, but everything seemed to be irreversible. In less than a minute, AI Bay stopped moving. AI Bay! AI Bay! Will held the bleeding AI Bay in his arms and screamed at the top of his lungs. Bai He rushed over and grabbed the boy, who was running away like a slippery eel, and slashed the back of the boy's neck. The boy, who was struggling to escape, felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck. He closed his eyes and fell limp in Bai He's hands. He grabbed the boy's collar like an eagle grabbing a chick and brought him to Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan looked at the boy, who was only 8 or 9 years old, but was extremely skilled in shooting and killing. His dark eyes were filled with coldness. "Look at him." "Yes." Bai He nodded and turned the boy to the side. Yi Qian was in charge of guarding the surroundings to prevent anyone from shooting at them. Xia Jinyuan, who was half-squatting, stroked AI Bay's round eyes, which were filled with longing for the world. "Mr. Will, we need to talk somewhere else." The shooting just now didn't cause much of a commotion. The passers-by didn't even know that they had just been shot, and that a young life had left the world forever with longing for the world. Will didn't leave immediately. He held AI Bay's body, which was still warm. His hands were stained with blood, and there was even sticky blood dripping between his fingers. Will looked at Xia Jinyuan and said, "Q, let's work together." His eyes were very cold, and there was even a hint of desperation. Xia Jinyuan looked back at him and did not immediately choose to believe his words. He stared coldly at Will, who had proposed to cooperate with him. After a while, the corners of his mouth twitched coldly, revealing a cold and emotionless smile. "I've always thought that we were cooperating, but now it seems that Mr. Will is not." "No, you're right. We've always been working together." Will picked up AI Bay. It was obvious that he was struggling, but he didn't ask Xia Jinyuan for help. He only asked Xia Jinyuan to help him put AI Bay's arm on his shoulder. Xia Jinyuan helped him and Will sincerely apologized. "Thank you, Q. I need to send this child home now. If you have time, please come with me. From now on, we will settle your employment fees on a daily basis. I know your employment fees are very high, but please rest assured that I have enough ability to pay." Xia Jinyuan, whose eyes were slightly fixed, didn't follow Will. Instead, he stood behind him and asked calmly, "Alice Chung is in Noah's hands now, right?" This time, Will didn't hide anything and answered Xia Jinyuan, "Yes, she's in Noah's hands. She knows Noah, but she begged me to save her. Her child is also in Noah's hands." Chapter 53, 81. Will's footsteps were heavy as he walked forward. Every step he took felt like he was carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. His tall back was shrouded in sadness. Anyone who saw him would know that this was a man who was grieving. He was very familiar with this place. He did not walk through the crowded streets. Instead, he walked along the bumpy alleyway to the top. It was a slope. Looking at the top of the alleyway from the side of the street, it was at least 40 degrees. Every step Will took was extremely strenuous. Yi Qian, who was following behind him, even saw him lose his balance a few times. He looked like he was going to fall backward. Dark red blood dripped all the way, meandering upwards. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Qian lowered his head slightly and quietly followed behind Bai He, who was carrying the boy. Xia Jinyuan followed behind Will. Bai He was in the middle, and Yi Qian was in the middle. After walking for at least half an hour, Will stopped outside a house with mottled exterior walls. It was obvious that it was at the bottom of the Melabon Peninsula. He did not need to press the doorbell. There was no doorbell to press. He lifted his foot and gently pushed the iron door that was so rusty that he could rub it with his hand. The iron door creaked open. Will carried Ai Bei, whose limbs were getting stiffer and stiffer, and walked in. Xia Jinyuan turned back to look at his comrade behind him. He nodded slightly before walking in. The bungalow was a long and narrow house. Standing in front of the door, one could see the door at the back of the house. Someone inside heard the noise and quickly ran out of the dimly lit room. It was too dark, and one could vaguely see that it was a middle-aged woman whose figure was out of shape. "Mr. Will, is that you?" The middle-aged woman who ran out saw Will. Perhaps because Will was carrying someone in his arms, she was a little uncertain. Her tone was very respectful. Will responded in a low voice. His voice was so choked that the middle-aged woman who was walking out quickly stopped. She must have sensed something. She stood there and did not move another step. In the dark room, the figure did not move for a long time. The atmosphere was so tense that Yi Qian could not breathe. She was a middle-aged woman in her 40s with white hair. Her hands were rough and her joints were thick. One could tell at a glance how hard life was for her. She watched Will walk to her side step by step. Her frozen gaze finally fell on the person Will was hugging. Her lips trembled slightly, and she asked in the local language, "Who are you hugging?" Abe. Will opened his mouth. His suppressed sorrow filled the room like a tide. "Abe, he's dead, isn't he? He's dead, isn't he?" The middle-aged woman's voice was too soft. It was so soft that it was like a bubble floating in the air. It would disappear with a light touch. Will did not answer. His silence was the best answer. "How did he die? Can you tell me? What happened? Mr. Will, can you tell me all about it?" The middle-aged woman reached out with trembling hands. She wanted to hug her child. This was her child, her child. She could not carry Abe. Her voice was filled with sorrow as she begged Will to carry Abe to the bed. Just as he placed the pale-faced Ai Bei on the bed, the sound of laughter and chatter came from outside the cramped bungalow. It was the voices of two men. One of the men was already shouting at the door before he even walked in, shouting all the way in. Chapter 53:82. Two men walked in together. Bai He, who was still holding the little boy, looked at the man on the left. This was the master of the house, and the shorter one was the friend. The master of the house realized that there were strangers in his house. Just as he was about to ask them who they were, he heard his wife sobbing. His expression changed, and he rushed into the room. However, he suddenly stopped outside the door and did not go in again. "Mr. Will," he said happily, his voice full of respect. "God, you've been... Why do I smell blood?" The master of the house stepped into the room with only a small lamp on. He saw his son, Ai Bei, lying motionless on the bed. He did not finish his sentence, and the air became dead silent. A few minutes later, the master of the house exploded. "Didn't you say that you would protect him well? Didn't you say you would protect him well? Why? Why is my child gone? Why?" The man grabbed Will's collar and questioned him over and over again. At this moment, he no longer treated Will as his breadwinner, but as his enemy who killed his son. Xia Jinyuan whispered to Yi Qian, "Let's go outside first and wait for him to settle the matter." Will brought them here, to tell Xia Jinyuan how sincere he was about their cooperation. He looked at the little boy who was still being strangled. What about him? Did you hand him over? Keep strangling him. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the little boy who was still unconscious. It was obvious that he was a little harsh. There was no way that she wasn't harsh. The little boy was not even an adult, yet he killed without batting an eye. He naturally would not show mercy. The sound of a one-sided fight came from inside. Yi Qian could tell that it was a fist hitting another person. He couldn't help but ask Xia Jinyuan carefully, "Should we go in and guard? Will they beat Will to death?" Xia Jinyuan shook his head. He put an arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and stood under the sun. "No, Will dared to send Ai Bei here himself. He has to have the courage to bear the consequences. Ai Bei is the child of this family. Now that Ai Bei is gone, Will has to take full responsibility." When they suggested that they should follow closely, Abe secretly signaled for Will to refuse. Will hesitated for a few seconds and finally chose to refuse. In the end, their choice was to let Abe die under the gun of a little boy. The short man pulled the owner away and pulled Will to the back of the house. He asked Will in a serious tone what had happened and why Abe, who had gone out in the morning, had suddenly died. Will, who was punched in the face, did not fight back. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and answered the short man. "Cyril's men threatened Abe. After Abe escaped, he met me. A kid who was playing on the side of the road suddenly shot at Abe." As he explained, the sadness he revealed made the short man unable to scold him, especially when he learned that Abe had brought Cyril's men to surround Will. The short man instantly fell silent. "It's not your fault. It's not your fault." The short man bowed to Mr. Will in a Melibonian way and walked back to the house that was similar to his own. About 10 minutes later, the little boy who had been grabbed by the white crane finally woke up. This was a little boy who had undergone special training. The moment he opened his eyes, a ferocious light burst out from his clear black and white glass-like eyes. He roared at the white crane and even lifted his leg to kick the white crane's crotch. Chapter 53:83. These specially trained boys were the most inhumane and cruel characteristic of the evil forces in Melbourne. They liked to find children to feed on raw meat and train them from a young age. Xia Jinyuan had seen this kind of little boy at Carbeo's place before. They looked very ordinary, so ordinary that they looked no different from ordinary children. In fact, these little boys knew how to use knives when they were very young. They started from killing rats and slowly moved on to killing rabbits, cats, dogs, and other animals. They grew up with hands full of blood until they knew how to use guns to kill people. They had completely become killing machines in the hands of these evil forces. The struggling boy in Baihi's hands was a killing machine. There was no color in his world, only the color of blood. He only did one thing every day: kill people. Seeing the cruelty in the boy's eyes, Baihi frowned slightly. "Let's hand him over to the police." A few years ago, the police rescued 2 boys from somewhere and sent them to an orphanage. Later, the 12 children who slept in the same room as the 2 boys were all killed in their sleep. They snuck into the orphanage's kitchen and stole 2 thin knives used to cut meat. "Let's hand them over to the police. The police might send them to the orphanage." After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, Yi Qian felt a chill run down his spine. "Then what should we do?" "Let's hand them over to Will." Xia Jinyuan replied calmly. "He killed Ai Bei. Let Will handle it. We don't have to get involved." Yi Qian was silent. If they handed them over to Will, would the boy still have a chance to live? You haven't seen them kill people. If you have, you'll realize that killing people is as simple as eating a meal for them. Xia Jinyuan could see that Yi Qian was silent and couldn't bear to do it. If it was an adult man, Yi Qian wouldn't have any objections. But now it was a little boy, a child who was still acting spoiled in front of his parents. He still had a long way to go and should be full of sunshine. Wrong. She was wrong. These boys were destined to have a bloody life from the beginning of their training. There would be no sunshine in their lives. Don't even think about using education to change them. Their nature has already changed since they were young. Letting them out would only cause more people to die in their hands. In the end, the little boy was handed over to Will. Xia Jinyuan looked at the haggard Will and asked him, "Although we didn't want to see this ending, now that it has happened, what's your plan? If Cyril can kill Abe today, he can kill you tomorrow." Will looked at the unconscious murderer and said in a hoarse voice, "I need to bury Abe first. You guys go back to the hotel first. I'll come find you after I'm done." After a slight pause, he asked again, "Now, can you believe my sincerity in cooperating with you?" Xia Jinyuan stared at him for a while and shook his head. "No, we can't talk about trust now. Let's settle AI Bay's matter first, and then we can talk about it in detail. I want to remind Mr. Will that we just arrived in Melbourne. Mr. Will told us very seriously that Melbourne is very messy and the environment is very complicated. We can't relax at any time. Mr. Will, you relax today. I'm glad that you've already paid me all the previous commissions." Will smiled bitterly. "I know, it's my fault this time. You guys go back to the hotel first. I'll come find you." Chapter 53-84. The three of them did not stay any longer. They returned to the place where Abe was shot and met up with G3 and Z7. The five of them split into two taxis and returned to the hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, they entered T6's room, where K7 and V8 were waiting. When the three of them saw that their comrades who had gone out to fight had returned, they heaved a sigh of relief. As soon as the door closed, T6 asked, "What's going on?" "We saw the news on TV, just now. The train station is in a mess, and there are countless casualties." Before Xia Jinyuan could speak, Z7, who already knew the whole story, said in a deep voice, "One of Will's informants was killed by Cyril. Cyril and Will know each other, so Will intends to cooperate with us. As for whether he'll kill Cyril or Noah, it's still undecided. The situation is getting more and more serious, and it's quite disadvantageous for us. Cyril has already noticed us. Q King, we need to discuss this carefully and come up with a plan to get out of Cyril's sight. We can't just sit around and wait for death. We have to take the initiative to attack. At the same time, we have to think of a way to disturb the guy at the hotel and make him think that Cyril secretly killed his men. Only then will we have a chance to save Alice Chung and deal a fatal blow to Noah. In any case, Cyril was not their target. Noah was. Do we need to inform Will before the operation? What's he doing now? Why didn't he come back with you guys?" T6 asked Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, who was unscrewing the cap of a mineral water bottle, looked up and saw T6 looking at him. He handed the unscrewed mineral water bottle to Yi Qian and replied calmly, "He's dealing with some matters. He'll come to the hotel later. Let's plan our own plan first. Let's all sit closer together. Let's talk about what you guys think first." Hearing this, his comrades gathered around him. Z7, whose face was slightly gloomy, was the first to express his opinion. "According to what we've just said, since Cyril has already noticed us, I think we should strike first to gain the upper hand. We should think of a way to control Cyril first. Then we'll see if we can get any clues from Cyril." He focused on Cyril, who was a danger to them. Yi Qian did not agree. Just as he was about to speak, he heard V8 say in a deep voice, "Your thoughts coincide with mine. Instead of waiting for him to come to us, why don't we get rid of this hidden danger, first to avoid any more trouble? Either we don't do it this time, or we have to do it cleanly. We can't be like before and let others take advantage of us for nothing. He was referring to the fact that Alice Chung had fallen into Noah's hands after he had saved her with great difficulty. This time, the T6 combatant did not speak first. It was clear that he had different opinions about his two comrades. G3 said, "I have an idea. You think it's feasible? Isn't Cyril already suspicious of us? In that case, he'll definitely find out about the hotel we're staying at soon. Besides, hasn't the hotel not been touched yet?" He paused for a moment and looked around at everyone. When he saw a hint of interest in Xia Jinyuan's eyes, he slowly continued, "Can we lure Cyril over and let him fight with Noah in the hotel? In the end, we'll be the third party to reap the benefits." It's the same as Q King's original plan. The only difference is that we need to lure Cyril to the hotel. Of the three comrades' opinions, Yi Qian was more inclined to agree with G3. Luring him to the hotel was indeed a good idea. Chapter 53:85. The hotel was Noah's territory, so Yi Qian felt that it was feasible to make use of Cyril to destroy Noah's place while he was at it. Given Cyril's character of paying people back tenfold for every loss he suffered, it should be easy for him to destroy a hotel. T6 agreed this time. He was also leaning towards G3's plan. G3's idea is very good. We can kill two birds with one stone. He voiced his thoughts. Cyril is not our ultimate target, so there's no need to face him head-on. This is Melibon, and Cyril has a lot of power. There are only 8 of us, and we've already let him know. It's too dangerous to kill Cyril first. K7, who was acting like a wallflower, said, "G3, sure." V8 and Z7 nodded at the same time. Then we'll have to plan carefully how to make Cyril take the initiative to throw himself at Noah in the hotel. Xia Jinyuan revealed a cold smile. He was a captain who listened to the opinions of his comrades and encouraged them to speak their minds. Only then would they have a better understanding of each other. G3's idea was also a key to his cooperation with Will. Here, they needed Will to step in. "There's a place we can make good use of. Will brought us to this place before," Yi Qian said slyly. "The auction house." "That's right. How could I have forgotten such an important clue?" Based on what Will told us, the auction house is one of Cyril's main sources of income, so he must place great importance on it. If we blow up that place for him, how do you think Cyril will react? V8 clapped his hands and laughed. "This time, we'll be in the dark while Will brings Noah over. Wouldn't that be great?" Needless to say, he'll definitely come looking for us in exasperation. T6 smiled with a scheming expression. Didn't Will want to cooperate with us? Sure, his sincerity lies in his desire to let Cyril meet Noah. That's right. This is the effect we want. Next, let's see them fight each other. Will plays a key role in our plan. We need to have a good chat with him. He wants to get rid of Noah and Cyril more than we do. I'm afraid he doesn't want to stay in Melbourne anymore. His comrades spoke one after another. There was not a trace of nervousness or fear on their faces. There was only calmness, and wisdom. They would plan according to the changes of the day, not allowing the slightest bit of disclosure. When it was necessary to take the initiative to attack, they would never back down. When it was necessary to withdraw their edge, they would definitely carefully hide themselves well and not reveal any traces. Yi Qian felt that every time she fought alongside her comrades, she would improve in all aspects. After more than an hour of debate, discussion, and practice, the members of the Snowfield Brigade finally worked out a strategy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After the division of labor was clear, every member of the Snowfield Brigade started to act in an orderly manner. Most importantly, Will also arrived at the hotel at night. He had sneaked into the hotel without Noah noticing him. However, Noah did not have the time to monitor Will at this time. 2 of his soldiers had been killed, so he needed to deal with the aftermath. Noah was also carrying out his mission, but some of his soldiers were sacrificed when he finally pulled in the net. They wanted to retrieve the train station's surveillance footage, but the local police did not want to escalate the matter and destroyed all the surveillance footage. There was no possibility of even repairing it. Noah, who suspected both the mercenaries and Cyril, had the worst day since he entered Melbourne. Chapter 5386. Will contacted Xia Jinyuan at around 11 o'clock in the evening. To be safe and not to be discovered by Noah, will propose to meet outside the hotel. Xia Jinyuan gladly agreed. Inside the hotel, T6, V8, and K7 continued to keep a close watch. Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian, Bai He, and G3 left the hotel. After the meeting, Will confessed to Xia Jinyuan about his relationship with Noah. He also told Xia Jinyuan that his family was threatened by Noah's men. Therefore, he was forced to do certain things and could not resist. As for why Alice Chung knew Noah, Will was silent for a long time before answering. That night, when I found out that Alice knew Noah, I was more shocked than anyone else. I felt like I had been deceived and played like a fool by my friends. I even let my family be threatened. It wasn't until Alice angrily accused Noah of not keeping his word in the car that I found out that she was also forced. Her child is still in Noah's hands. If she doesn't listen to Noah's arrangements, her child will be killed by Noah. Do you believe every word that Alice said? Xia Jinyuan asked. Are you sure that there is no problem with every word that she said? Also, do you believe that her child is really in Noah's hands? After a series of questions, Will was unable to answer immediately. After a long while, Will lowered his head and bent down, rubbing his face hard. I don't know. I really don't know. My life has become a mess because of Noah's arrival. It doesn't matter whether Alice lied to me or not. What's important now is that I want my life to be peaceful again. My wife and my 2 children will not be harmed. Yi Qian suddenly spoke and coldly interrupted Will. They won't be harmed. They can kill your wife and your 2 children at any time. Will, who was bent down with his head lowered, looked up and his eyes were fierce. No, I will never allow them to hurt my family. So, we need to work together. We need to work together. I have money. A lot of money. If you help me kill Noah and Cyril, all my problems will be solved. They've all been dealt with. He had had enough of his current life. Every day was not a pleasure for him, but a torture. Every day, he lived in torment, afraid that his family would be killed, afraid that he would be killed. Xia Jinyuan could see how anxious Will was to get rid of the threat. However, he still needed to boil the frog in warm water. He needed to make Will more afraid. Your brother died protecting Cyril. Baldy said that Cyril didn't kill you because of your brother. Mr. Will, do you think Baldy is right? Would Cyril really keep you around for your brother's sake? I'm sorry. When I went to save you during the day, I was very surprised to hear what Baldy said. I was also very shocked. Cyril, I don't think he'll let you go so easily just because your brother saved him. Killing Abe was already a warning to you. Starting from your friends. One by one, they'll be killed because of you. Mr. Will, as long as you don't bow down to Cyril, he'll keep killing until all your friends and family are killed. However, I don't think you'll just watch your friends and family get killed. You'll quickly nod and agree. From then on, you'll become Cyril's slave. Your family and your children will all become his slaves. Mr. Will, do you like this life? Chapter 5387. Do you like having your life threatened all the time? Do you like having your family live in fear every second, every hour, every day? No, absolutely no one likes that. Will clenched his fists. Slowly, fiercely, and coldly, he answered, I don't like it I've had enough. Please help me end all of this. I need your help. It was an urgent need, a need that could not wait any longer. Abe's death made him realize that he had to do something. Abe's death also told him that Cyril would not let him go. Baldy was dead. The mercenaries he hired killed him. They killed one of Cyril's important subordinates. There was no turning back. He could only move forward. He looked at the mercenaries who asked him and said resolutely in his strongest voice, "For the sake of my family, I have to get rid of all the threats. As long as you help me, I will provide you with weapons and cooperate with you in anything." As he spoke, Will turned his body slightly and took out a bank card from his pocket. $200,000. I think you will need it. The commission was $200,000. In addition to the 2 previous payments, Yi Qian blinked. Will was indeed a rich man. Xia Jinyuan, who was never short of money, smiled and took the bank card. Mr. Will's sincerity always touches me. For the sake of this, Xia Jinyuan's smile revealed a hint of savagery. What he said made Will nervous instantly. He almost slammed the table. He said, "To kill Noah, we can ask Cyril for help." How to help? What did he need Will to do? When Will heard the last part, he was extremely excited. "Wait for my news. I will arrange it very, very well. I will make Noah obediently follow me to the auction. I will make Cyril believe that the one who killed Baldy was not someone else, but Noah, who threatened me." This was Will's promise to Xia Jinyuan. As for how to do it, it was up to Will. After he left, Yi Qian, who was not very convinced, said softly, "Is he reliable? I still don't trust Will. He can only rely on us now. Noah and Cyril won't let him have a good life. We don't need to trust him too much. We just need to let Noah know that his good days in Melbourne are over." G3 answered Yi Jian with a smile. After glancing at Xia Jinyuan, he said, "The main thing is that we need to draw the attention of the country represented by Noah to us. Only then can it be convenient for the comrades who rescue the scientists to do what they want to do." In other words, Xia Jinyuan's battle plan also took into account the other group of comrades who were carrying out the mission. Even if he was in Melbourne, he could still strategize and fight a battle thousands of miles away. This was Xia Jinyuan's strength. He was the captain of the Snowfield Brigade and the king of all the special forces. He knew that danger and sacrifice were by his comrades' side every day, but he would do his best to solve these dangers and make sure that every comrade who carried out the mission returned safely. Over the next few days, Will did not appear again. However, he would tell Xia Jinyuan everything he did and where he went. V8, who was secretly tailing him, would also report Will's route at any time. There was no difference at all. Yi Qian finally believed Will's words. On the 4th day after Will left the hotel, he told Xia Jinyuan that they could take action. The special forces who rescued the scientists also figured out the target location and began to deploy carefully. The 2 teams were in different countries, but they were still able to cooperate seamlessly. This was the incomparable strength of the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces. Chapter 53, 88. On the 4th night, the Special Forces soldiers brought along the big gift they had meticulously prepared for Cyril and began their final plan to blow up Cyril's auction house. Yi Qian was in charge of sniping and creating chaos while the rest of their comrades cooperated with each other to leave the scene. As the last of the sunset gradually faded and night quietly fell, Xia Jinyuan led his comrades from the hotel's underground parking lot and drove a commercial vehicle straight to the auction house. The area around the auction house in the suburbs was very quiet. It was not as noisy as the city, but there were armed guards patrolling the area. The illegal auction would start at 9:00 that night. Every time the auction started, the security around the area would be tight to prevent anyone from causing trouble. When Will arrived at the village, He had been paying attention to the surroundings. When he saw that the security was very tight, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, he was with Noah and couldn't immediately tell Xia Jinyuan. He could only pray that the mercenaries he hired would be able to find out in advance and not be discovered by Cyril's men before they even started to enter. When he looked at Noah, his expression was so cold that Will couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In order to make Noah take the bait and let Cyril temporarily believe that he had surrendered, he gave all 4 famous paintings that he had bought from a certain underground market in Noah's country to Cyril. The 4 famous paintings came from the Gardner Museum. In 1990, thieves disguised as police officers stole 13 famous paintings from the museum, including one of the 36 works of a 17th-century painting master. Until now, no one had discovered the theft, so no one knew that he had bought 4 of the 13 paintings. This time around, he handed them all to Cyril. Cyril was someone who knew what was good for him. When he saw the 4 famous paintings, the greed in his eyes was like that of a hyena that had been starved for a very long time. After receiving the 4 paintings, he spread the news the next day, which led to today's auction. He had spent a lot of money back then. 6 years had passed, and the black market value of the 4 paintings had increased by 36 times. With Cyril's greed, he would only sell them at an even higher price to those crazy collectors who were also very rich. Tonight, Cyril only took out 2 famous paintings. For the other 2 paintings, he would need to renegotiate the price according to the craziness of the collectors in tonight's auction. The greedy and shrewd Cyril attached great importance to this auction. With his whiskers, he could already see piles of money in front of him. When Noah found out that 4 of the 13 paintings stolen from their country in 1990 were in Cyril's hands, and that 2 of them would be auctioned off tonight, he felt as if he was soaked in cold water in the middle of winter. There was no way for him to improve his mood. The car slowly entered the village. Noah asked Will again with a gloomy expression, "Are you sure it's in his hands? Are you sure?" "I'm very sure. You can personally confirm if my information is accurate. Only 2 of them will be auctioned tonight, and Cyril still needs to keep the other 2 for the next auction. You have enough time to confirm whether or not it's true." Will spoke in a relaxed manner. He was very willing to use 4 famous paintings to resolve all the troubles of his family. He spoke in a relaxed manner, but Noah didn't feel relaxed at all. Upon hearing this, his gloomy expression instantly turned into anger. He suppressed his voice and roared, "You don't know anything. The 13 famous paintings were stolen for 15 years. We have always been searching for them, but there was no news about them. Now, we finally have news about them, but you are telling me that there are 2 famous paintings being auctioned off tonight. Once they are bought by those vampire-like collectors, who knows where they would go again?" Chapter 53:89. Noah's emotions fluctuated, but the fierceness in his eyes didn't scare Will. Instead, it made Will feel good. "Ha ha! Look, look. It's finally the damn thing that threatens my family's lives. Ha ha! It's finally their turn. There would be more things to worry about in the future. The mercenaries he hired would definitely not disappoint him. They won't." Noah was still growling in a low voice, his neck red. "Did you know that the paintings were in his hands a long time ago? You deliberately delayed telling me, until now. Damn it, you must have done it on purpose, right?" Thinking of the 2 paintings being auctioned tonight, Noah couldn't control his emotions. He suspected that Will did it on purpose. Yes, Will did it on purpose, but how could he tell Noah that he did it on purpose? How could he tell a guy who threatened his family's lives that he gave all 4 paintings to Cyril? Will sneered, "If I did it on purpose, I wouldn't have told you that Cyril has the stolen paintings from your country. I'm not interested in the paintings. My only hope is that you don't hurt Alice Chung and her child." At the mention of Alice Chung, Noah's suspicions gradually subsided. He knew how much effort Will had put in to save Alice Chung. Noah didn't speak again. He sat quietly in the car until he got out. He didn't want to have a conflict with Cyril, but reality didn't allow him to do so. In order to retrieve the stolen paintings from their country, he and Cyril would have a fierce battle. He hoped that his brothers would arrive in Melbourne as soon as possible, and that they could bring all 4 paintings back to their country. Noah, who was praying in his heart, saw that the surrounding area was heavily guarded. He sent a message to his soldiers, telling them to hide carefully and not to be discovered. Wireless communication devices couldn't be brought into the auction. Cyril was too cunning. Everyone who entered the venue, including the collectors who came tonight, would be searched and installed with signal jammers. Once they entered the venue, there was no way to contact the outside. Noah wanted to send a message to the soldiers outside, but he couldn't. He could tell the soldiers that the village was heavily guarded, but Will could not tell Xia Jinyuan that. Sitting in the car, Xia Jinyuan looked out at the darkening night sky. His right hand gently held Yi Qian's left hand, and his handsome face was cold. Everyone in the carriage didn't say much. They all closed their eyes and rested, conserving their energy to better complete the most important task of the night. Although the distance from the city to the district was far, the traffic was smooth, and they arrived in an hour and a half. Last time, they came with Will openly. This time, they drove the car directly into the forest and then quietly entered the village. Yi Qian noticed that Cyril was much more vigilant than the last time. Before they even got close to the village, they could already see 2 groups of armed robbers patrolling the area. She said in a low voice, "Cyril is taking this auction a lot more seriously than the last time. He's increased the security by at least 3 times. For paintings that have been stolen for 15 years and whose value is immeasurable are being auctioned off. Anyone would want to increase their manpower." Xia Jinyuan chuckled and asked Yi Qian, "Do you feel any pressure? Nervous?" Yi Qian smiled and shook her head. "No, I'm looking forward to it coming soon. I just hope that the more chaotic it is here, the more help the other team will receive their comrades on the mission." Chapter 5390. Compared to the other group of comrades, Yi Jian knew that the danger their group was facing was much smaller. The other group of comrades was facing an entire country. It was obvious how dangerous the other group of comrades was. It won't be a lot, but it will have a certain effect. Xia Jinyuan gently held Yi Qian's hand. The 8 of them sneaked into the village under the cover of the night. T6, who had been resting for a week, had not fully recovered from his injuries. His broken ribs had been broken for at least 20 days, but it had only been a week and he was still recovering. Therefore, he was in charge of guarding the retreat and providing communications for this operation. Z7, who had always been in charge of communications, took over T6's usual position. The 2 of them had temporarily swapped places. In the quiet village, the chirping of night insects could be heard. Yi Qian, who had sneaked into the night, listened to the chirping of night insects that did not discriminate between countries. He vaguely had the illusion that he was in his own country. For o'clock, 5 meters. Hidden sentry, avoid them. Roger. Roger, entering the designated area. Get ready to move. Roger, entering the designated area. As several shadows continued to move stealthily, they had all arrived at the designated area after avoiding several hidden sentry posts. Just as they were about to move, V8, who was in charge of reconnaissance, suddenly tensed up. After carefully observing for a few seconds, he lowered his voice and laughed softly. "We should have encountered Noah's soldiers. Will is really good this time. 2 targets at 10 o'clock. Do we need to take care of them?" he asked Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, who was hiding behind the bushes, noticed a shadow flitting past at 10 o'clock, almost at the same time. Don't alert them for the time being. All teams, pay attention and get ready to move. Roger. Roger. Cover. Alert. Soft footsteps that were almost inaudible could be heard, and a few ghostly figures avoided the hidden sentries. At the corner of Xia Jinyuan's 3-meter-high wall, G3 ran up and stepped on Xia Jinyuan's hands that were placed on his knees. With the help of Xia Jinyuan's hands, G3 climbed up the 3-meter-high wall in an instant. K7 then stepped on Xia Jinyuan's hands, and G3 also climbed up the wall in a few seconds. There were already 2 comrades at the top of the wall. G3 was hanging upside down. Xia Jinyuan ran up a few steps, stepped on the wall, and grabbed G3's hands. When he looked again, both of them had climbed up the wall. Then T6 went up. Considering his injuries, they did not let him run. Z7, who was carrying a wireless communication device on his back, lifted T6 up and let his comrades on top support him. Soon, T6 successfully climbed up the corner of the wall. V8, who was responsible for guarding the surroundings, was the last to go up. In less than a minute and a half, all 8 of them sneaked in. They avoided the hidden sentries one after another, each of them working together to find the best position for themselves. Will was indeed capable. He had provided a complete set of weapons and equipment. He knew how strict the security of this auction was. Even the infrared equipment had been prepared for Xia Jinyuan, and it was all military equipment. In Melbourne, as long as you had the money, the arms supplier could provide you with any equipment you wanted. Avoiding layer after layer of hidden sentries, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, who were in charge of the operation, passed through a door. The 2 of them quickly crossed paths and sneaked into the inner area of the auction house. Almost all illegal trading places like to set up underground trading points, and Cyril was no exception. From the outside, there was nothing wrong with his trading point. The underground trading point was built 10 meters underground. It was divided into an inner area, an outer area, a secret door, a side door, an entrance, and an exit. There were a total of 4 doors. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian sneaked in through the secret door, which was also the one that took the most time. Chapter 53-91. This time, the auction was held in the inner hall. Last time, they had entered from the outer hall. This showed how much importance Cyril placed on this auction. They sneaked in through the secret door and arrived at the side door, which was the side door that Baldy had walked out from last time. It was a very ordinary wooden door with a very ordinary lock. After confirming that there was no problem with the infrared light, Xia Jinyuan inserted a steel wire into the keyhole and gently pulled the lock open. The lock was unlocked, but the door did not move. Xia Jinyuan gently pushed the door, but the door did not move. There was an internal lock on the inside, which was a little troublesome. There is an internal lock. Xia Jinyuan gently made a hand gesture. Yi Qian immediately frowned. An internal lock was the most difficult to open. It could be opened, but it would take a lot of time. After confirming that there was no imaging heat source inside, and that the wooden door was made of planks, the gap was relatively large. The largest gap was large enough for a dagger to pierce through. Holding the dagger, he inserted it into the gap at the bottom of the 2 doors and slowly moved it upward. When the dagger reached the middle of the door, it encountered an obstacle. This should be the door bolt. Xia Jinyuan gently fiddled with the dagger. After about 2 minutes, he still could not pry open the door. Instead, he heard footsteps approaching. This was a corridor, and there was no way to retreat or hide. Their faces instantly turned cold, and they held their breaths, ready to attack at any time. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and they could even see the light flashing. Xia Jinyuan suddenly shouted in Mola's native language, "Who is it? Stop, don't move." It was very imposing, and it instantly scared the 3 people coming over. They thought that they had run into their patrolling companions. Xia Jinyuan simply turned on the flashlight and turned the light to the maximum. He gave Yi Qian a look, and Yi Qian, with a cold expression, quickly took out a military dagger and strode towards the three people who were temporarily scared stiff. A few seconds later, someone asked which group they belonged to. No one knew which group they belonged to. The two of them increased their pace and used the dazzling light to sweep the area. The three people who were standing still raised their hands to block the light. Yi Qian suddenly rushed forward, and Xia Jinyuan turned off the light and also rushed forward. Hey, the three of them were caught off guard. How could they have imagined that the one they encountered was not their companions, but the Grim Reaper who wanted their lives? It was no wonder that the three of them were caught off guard. There was no movement outside, so how could there be a problem inside? Almost at the same time, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian took care of the people on the left and right, except for the guy in the middle. Without waiting for the other party to react, he covered the other party's mouth and slit their throats with a dagger. In just a few seconds, the three targets were dealt with. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice, "You stand guard here. I'll go and pry open the door first." "All right." Yi Qian nodded slightly. She would be able to take action immediately if she discovered anything and ensure the safety of her comrades behind her. Xia Jinyuan quickened his pace and went back to the wooden door with a bolt. He started to look for the position of the bolt again. After about 5 minutes, he heard the sound of something breaking. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and withdrew the dagger from the crack of the door. He gently pushed the wooden door, and the originally closed wooden door finally opened. It was slightly rusty and made a grinding sound. G3 and the others followed the sound. They turned on the flashlight in their hands and saw a long and narrow wooden staircase. The two of them walked up the stairs step by step with relaxed footsteps. It was pitch black inside. They took out a small flashlight and turned it on. The weak light shone at the feet of Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. Chapter 53:92. When they were about to reach the end of the stairs, they heard faint snoring sounds. Xia Jinyuan slowly poked his head out and saw two guards sleeping soundly against the wall with guns in their arms. Xia Jinyuan gestured to Yi Qian to separate them, then quickly approached one of the guards and slit his throat. Just like that, the poor man sank into his dreams forever. The auction stage is on the left, and the rooms on the right are for the buyers. Xia Jinyuan pointed to the room and said, "There shouldn't be anything in the rooms. Let's go to the left and take a look. Will suspects that there should be a hidden underground vault there. It could be used to store drugs or cultural relics for auction. If he destroyed this place, Cyril would definitely go crazy." Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian followed the dim light from the flashlight to the auction stage that they had seen the other day. Yi Qian deliberately looked at the wooden structure of the stage and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "This should be Cyril's favorite place." She spoke in a very relaxed tone. She was also quite relaxed, without a trace of nervousness. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw that she could still talk about other things so casually. "When it's over, I'll allow you to stand here for a minute to feel it." "Thank you, Captain, but I don't like it." Yi Qian immediately left. This was Cyril's favorite place, but not hers. Who knew how many cultural relics from China had been illegally auctioned off by the people standing here? She retreated to Xia Jinyuan's side. Xia Jinyuan casually passed the flashlight to her and motioned for Yi Qian to light it up for him. Yi Qian took the flashlight and shone the light on the heavy hanging curtain. Will said that they could take a look here. The two of them walked softly to the curtain of the auction stage. Xia Jinyuan slowly pulled the curtain on the left, but he didn't find anything on the cement wall. When he pulled the curtain on the right, The two of them exchanged glances. There was a bulletproof steel door on the wall on the right side of the tent. The steel door was tightly shut, and two password-locked locks similar to those used in a bank vault appeared in front of them. Xia Jinyuan gently pushed the door, but there was no response. He was just going through the motions, knowing that it was impossible to push the door open so easily. He listened closely, but could not hear any sound coming from inside. T6 used an infrared sensor to detect if there was a heat source inside. A few seconds later, T6 said in a low voice, "There's no heat source. You may enter." It was not difficult for Xia Jinyuan to crack the password lock. Yi Qian was in charge of keeping watch while Xia Jinyuan tried to see if he could successfully unlock it. On the other side, T6 could see the two of them through the infrared thermal imaging. One of them was standing guard while the other's arm was moving. He lowered his voice and said smugly, "Q King, it's Qing Yao who's working with you this time, so don't embarrass yourself. It's just a password lock. If it were me, I'd be able to unlock it in 3 minutes." Unlocking a password lock was not a problem for them, but most of the time they would need to use some tools. Xia Jinyuan was not provoked by T6, nor did he touch the lock immediately. After looking at it carefully, he said calmly, "I can unlock it without some tools. As long as I press the first number, the alarm control system will automatically call the police through the wireless network." Cyril was very cautious. He had installed the safest password lock in the vault. It required a total of 3 sets of passwords to open the door. Moreover, if the first number was wrong, the alarm would be called immediately. Xia Jinyuan, who did not have any tools on hand, did not try to unlock the vault. He could not act rashly at this time. Even if he acted, there was no way for him to unlock the vault. Chapter 5393. When their comrades, who were waiting for the two of them outside, heard this, they knew they wouldn't be able to touch the various treasures Cyril had hidden here tonight. They all felt it was a pity. However, Yi Qian said there might not be any illegally obtained cultural relics in there. "We only have one goal. It would be great if we could make Cyril vomit blood, but since we can't do that now, let's just blow it up." "What a pity. I was thinking of taking a few of them back to China." T6 shook his head and felt very disappointed. When he saw the cultural relics stolen from the Chinese side being illegally auctioned off, T6 had been thinking about it and wanted to do his best to retrieve the cultural relics that belonged to the Chinese side back to China. He had come here with high hopes. Now that he knew there was no way to open the door to check, he could not hide his disappointment. He took a deep breath and said with a stern look in his eyes, "Then let's get started. Let's not dawdle." Not only was T6 disappointed, but Yi Qian was also feeling the same. What could they do? As the captain, Xia Jinyuan could understand how his comrades were feeling at this moment. Before they came here, they were still happily talking about how great it would be if they could retrieve a few cultural relics. But reality had stopped them from doing so. After a few seconds of silence, he said to Yi Qian, who was still looking at the steel door, "Set up the explosives inside and outside. Later, set up the small attic outside as well. Since we can't see what's inside, it's better to destroy this place." Yi Qian, who had collected his thoughts, nodded. MHM. After that, he put down his backpack, and the two of them quickly got to work. The backpacks were loaded with time bombs provided by Will. They were extremely powerful and could level this place to the ground with just 3 of them. After setting up all the time bombs as quickly as possible, the two of them retraced their steps and spent a lot of time trying to avoid Cyril's whistle, as well as the soldiers brought over by Noah. The two of them alternated between advancing forward and back until they came out with their backs covered in sweat. Noah's soldiers were still keeping watch nearby. They needed to keep an eye on whether anyone would come out from inside, and whether they would bring the famous paintings to be auctioned. They also needed to keep an eye on the surroundings to prevent anyone from discovering them. Inside the auction house, He and G3, who had taken care of the two guards and disguised themselves as guards, kept an eye on the surroundings. When the lights in the auction house suddenly flickered 3 times, the two who had lost contact with the outside knew that they could take action. One of the famous paintings had already been auctioned off, but before the second famous painting could go up on stage, the lights in the auction hall flickered 3 times before they were all extinguished. The sound of gunshots followed closely behind. When Noah heard the gunshot, his heart tightened. After that, he heard Will exclaiming in shock, "Is there someone who wants to snatch the painting away?" Snatch? The famous painting? Noah's face instantly lit up with joy. He whispered, "Let's go, let's get out of here." As he spoke, another gunshot rang out. It sounded like it was coming from his right, but it also sounded like it was coming from his left. Before he could make a complete judgment, Will exclaimed, "God, someone is running up the stage." Noah, who had already stood up, didn't wait for Will to say anything. With a tense expression, he ignored the warning and crept over to the guards he had been keeping an eye on. When he passed by a few seats, he said something and a few more people stood up. The auction house, which had suddenly been extinguished, wasn't in a mess. Cyril's men kept shouting for everyone to be quiet, sit properly, and don't move recklessly. They would find the two fellows who had opened fire. He and G3, who had created chaos, fired once again at the auction stage. As the gunshots continued, many people started to lose their patience. However, Cyril, who was sitting steadily backstage, started laughing. Will was right. Someone was here to snatch the painting away from him. Chapter 53:94. Cyril wasn't a simple person, even without Will's reminder. He knew that if he released the news that he had a few famous paintings in his possession, some people would definitely have bad intentions. Cyril had long been prepared to release the news of the famous paintings being auctioned. They wanted to snatch his paintings, beat them to death. No matter how chaotic the place was, with Cyril holding the fort, it wouldn't be too chaotic. Noah and the others were about to make a move when suddenly a loud sound like a volcanic eruption rang out. The entire place shook violently as if it had been hit by an earthquake. What's going on? Cyril, who was still feeling satisfied with his arrangements, held onto the heavy wooden table and shouted, "Scram outside and see what's going on." It wasn't an earthquake. It was the sound of a bomb explosion. Moreover, it was in the vicinity. The power of the bomb was relatively great, and it shook the entire place. The crystal chandelier above made a wah-wah sound, and countless glass shards fell. In an instant, several bodyguards brought by the collectors were injured. None of the collectors who were being protected were injured. They were just in a somewhat sorry state. "I'm impressed. Cyril, what bad things have you done? Why did something so terrible happen tonight? I'm impressed. You're such a failure tonight. Right now, I'm very doubtful of your sincerity in this auction. Do you not want to auction at all? Are you just toying with us?" The collectors who came here were starting to feel dissatisfied. They had brought money to bid for the famous paintings. Moreover, they chose to believe in Cyril and only came here because of him. In the end, damn thing. One moment there were gunshots, and the next moment there were explosions. God, what on earth was he trying to do? Cyril himself didn't know what had happened. How could he answer these capable collectors who he still wanted to continue working with? He, who had always been ruthless, had to step out and resolve this matter. To everyone's surprise, the explosion didn't end there. A second explosion followed, and in less than a minute, they heard a series of loud noises. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the night sky of the entire village. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian exchanged glances and smiled. This time, Cyril would definitely fall for it. It's up to Will now. Our mission is complete. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was engulfed in flames, and said coldly, "The more chaotic they are, the better it is for us." Yi Qian, who was sweating profusely during the evacuation, wiped his forehead and pursed his lips before replying, "I hope there won't be any problems with Will." She believed that Will was eager to get rid of Noah and Cyril, but she still couldn't completely trust Will's character. Because once Will revealed any information about them to Cyril and Noah, even if she and her comrades all left Melbourne alive, they would be skinned alive. T6's voice came through the earpiece. "Let's chat after we leave this place. I've already withdrawn. Let's wait for Bai He and G3 to withdraw from the inner field." They hadn't left the village yet, so it was indeed not the time to chat. Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's hand tightly, and the two of them quickly blended into the night. After walking for a short distance, he turned off the wireless communication and said to Yi Qian with a smile, "I realize that every time I fight with you, things always go smoothly. It's quite interesting." When Yi Qian heard him say this, he thought about the missions they had carried out together. It seemed like it was true. She smiled, and there was affection in her eyes. "Because of our tacit understanding, because we don't want each other to get hurt, because they both protected each other." Chapter 53, 95. All along, Yi Qian's greatest wish was to catch up with Xia Jinyuan's footsteps and fight alongside him. Now, it had finally come true. She used all the skills she had learned to fight alongside him. She was willing to become his most powerful subordinate and his most powerful guardian. Xia Jinyuan was extremely satisfied with her answer. As he retreated, he pulled her hand to his lips and kissed it. He chuckled and said, "Let's work hard together and not get hurt. Let's work hard together and live well every time." They had come this far because of their joint efforts. They would continue to work hard for the rest of their lives and never leave each other. Behind them, the flames soared into the sky. The two of them had already left the danger zone and were quietly waiting for their comrades to return. On the other side, V8 and K7, who had come to support them, worked together to deal with one of Noah's soldiers. They took advantage of the chaos caused by G3, and Bai He to push them to somewhere outside the inner hall. They had to make Cyril keep an eye on Noah. They had to have some actual evidence to make Cyril believe them. Then, they might as well frame him. The flames had already lit up the village. When Cyril, who finally knew what had happened outside, heard his subordinates report, he flew into a rage. This explosion had basically destroyed his auction house. Faced with such deep hatred, Cyril couldn't wait to tear apart the troublemaker. The outer hall was blown up, and the inner hall was damaged. All the chandeliers were smashed, and the inner hall's beam structure was heavily damaged. A good auction house instantly became a dangerous building. The famous painting was sent away in time. All the buyers who had come to participate in the auction left the inner hall under the protection of their own bodyguards and Cyril's men. Everyone who came out looked terrible. When they entered the auction house, they were all dressed in suits and leather shoes. At first glance, one could tell that they were successful people. When they came out, they were all battered and exhausted. Some buyers were even injured and bleeding. Noah wanted to rush onto the stage several times, but was forced back. He didn't even have a chance to get close to the famous painting. He could only watch as the famous painting that had been stolen from his country for more than 10 years slipped away under his nose. The collector was furious. He thought that it was Cyril's fault that the security was not good enough. He wanted to blame Cyril, but when he thought of Cyril's personality, he decided to swallow his anger and leave. If it wasn't for the painting, I wouldn't even take half a step into his place. Half a step. A collector whose forehead was scratched by a crystal chandelier glass shard pressed the wound on his forehead with a handkerchief, and cursed loudly as he walked towards his car under the escort of 4 bodyguards. Damn Shorty, I will die in the hands of his greed one day. Not only did he fail to bid for the famous painting he liked, but he was also injured and had to leave. The fury in this collector's heart was so great that even his back view as he walked away could tell that he was angry. Cyril, who was talking to Will, heard his subordinate's report and narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand, and in less than 3 minutes after the collector got into the car and left, the other collectors who hadn't left yet saw the car that left first being blown up, and no one in the car survived. Height was a forbidden zone for Cyril because he was only 164 meters tall. He was a very, very short guy. Will, who had seen Cyril kill 6 people with a wave of his hand, lowered his eyes slightly and continued, "It won't be long before Mr. Andre's painting falls into Noah's hands. He definitely won't let go of the other 3 paintings, and will snatch them back." Hearing this, Cyril laughed loudly. After laughing, his gloomy eyes emitted a cold gleam. "I really hope that he will snatch back the paintings that I auctioned off. I really, really hope that he will." Chapter 53, 96. Cyril was very satisfied with Will's performance, but Noah wasn't. Originally, he had planned to auction off the 2 paintings tonight. He had arranged for the soldiers outside to follow them and wait for the opportunity to seize them. But now, the auction house had been bombed, and the first painting that had been auctioned had returned to Cyril's hands without being handed over to the buyer. He didn't want to confront Cyril, but it had come to a point where he had no choice but to confront him. Someone dared to bomb Cyril's auction house, which showed how much this person wanted to take the 4 paintings from Cyril's hands. These were the paintings that their country had lost for more than 10 years, and now they were right in front of him. No matter what, he had to bring these 4 paintings back to his country. Noah sat in the car with a gloomy expression. As he waited for Will to come out, he kept thinking about how to snatch the painting back from Cyril's hands. Someone knocked on the car window and quickly opened the car door and bent over to enter. "Colonel, one of our soldiers is missing." The person in the car brought Noah a piece of news that made his mood even worse. Immediately, Noah's face darkened as if covered with a layer of frost. "Missing?" "Yes, Colonel, missing. We searched around, but didn't find any trace of him. We guessed he might have been sacrificed." Might have been sacrificed. Noah pursed his lips and looked at the raging fire that was still burning. His heart sank little by little. If he had really been sacrificed, hope would have been swallowed by the fire. If he had been discovered by Cyril's people, then Noah's dark brown eyes flashed fiercely. Then the battle between them and Cyril would soon begin. The phone rang, and the flashing light on the screen made Noah's face as gloomy as a ghost. He picked up the phone, and Will's voice came from the phone. "Noah, did you do that just now? Are you crazy? You bombed Cyril's auction house. You must be crazy, crazy. You are all a bunch of damn lunatics." He roared in a panicked and enraged voice. There was also a deep sense of fear in his voice as he said, "Cyril is very, very angry right now, and he's searching everywhere for the person who blew up the auction hall. You are a bunch of lunatics." Lunatics. Noah gently closed his eyes. Will thought that he was the one who bombed the auction house. "Will, what I need are the paintings. Bombing the auction house won't do me any good. Where are you now?" "I am waiting for you in the car. We need to meet." Noah cut off the call and ordered his subordinates in the car, "Pack up and return to the hotel." The hotel was now their territory, and all of their weapons were in the hotel. If Cyril really wanted to find them, they would at least have weapons to defend themselves. "What should we do now? What 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 should we do, Weiss, now? What should we do now? He. What should we do now? Teat, he. Titus, Teat, no. You bunch of lunatics, do you know that? He. Inside, Cyril looked at the body that was dragged back. He carefully looked at the palm and wrist of the body. It was a white man who often used guns. White man. Cyril stood up with a vicious look in his eyes. After standing still for a few seconds, he ordered in a menacing voice, "Find out where he came from. No, find out where he lives and where he's been recently. I want to know who dares to make an enemy of me." Chapter 5397. Although the person was dead, the traces he had left behind would not disappear so quickly. If one wanted to know the origin of a person, one had to start from where he had gone and who he had met. It would not take long for one to find out a bit about this person. Cyril did not need too much information. He only needed to know if this person had any accomplices. If there were, he would kill them immediately. No accomplices? Could there be no accomplices? Cyril, whose eyes were filled with malice, did not believe it. He took a deep puff from the cigar in his hand. It was as if only the strong tobacco smell could suppress the anger in Cyril's heart that was about to burst out of the lava. After Xia Jinyuan and the others successfully diverted the trouble, they quickly withdrew from the auction house and drove all the way back to the hotel. Next, they had to complete a major task, which was to rescue the scientist's wife, Alice Chung. Although Alice Cheng's identity was a little questionable, she was the scientist's wife, and the Snowfield Brigade's special forces were here to rescue her. Therefore, they had to rescue Alice Chung, no matter what. Alice Chung is hiding in this area. When they returned to the hotel, V8 immediately took out the hotel's fire control diagram and used a pencil to draw the area where Alice Chung might be hiding. On the 13th floor, on the floor where Noah and the others are staying, there are 4 rooms on both sides of the fire control door that no one has entered or exited. Alice Chung is very likely to be in one of the 4 rooms. Cyril should have discovered the clues we deliberately left behind by now. With his cautiousness, he will definitely follow the clues and find the hotel sooner or later. A guy who likes to use violence to solve problems might just rush into the hotel with his men. We can take advantage of this. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Jinyuan's phone beeped with a text message. He picked up the phone on the table and looked at it. Xia Jinyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Cyril is faster than we thought. Although the words came out of nowhere, the comrades who were fighting in tacit understanding suddenly smiled with the same expression. Yi Qian silently picked up the glass of water beside him and lowered his head to take a few sips in a row. That's great. Cyril and Noah are going up against each other. We'll must have put in a lot of effort to make this work. Captain Xia said that we would definitely make this happen, and it was true. After drinking the water, Yi Qian held the glass with a faint smile in his dark eyes. He stared unblinkingly at the man who was preparing the next step of the battle plan, with deep admiration in his eyes. Cyril was already on his way to the hotel, and Noah was also on his way back to the hotel. This was going to be interesting. When the 2 groups of people met, it was very likely that they would fight directly. Then, they would have enough time to sneak into the 13th floor and rescue Alice Chung. In Melbourne, Cyril had his own huge information network. From his order to investigate the identity of the white man and his whereabouts, as well as Will's intention to release the news of the auction of the 4 paintings, he saw some suspicious white men going in and out of places. Cyril quickly found the information he wanted. Why did Cyril believe Will's words so much? It was very simple. Will told him that the white man might have found out that the paintings were with him and deliberately sent people to approach him. He also told Cyril that his family was threatened by the white man. Cyril investigated and found that to be true, so he quickly believed Will. He even blamed the death of Baldy on Noah. Chapter 5398. Cyril was a man of action, and as soon as Noah arrived at the hotel with a dark expression on his face, Cyril rushed in with his men in a menacing manner. All of them were armed with guns, and the first thing they did when they rushed in was to open fire on the ceiling of the hotel. Gunshots and screams mixed together, and the entire hotel fell into a state of panic. Yi Jian, who had been hiding in the dark, saw a short, ferocious-looking, middle-aged man standing in the middle. He raised his hand gently, and the gunshots stopped abruptly. A muscular man walked to the front desk and pointed an AK that had just fired. The muzzle of the AK was still hot. The middle-aged man standing in the middle of the group was none other than Cyril, and there were at least 50 fully armed guards standing behind him. Yi Qian whispered in Xia Jinyuan's ear. He came in with such a big fanfare. Noah has enough time to escape. You underestimated him. Xia Jinyuan shook his head with a smile. He's trying to scare Noah so that Noah will come out on his own. Cyril's men must be outside. He won't let Noah escape from the hotel. Yi Qian blinked. Captain Xia, you know Cyril very well. Cobra is Mola herself, Xia Jinyuan explained succinctly. He knew Yi Qian would understand what he meant. Yi Qian nodded slightly. V8's excited voice came from the headset. Q King, Cyril has blocked the outside. Noah is going to have a headache this time. Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan gave Yi Qian an "I'm very powerful" look. Yi Qian could not help but smile. She always knew that her Captain Xia was very powerful. Noah, who had returned to the hotel, did not expect that Cyril would come to the hotel tonight. Although he was prepared to fight with Cyril, he had to wait for reinforcements. Now, before the backup arrived, Cyril had already arrived at the hotel. Noah, who didn't want anything to happen tonight, didn't panic. After receiving the secret alarm from the front desk and seeing how many people Cyril had brought with him through the surveillance camera, Noah immediately arranged for an evacuation. Q King, Noah, prepare to retreat. G3, who was watching the 13th floor, reported in a low voice. Someone opened room 1317. After a slight pause, G3's suppressed voice sounded a little excited. Alice Chung. They're going to take Alice Chung away. Previously, they had said that they wanted to confirm which room Alice Chung was in. In the blink of an eye, Noah had taken the initiative to expose himself. Even someone as calm as G3 was a little excited at this moment. Xia Jinyuan was not that excited. From the way they're looking after Alice Chung, we can confirm that they've given up on using Alice Chung as bait. As long as they keep an eye on our brothers in the other team in their own country. This was to tell his comrades that there was no need to be too proud when they saw Alice Chung. The looser they were on Alice Chung, the better it was for their team, but it was not good for the other team. The other team's whereabouts had been completely exposed. Speaking of this, their hearts sank. Their expressions were indescribably solemn. In the hotel lobby, the uncooperative front desk made Cyril lose his patience. He did not want to waste any time on this kind of person. With a casual sentence, the entire lobby was enveloped by the sound of gunfire. Don't destroy the computer. Before shooting, Cyril ordered his subordinates. However, someone didn't want Cyril to check the phone. Cyril led people into the hotel. Sensing that something was wrong, the lobby manager hid behind a large column in the hotel. When he saw Cyril order people to go around the front desk, the lobby manager, who thought of what might happen, did not hide anymore. He took out his pistol and fired at the front desk. Chapter 53:99. What happened in the hall had nothing to do with Xia, Jinyuan, and the rest. Almost all the staff in the hall were from Noah's country. Even if Cyril killed all the staff in the hall, Xia Jinyuan, and the rest would not show up. Gunshots rang out in the front hall. Stray bullets hit the dazzling crystal lamps in the hall and shattered them all over the floor. The light shone on the floor, making it seem as if countless broken diamonds were embedded in it. Blood flowed like snakes, staining the broken diamonds red and wetting the shiny floor. Cyril, who had opened fire without hesitation, was now well protected. He sat on the sofa in the hotel, waiting for the people who wanted to blow up his auction house and steal the 4 famous paintings to show up. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian were retreating. They needed to surround Noah. It could not be said that they were going to surround Noah. Cyril's men were there to surround Noah. They were just going to rescue Alice Chung. All of the entrances and exits in the hotel were guarded by Cyril's men, and some of the guests heard the gunshots and tried to escape in a panic. However, they were shot dead by Cyril's men, and no one was given a chance to escape. Whoever dared to escape would be shot dead. This was Cyril's order. Noah, who was retreating, had reached the staircase on the first floor. This was the staircase that led to the second floor of the underground parking lot. They only needed to go down 5 more floors to enter the parking lot and leave. However, they were blocked. Cyril's men were at the exit on the first floor. They aimed their rifles at the second floor. If there was any movement from above, they would shoot immediately. There are 6 people in total. Don't let anyone go. Noah put a silencer on his pistol and ordered in a low voice, "Shoot immediately after I count to 3. "Yes, Colonel." The 12 soldiers nodded in a low voice. They were all soldiers of the country. Although they were a little nervous facing the gunmen outside, they were not afraid. They were very calm and believed that they would be able to escape. G3, who had been keeping a close eye on the staircase wall, slowly took out his pistol. He did not need to aim at any target. He only needed to shoot casually and alert the people guarding the staircase. 1, 2, 3. Noah signaled the soldiers to open fire. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out like the sound of a demon, incomparably ferocious, reverberating in the stairwell. G3 fired in front of them and successfully alerted Cyril's men. The 6 targets that Noah's soldiers were aiming at did not hesitate to shoot upstairs. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out fiercely. Some of them were shot dead by Noah's soldiers, while others were lucky enough to escape and quickly counterattacked. Fuck. Noah cursed under his breath and shouted, "Up there! Go! They had already alerted the people below, so there was no way for them to retreat. At least 10 of Cyril's subordinates rushed up the stairs with their guns drawn. The hotel building, which had been rather quiet just a moment ago, was now filled with gunshots. Noah and his 12 soldiers fired as they quickly retreated. G3, who was hiding behind the firehouse on the second floor, saw Alice Chung, whom they needed to rescue, and calmly opened fire in self-defense. Seeing this scene, G3 completely agreed with Xia Jingyuan's initial analysis. The reason why the scientist's itinerary was suddenly exposed was because his wife had reported it in advance, which led to the scientist, who was preparing to return to China, being placed under house arrest. Alice Chung was the scientist's wife, and at the same time, she had been monitoring the scientist. Even if she had children with the scientist, her responsibility was still to monitor the scientist's every move. Once she found something unusual, she would immediately report it.